development standards, details, et cetera. If this can happen on phase-by-phase basis and is reviewed and approved by the City Plan Commission. So the preliminary development plan lays the groundwork for a future final plan that is more specific and it precedes the permitting for the actual construction. The MPD that's before you today actually is in two parts. There is a set of plan sheets and there is a design guidelines document. The plan sheets include a sheet on general notes that include permitted uses, parking requirements, density. There are site plans. There's a plan for character contributing elements and then existing grading and utility sheets. For example, here's the plan sheet that shows character contributing facades, character contributing vertical elements, and the location of courtyards throughout the area. And then we have a sheet that shows for each block the planned maximum height for these buildings. I've noted here in yellow the blocks that include new heights above the current limit of 45 feet. So block F would go up to 150 feet, block M 150 feet, block O 178 feet, block J 120 feet, and block D 178 feet. Then the MPD design guidelines document includes standards for those developments in the categories of street topologies, public realm, building transparency, awnings, fencing, landscaping, and screening, and signage. And these, again, are separate standards from the zoning and development code, and in many cases, deviations from those. So in reviewing this, I want to just highlight a few things here. Our review criteria for master plan developments includes, first, that the plan be consistent with any adopted land use plans for this area. I think in the broad strokes, this is consistent with the KC Spirit Playbook and the Midtown Plaza area plan. There are some areas where our community planning group, in doing their assessment, had some concerns in the areas of design and uses. Starting with uses, the original plan, when it was first submitted, included some auto-oriented heavy commercial and industrial uses that we felt were in conflict with the area plan. And so we've worked with the applicant team to ensure that first floor uses are active uses that promote a pedestrian environment. They made some updates to the plan to show that a special use permit would be required in the future for drive-through facilities, gasoline and fuel sales, outdoor retail sales, any warehousing on the first floor, any limited or general manufacturing, and to prohibit data centers unless they are an accessory to another permitted use. In the area of design, we had a concern about the applicability of the design guidelines. There are a lot of historic character contributing buildings and elements in this district that the community loves and values, and we want to make sure that these design guidelines apply to all of those. On the other hand, the applicant needs some flexibility when they're dealing with tenants who are moving in and out and making storefront updates. So we have a compromise in the design guidelines that these apply to major facade replacements where they're impacting more than 20% of the facade, and there's an exception for storefront tenant finishes. Another concern about design would be building heights and architectural style. There's a concern about maintaining compatibility with the Spanish Mediterranean revival style of the area and alignment with the Midtown Plaza area plan and the codified Plaza Bowl. The CPC made a recommendation to add design guidelines for buildings that are above 45 feet in height and to reduce height on two blocks. I'll show those two, Block M and Block O. They recommended a reduced height of 120 feet. Another concern would be the reliability of the design guidelines and their use. A lot of the language in that document is more optional language. CPC did recommend that the guidelines be updated to remove language that softens the application of those design guidelines. There were also recommendations about adding some additional character contributing buildings and towers to the site plan, noting them on the site plan, requiring a salvage plan for demolition of buildings over 50 years old, and conducting a character contributing study of the MPD district to identify significant fountains, art, and sculptures. And those are still conditions that CPC added that are in the ordinance that's before you. Second review criteria is that the plan is consistent with the MPD district provisions of 88280, and we do feel that it is. And the third is that sufficient
Welcome to TINO. I'm Kevin O'Neill, the chair.
Lindsay French, 2nd District at Large.
Eric Bunch, 4th District.
Jonathan.
Jonathan Duncan, 6th District.
All right. Staff.
Bertha Ross, City Clerk's Office.
Lace Smythe, Assistant City Manager.
Mario, you're next. All right.
Andrew Bonkowski, Law Department.
Melissa Cooper, Aviation Department.
Ken Morgan, Water Services Department.
Jaime Guillen, Creo Department. Michael Shaw, Public Works.
Cynthia Jackson, Public Works.
Welcome to TINO. We'll have the first 260461 read.
Yes. 260461, authorizing the Director of Water Services to execute a $246,085 facility repair and maintenance contract with Atlas for the river water intake traveling screens rehabilitation at the water treatment plant, renewal number 2 project, and recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date.
Good morning, Chair O'Neill and council members. David Poyer, I'm the Deputy Director of Engineering at Water Services. And I got Blake Anderson, he's Facilities Manager of Engineering. Today, we got ordinance 260461. This is a maintenance and repair contract for our traveling screens for our water intake. Blake will step you through some of the details of this particular project.
Thank you, David. Chair, members of the committee, Blake Anderson, Water Services. This is the second renewal for a 2-year contract with Atlas. It basically repairs the screens at our river intake at our water treatment plant. Since we have a surface intake, logs, sticks, leaves, debris, things like that, can come up with this screen. The screen basically removes that material, allows us to return it to the river. Water supply has 1 extra screen, so every year or so we send that out. It gets rebuilt, rehabbed, returned, replaced. The new one is then taken away. So this is just a renewal for that contract.
All right. Any questions from my colleagues? If not, I would entertain any public testimony.
No public testimony.
Would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that ordinance number 260461 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance and due pass.
2nd.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ordinance passes. Thank you. Blake? She's going to read.
260462, authorizing the Director of Water Services to execute a $13,425,900 design build contract with Heartland Construction for the Blue River Wastewater Treatment Plant Primary Site Power PM project, authorizing a maximum expenditure of $14,768,900 and recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date.
Good morning, Chair O'Neill and council members. Again, David Poyer, Deputy Director, Casey Water. Ordinance number 260462 is an upgrade to our power pin. Power pin is really the source of, starts the power delivery to the wastewater treatment plant at the Blue River station. So it needed a major upgrade, and Blake Anderson, Facilities Manager, will explain more about this project.
Thank you, David. Blake Anderson, Water Services. So yes, this is a design build contract at our Blue River treatment plant. It is the main treatment plant for Kansas City on the wastewater side. It's located at approximately Front Street and 435 and the Blue River. This new power pin will be in a purpose-built building and facility. I'm very excited to have this project done because we've had some issues with the existing power pin. Next slide. So basically, we've had issues with water intrusion. Several years ago, we even had a situation where that water intrusion caused a whole plant fault. As David mentioned, this is the power pin. All electrical power on this site goes through this structure and the new structure that will be replacing it. So that takes the 13,000 volt feeds from multiple Evergy feeds, as well as a tap to bring in portable generators if needed. We've done some brief rehab work to keep water intrusion out by putting this cover over the existing facility, but we're running on borrowed time in particular because this area of the plant has high hydrogen sulfide levels. It's the head of the plant where sewage comes in. We've done some odor control, but there still is a fairly high level. That hydrogen sulfide basically helps the steel coatings basically to corrode more, and the internal copper also basically starts to tarnish, corrode, and degrade. It's part of the reason why the new facility will be, new power pin equipment will be in a purpose-built facility with activated carbon filters that should allow for longer life cycle overall. The contractor, the winning design builder was Heartline. They are a certified city WBE, and they submitted a contractor utilization plan of 16% MB and 24% WB, and that was approved by CREO.
Anybody from Heartline here? Thank you for attending. Appreciate it. All right. Any questions from my colleagues? If not, I would have public testimony.
No public testimony for that.
Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that ordinance number 260462 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance to be passed.
Second.
Just one quick question. The $2.7 million contract, is that 2.7 over 4 years or each year of the contract?
That's the
That's the
next.
next one.
That's the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll save that one.
Aye.
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 Aye. Everybody opposed? Nay. Ordinance passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Ordinance 260466, authorizing the manager of procurement services to execute a $2,700,000 construction contract with She Dig It for the emergency water distribution repairs project, authorizing the 4 successive renewal options with further city council approval, and recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date.
You can answer that question now.
Yeah, so it will be for, it's for
2
4
points.
4 renewals, so 2.7.
2.7 a year, each year for 4 years, right?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I had that.
So I'll start off by, well, good morning, Chair O'Neill, council members. Again, David Poyer, Deputy Director of Engineering, KC Water. I have Brett Herring here. He is Deputy Director of Operations. Today, we're going to go over ordinance number 240466. This contract authorizes $2.7 million for She Digs It. This is our emergency water distribution repair contract for our distribution system. So this primarily focuses on pipe sizes from all the way from 2 inches all the way up to 12 inches. So we call that our distribution pipeline system. When water leaks, it usually creates somewhat of an emergency situation. You can see on the left-hand side that you have street collapse, undermining roads, buildings. So we need to address these leaks, these code 3 leaks, as soon as possible. And this contract allows us to address those needs as quickly as possible. I looked at last year's work. We had 3,660 total work orders. This includes all types and codes, ranging from 1 to 3, 3 being the most immediate need. Of those, 51% of them were repaired by the contractor, whereas about 49% in-house within pipeline. I also did a breakdown of type, so 78% were repairs to hydrants, service leaks, or valves, whereas 22% of it, or a quarter of it, were actual main breaks. Of those 3,660, 873 were code 3s, and this contract addressed a quarter of those, or 25%. Whereas pipeline covered about 75%. So I thought that would give you a good idea of how we run the program and how we utilize this contract. For this contract, it was awarded to She Digs It. They are a women-owned business, so they'll self-perform the WB participation, and then 11% for MBE. I'll take any questions with regards to this contract.
Someone from She Digs It here? Yes. Thank you. Appreciate you attending. I don't have any questions. I believe the 2.7, is that the one we're talking about? Make sure I get this right. That 2.7 is a estimate based on previous years. So you come up with that number every year based on the last 5 years, 2 years, 3 years, or something like that?
Yeah, exactly that. We look at the last 5 years, and we understand, we look at the amount of work and then the spend rate, and also we look at staff availability.
Okay.
quite frankly, I can answer that question better with the next ordinance. I think I'll explain a little bit better how we're addressing some of our needs.
I mean, but my point is this could be a $3 million contract, or it could be a $2.2 million contract based on what happens out in the fields.
Historically, we've used the 2.7, and it's worked out for us. However, I will get into it with the next ordinance, but we are seeing a funding gap.
Okay.
And so what we're also concerned about is making sure we have the right staff availability, right? So we didn't want to just bump this one up, because then we're relying on the same contractors to do the work. So we tried to spread that out.
When you talk about availability of staff, you're talking about She Digs It staff.
Yes. She digs the other contractors, yes, sir.
The simple answer is yes.
Pardon me?
The simple answer to your question is yes.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues? Any public testimony on this?
No public testimony.
I would entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that ordinance number 260466 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance to pass.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ordinance passes. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, next.
260467, authorizing the manager of procurement services to execute a $2 million construction contract with She Digs It for the emergency large diameter water service system repair project, authorizing 4 successive renewal options with the further city council approval, and recognizing this ordinance having an accelerated effective date.
Good morning, Chair O'Neill and council members. David Poyer, Deputy Director of Engineering and Water Services. I have Brett Herring to my right. He's Deputy Director of Operations for KC Water. Ordinance number 260467 authorizes a $2 million contract to She Digs It for emergency large diameter repair contract. This particular contract addresses, well, I'd like to start off by saying, if you recall back in April, I showed this exact same slide. We have a transmission repair contract, emergency repair contract, that's to Leith & Sons. Yeah. So this is an additional contract that we are asking for. It will also address similar needs where it focuses on large diameter pipe. Now, when large diameter pipe breaks, it's usually, creates big problems. As you can see, there's a humongous sinkhole by a highway there. It also requires specialty equipment and specialty type knowledge on how to repair larger diameter pipe. So necessitating the need for another contract. And we call this the large diameter contract because really, in essence, for this contract, we're looking for somebody who can do both. So I thought, who better to explain a versatile contractor than Whit Merrifield, who's the quintessential utility infielder. So we found this type of contractor, and She Digs It, we believe. They have the capability and staff to do both transmission repair, which you see on the right, and distribution repair, as you see on the left. What this slide, this is a two-part slide. I'd like to focus on the right-hand side in the graph. What we noticed over about a 4-year period is, 3-year period rather, is that as we utilize that, well, I guess historically, on the transmission side, we had a $1.67 million contract. And we were noticing that we did not get the full year. So the blue bars show you what the contract value was, and then the orange bar shows you how much money we had to spend within a year. So you can see that the annualized cost increased over the contract value, what we anticipated. At the end of September, at the end of last year, what we noticed was there's about a $2 million gap. You can see the annualized cost was around $4 million, and we had a contract around $2 million. So we were looking for a $2 million contract. So this large diameter contract focuses on filling that funding gap or that need for the transmission main repairs. But it also allows us, this contract, to also address needs if we need it on the distribution side. I also wanted to show that we just recently did a benchmarking study where we kind of looked across the entire department of our vacancy rates. One of the reasons why we have this need is because we run about a 24% vacancy rate, and that puts us and about the 20th percentile across the water industry. So we have a need there. Similarly to the last project, She Digs It is a women-owned business. They'll be filling 25% of the WB participation and 11% MBE. Do you have any questions on this contract?
Just if you can answer this quickly, if not, I'll get offline, but what exactly is the difference between a transmission line and a distribution line?
Two things, pipe size. So we're going to convey more water through that transmission main. They range from 16 inches all the way up to 90-inch tunnel that goes underneath the...
It's transmission.
Those are transmission mains. Service connections typically aren't on a transmission main. So when we shut those down, we're not putting people out of service, okay, to do the repair. But they're larger, I mean, significantly larger. The weight of the fittings, the size of the equipment to put the fittings in place takes you to a different level with regards to a contractor, okay? Whereas the distribution, that ranges from 2 inches all the way to 12
Connects to the houses.
And those are where service connections are, and that distributes water to the houses.
There you go.
And we use distribution because with the transmission, the flow of water is so much faster that it deregulates the water pressure and everything
Yeah.
for
Wouldn't say so much faster, it's just the volume of
volume,
water.
okay.
When they break, big things happen.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from my?
I just, so before this request for contract, the large diameter water system repairs were taken out of the 2.7 million, is what you were saying?
What I'm saying is we have 3 emergency repair contracts. We have a distribution, a transmission main, and now we're asking for this third large
The large,
diameter.
right. So where we did that work before, that was taken out of those other 2 contracts?
Yeah, we were basically renewing it sooner than a year had gone through. That's what
Okay,
that,
that's what, because I remember you coming back and having contract extensions and renewals. Okay, so this would help
so now,
alleviate that.
yeah, now when we budget the right amount of money and the right amount of work, it's going to last, these contracts will last a year, and we'll get the full 5 years out of the contract. That's the goal.
Okay, that's great, because I have a lot of constituent concerns, and when water happens, water's going to do what water's going to do, and you guys are very receptive to that and reactive, and so being able to have enough funds to do so in an emergent situation is very important, so.
All right. Any other questions? If not, any public testimony?
No public testimony.
I would entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that ordinance number 260467 be reported out of committee. The recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ordinance passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Appreciate your help.
Ordinance 260468, authorizing the Director of Aviation to execute a 30-year lease and concession agreement with 2 20-year renewal options with Terminal C Hotel for the purpose of developing, constructing, and operating a hotel on the grounds of the Kansas City International Airport.
Well, Pete, I'm excited to hear about this. This is a great
I'm
opportunity
excited to
for us.
present it. Pete Fullerton, Chairman O'Neill threw me off. I had my whole speech all ready. Chairman O'Neill, members of the committee, Pete Fullerton, Deputy Director of Properties and Commercial Development for the Aviation Department. And as noted before, it's an exciting opportunity for us to come before you for this ordinance to authorize the Director of Aviation to enter into a lease and concession agreement to build a new hotel at Kansas City International Airport. Go back in time a little bit because it has been a process. Director Cooper had mentioned a little earlier that this dates back to even when she was sitting in this seat. We issued an RFP for development on a piece of property just south of our administrative offices that you see in this picture to the right and down. We had those proposals out on the street at the December of 2022. I should mention while we were working hard to open the new terminal. March 9th was when the proposals were due. We did have 3 requests for the RFP. Did receive 1 proposal, did the interview in May of 2023 with a recommendation of going forward with Terminal C Hotel. It's been also referred to as the Stealth Hotel. So this is an artist rendering of the hotel. Again, Terminal C Hotel is a partnership between Stay It Forward, Doug Gamble, and Michael Collins Group, Grayson Capital. Both those folks are here and have done great work all over the city. This is actually the layout on that piece of property. Should mention that the angling of the facility mirror kind of an opposite of what our facility, where the aviation department offices are. That's a 4-acre track and also backs up into the walkways and public space that we have close to Berlin Reservoir. That's actually the official name of the lake that we have there at the airport. So a little bit about the concept. The model is the stealth bomber, the flying wing. Some creativity that Doug's brought to the table with the Stay It Forward. That's a hotel profit share proposal with some local not-for-profits such as the American Jazz Museum, Black Archives, City of Fountains Foundation, Kansas City Museum, Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, and the World War I Museum. And perhaps Doug can explain that a little bit of that innovative thought there. So it's a proposed 163 rooms, about 7,000 square feet of meeting space. And this is just moving us on to the next thing. The design activities, construction activities anticipate to open in 2028. So some of the deal points as it relates to the city and to the aviation department. This is a $45 million private investment, all private, no aviation dollars into this project, and looks to create 35 permanent jobs. We have a term of 30 years with 2 20-year options. Should mention that that mirrors pretty closely to what our other hotel, the Marriott, has going forward. Marriott still has 36 years left with 2 20-year options, so a very similar kind of setup. Same thing with regards to the rents and concession fees and other revenues. Those mirror the Marriott, so we felt it was important to make sure that everybody's equal in our programming there. And once this opens, we project that there would be about a $250,000 revenue to the aviation department and the city per year going forward. So I would like to call Doug Gamble up here to say a few words. Doug's been dreaming of this for probably 7 or 8 years. And would love to invite him to make a couple comments and then answer any questions.
Hi, thanks, Pete. Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate it, Melissa. There's a lot of things to go around. I think Pete and I discussed this earlier, maybe 2017. I was in Melissa's office now, Pat Klein, discussing the new airport terminal, what was going to be built, what wasn't going to. We landed on Terminal C. We were actually going to build on top of the garage originally, and then moved to this site here. The exciting part about this project, 2 things. The airport, 12 million visitors, 6 in, 6 out, go through that airport. Beautiful airport, you guys did a great job. And you hit the road and you look around, you're like, not so much. This is going to give us a brand new state-of-the-art facility right next to the terminal. And we're going to partner, kind of like we did with the 816 Hotel, if anyone remembers that, in Westport years ago, with some local institutions and let them help decorate the hotel. So imagine the second floor being dedicated to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. And instead of regular artwork in the rooms, we'll have things that are specific to theirs. It becomes a little testament, a little museum to the city itself, and tells the story of Kansas City to all those 6 million people coming in and out that end up walking through there or stopping through there. We're excited. It's going to be something that we're all going to be really proud of, and people visiting our city, and we live here because we love it here, is going to feel great about looking at that when they come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah, I think I met with you in 2020 when this first came to my attention, and I admire your persuasion and your ability to stick with this project for as long as you have. So we're thrilled to have a new hotel on the properties, and thanks.
Yeah, without Pete, Melissa's help, your help, And of course, Michael, Andrea with Grayson Capital, that really gave it the push we needed at the end.
And
Thank
the
you.
philanthropy aspect of it is excellent.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So, all right, any questions from my colleagues?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Jonathan?
what is the occupancy rates for the Marriott? And we're sure that the airport has the capacity to have another hotel? I mean, and anecdotally, I just want to say, I think the answer is yes. The Veterans of Foreign Wars, of which I used to work for 10 years, we held a lot of conventions out at the Marriott. It's old, and we usually had it at capacity, but I just wanted a better understanding of the capacity for that and the rationale for having another hotel out there.
Yeah, at least as far as what we've looked at, I know Doug had put together a market study a few years ago that determined that they could, finance it, work, so there is a market. As far as, I think one of the other things that's a little different about this facility as opposed to one that we normally see up and down I-29 is it actually is on airport. That's a little different breed of cat. So I think it's really going to, its market is going to be a bit different. Our friends and colleagues over at the Marriott have been able to do a good business, and we think this will be actually pretty collaborative activity between the two facilities since they're just right down the street from each other.
Very good, thank you.
Would this been possible without the new terminal?
Doug, you want to try that one? Because it's actually his, that's private money, and that's a good real question for.
In theory, yes, the interest level, and I think the momentum that the airport is having, absolutely not. The new terminal, I think, well, you're seeing it with Hub Midwest's project at Mexico and I-29. I mean, that brand new terminal has changed quite a bit, and I don't think anyone would be up here having this conversation today if the new terminal wasn't built.
Yeah, just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right. Any other comments from my colleagues? If not, any public testimony?
No public testimony.
I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that ordinance number 260468 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ordinance passes. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it.
Ordinance 260476, reducing appropriations in the amount of $1,500,000 in the fund number 3527, the GO 2027 Q1 fund, appropriating $1,500,000 from the unappropriated fund balance in fund number 3527, the GO 2027 Q1 fund for street resurfacing, reducing appropriations in the amount of $1,500,000 in the fund number 3090, the capital improvement fund, appropriating $1,500,000 from the unappropriated fund balance in the fund number 3090 in the capital improvements fund for 89008232 31st and Van Brunt Boulevard, and recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date.
So I understand you have too much money right now?
No. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Nicholas Bostonetto, city engineer. Yes, this project is a $25 million project. It is funded. The only issue we had is that it is funded with GEO-bond and grant funds, and those funds cannot be used to purchase right away. So what this ordinance does is it moves $1.5 million from the project GEO-bond over to 3090 fund, and then we're taking that $1.5 million in 3090 funds, moving it to the project, because you can use 3090 funds to purchase.
You're just switching up funds.
Yeah, just changing the flavor of the money.
Gotcha. Any questions from my colleagues? If not, any public testimony on this?
No public testimony.
I would entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chair, I move that ordinance number 260476 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ordinance passes. Thank you, Mr. Monticello. Appreciate it. That would be the end of our meeting.
Balance these objectives, our city planning staff look to Seville, Spain for their guidance and their recommendation of 5 and occasionally up to 6 stories. Considering the major influence Seville provides to the character of the plaza, that's a credible North Star. Establishing a height maximum of 75 feet would provide clarity and allow for 5 and 6-story developments. Due to prior approval, Seville West is excluded from this maximum, yet the 275-foot decision's outsized impact to increased financial returns should not be excluded from the overall MDP discussion. Approval of Seville East at 150 feet is in line with its neighbor at 275. These 2 exceptions, along with a height maximum of 75 feet for other proposed development sites, achieves approximately 80% of the requested height increase. Fortunately, 90% of the targeted pedestrian density is in place today, rendering this change insignificant. Not insignificant, though, is the resulting preservation to the overall character of the Country Club Plaza. An important revision to the current MDP is the addition of a requirement for any new buildings to follow the established process of public input and city council approval. Bypassing these guardrails would be irresponsible governance. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Ryan. I live at 4545 Warnell, about a block off the plaza. We've gotten to the point where we have an old fat guy getting up to complain about parking. More seriously, my wife and I moved to Parkway Towers 5 years ago, block off the plaza because we love this area. We chose it for our retirement years. I'm not here as somebody who wants the plaza frozen in amber. I really want it to thrive, but I am concerned about the parking situation. The proposal I've seen would cut plaza parking from 5,000 spots to 2,500 spots. I understand the argument that a lot of the parking is poorly designed. I agree that garage by O'Dowd's is an escape room with oil stains. But badly designed parking is still parking, and those spots are used every day and they are necessary. The plaza is not just a neighborhood shopping strip. It is a region.
20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results? 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, the population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation. Relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started. "20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results? 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, the population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation. Relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started.
Fires can spread quickly and erratically, and where they will go in your house is unpredictable. In fire emergencies, every second counts, so you and your family need to be prepared. Plan, practice, prepare. Plan. Having a family escape plan is the best way to prepare your family in case of a fire. It only takes minutes for a house to fill with smoke and become completely engulfed in flames. Escape plans help families evacuate the home quickly and safely through routes that they have previously discussed and practiced. Your plan should include multiple ways to escape each room, designate a meeting place outside, include all members of your house, including anyone with a disability and your pets. Draw a map of each level of your home and show all doors and windows. Find 2 ways to get out of each room. Make sure all doors and windows that lead outside open easily. Be sure to have multiple ways to escape. Because fires are unpredictable, having only one escape route could limit your family and leave them trapped. Practice. Practice your plan. It is important for families to practice fire escape plans a few times a year during the day and at night. Practicing fire escape routes ensures that everyone can safely exit the home on their own in case of a fire. Overnight guests should always be aware of your fire escape plan. If a fire occurs, it is important that your family understand that they need to get out fast and safely. Instruct family members to take the safest exit route and remind them that if they must escape through smoke, they should crawl low under the smoke and keep their mouths covered. The smoke contains toxic gases, which can cause you to get disoriented. Prepare. Have working smoke alarms on every level of your home and in bedrooms. Close bedroom doors. Closing bedroom doors before going to sleep can be the difference between life and death. In the event of a fire, closed bedroom doors keep out smoke and poisonous gases like carbon monoxide and keep temperatures much lower than in rooms with open doors. That gives occupants more time to survive and get out. Also, remind family members that they should never open doors that are hot to the touch. If you feel the doorknob or door and it is hot, leave the door closed and use a secondary escape route. If the door feels cool, open it slowly and be ready to shut it quickly if heavy smoke or fire is present. If all of your escape routes are blocked and you become trapped, close the doors and cover vents and cracks around the doors to keep the smoke out and call 911 immediately. Stay where you are and signal for help at the window with a light-colored cloth or flashlight. Remind family members that once they're out, it is important to stay out. You should never go back into a burning building for any reason. If someone is trapped in the home, allow firefighters who are equipped to enter the home to rescue them. KCFD wants you and your family to stay safe and healthy. Plan, practice, prepare your escape plan today.
Hi, I'm Tyler Haney, firefighter EMT with the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. Each year, we treat hundreds of children related to accidents that occurred in the home. Many of the most common accidents and injuries can be prevented. Inside the house, falls downstairs or out of windows, injuries from overturned furniture or burns in the kitchen are some of the most common injuries. Outside the house, kids being hit by cars, injuries from not being properly restrained in a car seat, or injuries with a seatbelt are the most common injuries. Young children should be supervised at all times, but you can make your job easier and increase their safety by following these tips. Inside your house, stairs should be secured with baby gates, or if there is a door, be sure the lock is out of reach. Railing spindles should be no wider than 4 inches to prevent infants or toddlers from squeezing through. Make sure there are no objects near the stair gates or railings that would allow an adventurous toddler to climb over. Furniture can also cause injuries to children. Children may run into a corner or the edge of a piece of furniture, or may become trapped under a piece of furniture that is tipped over. Cover sharp edges with foam guards or pads. It also helps to point out to the children that as they get taller, they need to look out for these things. Make sure tall furniture that may look like an attractive thing for a young child to climb on is secured to the wall, keeping it from tipping. For windows, make sure all windows are secure or have guards on them. And when windows are open, make sure children do not have direct access to the window. Most window screens are not rated to bear the weight of even young toddlers leaning or banging against them. Outside, kids being hit by cars is the third leading cause of death in children. To prevent this, it is important to remember that young kids are short enough that often they are not visible over objects that taller kids and adults can see over. You may see the car over the parked cars at the curb. The car may see you behind those cars, but does the driver of the car see your small child standing on the other side of those parked cars? If not, your child could dart out from in between a line of parked cars, and drivers are unlikely to see them until it is too late. Around any kind of moving vehicle, have a hand on your child. If you're driving or getting ready to drive, make sure you have cleared the area around your car. Often, kids playing in a driveway or on a driveway or sidewalk are too short to be seen in the mirrors or over the hood. It also helps to educate your child about the dangers of cars. Even small children are capable of grasping the concept of danger, and they will feel empowered if you include them on the steps to help keep them safe. The best way to prevent injuries while riding in a vehicle is to make sure that all occupants are wearing the appropriate restraint device for their age and size. For infants and children under 2 years old, that means they should be properly secured into a rear-facing car seat in the back seat. Children 2 to 5 years old should still be in a car seat, but it can be a forward-facing car seat, and in the back seat is still the best location. Once children outgrow their forward-facing seat, they should be buckled into a booster seat until a seatbelt fits them properly. A proper seatbelt fit usually occurs when children are just over 4.5 feet tall, somewhere between age 9 and 12. Seatbelts fit properly when the lap belt lays across the upper thighs, not the stomach, and the shoulder belt lays across the chest, not the neck. We want you and your family to stay safe. Following these tips can help keep you and your children safe. For more information, go to kcmo.gov/fire.
Smoke detectors save lives.
Los detectores de humo salvan vidas.
Fire alarm حيوتن سيفيرجال.
إن كاشف الدخان ينقذ الحياة.
Smoke alarm سوی سیبیت.
هشدارهای دود جان انسانها را نجات می‌دهد.
Detectores de fumaça salvam vidas.
Ng smoke alarms, magkatuwas ug kinabuhi.
Fire alarm lo mi ప్రాణాలను కాపాడుతుంది.
Smoke detectors save lives. If you need a smoke detector, call 816-513-4648 or go to kcmo.gov/fire.
The Go KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. In 2017, voters approved $800 million over 20 years to fund infrastructure improvements throughout the city, including streets, sidewalks, flood control, and more. Since then, Go KC bonds have made several improvements for the city's parks, museums, and landmark fountains. The Kansas City Museum underwent full restoration and renovation of all floors of the Corinthian Hall thanks to Go KC bonds. Go KC bonds were also used to reconstruct Maplewoods Parkway from Northeast 96th Street to Shoal Creek Parkway. This included new roundabouts, a grass median, new bike lanes, and a storm system. Go KC bonds made it possible for Kansas City to receive a new Kansas City campus for animal care, the Kansas City Pet Project constructed in Swope Park, and the renovation and new ADA-compliant landscaping for the Spirit of Freedom Fountain was a product of Go KC bonds. These are only a few of the improvements made possible with the Go KC bonds, and more improvements are on the way. The Go Bond KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. Since voters approved the bond in 2017, Kansas City has completed 265 new and refurbished sidewalks in all 6 council districts. And more improvements are on the way.
My name is Dion Lewis, and I'm the division manager for CCED, also known as Central City Economic Development. CCED was created to bring economic development to historically underserved areas in Kansas City impacted most by the redlining. In 2017, voters approved a 1/8 sales tax. This specialized sales tax district generates about $10 million annually. The CCED sales tax district is also located in the east side of Kansas City, and its boundaries are defined by the north side of 9th Street, the south by Gregory Boulevard, the east at Indiana, and the west by Paseo Boulevard. Since the program started, $53 million of CCD funds have been awarded to 39 projects. These projects range from developing or renovating commercial spaces to the creation and preservation of affordable housing for the people in the Central City Economic Development area. There's projects such as KD Learning Academy, which is alive and thriving to help solidify childcare for all age groups. The GIFT Project, which is housed out of Blue Hills Community Center, that is helping a number of entrepreneurial groups from MWBE businesses. Affordable Housing, 19 Vine, which is scheduled to do a grand opening here pretty soon. Jazz Hill, which is a substantial project in itself because of the historic component of it, has 11 buildings, developing 197 affordable units. The Linwood Shopping Center. Linwood Shopping Center goes back decades, and just to be able to preserve that as one of the only shopping centers on the east side of Truce. Some other projects that we're excited about and are in progress include Lad School, which includes the creation of 51 housing units, providing the opportunity for generational wealth. Jazz District 3, which includes the construction of a mixed-use building and the creation of 48 affordable housing units. And 2000 Vine, which is creating offices, event space, and an art gallery. It's very, very important for the community to continue to support it and back it. So that way, we get what's needed on the east side of Truce and even further beyond, because again, this is just the beginning.
The Black Archives is really honored to be celebrating its 50th anniversary. It started out with our founder, Horace Peterson III, who wanted to preserve those stories of the building of Black Kansas City and of the Midwest. So we worked really hard to try to keep his legacy going. This exhibit is with My Eyes No Longer Blind. which is taken from a Langston Hughes poem that says, I look at the world from awakening eyes and a black face, and this is what I see, this fenced-off narrow space assigned to me. I look then at these silly walls, their dark eyes, and a dark face, and this is what I know, that all these walls oppression builds will have to go. And that's what the archives does. We talk about tearing down those walls, those fences, those things that try to barricade people into small spaces. We know about redlining and how there were institutionalized methods to try to contain Black people in certain spaces. So we talk about that. We also talk about how those walls were broken down. We see at the Street Hotel was the first restaurant to have white tablecloth service for Black patrons. So the walls are coming down. We see people making those pushes. And so we have to archive that somehow. We have to make that available to everybody. We are the only exhibit outside of Montgomery, Alabama, that's dedicated to victims of racial crime. And 60 people in Missouri from Reconstruction to 1965 that were killed in the state. We know there were many more. So we have some empty spaces also in that exhibit for those anonymous people. My receptionist and the security guard say that they see so many people come out of here crying because they were never taught the truth. And they have these skewed images of what Black life was like here. And then when they learn the truth, then that new insight then affects them. And it affects them profoundly. So we collect, we preserve, we share, and we educate the history of people of African descent in this area.
My name is Alvin Brooks. That's AOVIN. I've been in the city since I was about 8 or 9 months old, and seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. People talk about reconciliation, but you can't reconcile the situation unless you tell the truth about it. I was with the police department up until 1964. The Black community was under siege. So I saw that from the inside. And then there were 3 of us who were Black men, left the police department, going to the school district. Then there was the riot. It began on the steps of City Hall on April 9th, 1968. And mainly because the Kansas City School District, under the white leadership, decided that they would not close the schools on that Tuesday, the 9th. And we urged them, don't open the school. They didn't listen to us. And the morning of the 9th is when the kids began to realize that their Kansas City, Kansas colleagues were out. And it started Manual High School, and then to Lincoln High School, then to Central, then to East and Southeast, Westport. They were gassed at 31st in Indiana. They were gassed at 31st in Truce. So they headed north on Paseo. So I met them at 22nd and Vine, coming north. Curtis McClendon of the Kansas City Chiefs, Otis Taylor of the Kansas City Chiefs, Bruce White was the Kansas City council person. We walked down City Hall, westbound and the eastbound I-70 lane. We got there were a number of speakers. I was the last speaker. Kids kept chanting my name to speak because of my responsibility with the school district. After that, the police are here in riot gear. So I sensed the need to get these kids out of here. First bus arrived, and just as they're heading east on 12th Street from Loca, tear gas was thrown. The bus had to be evacuated. And later on, buses came and brought 2 kids out at Holy Name Catholic Church. Police followed them out and they threw tear gas in the church. Now I'm setting the stage for the riot. It really started there that day because frustration and anger. And that night is when all hell broke loose. I was appointed the first Black director in city government. I set up the Human Relations Department. There was no department of Human Relations. It was now I assigned a couple people on staff to put together a Black History Month celebration. But there was so much resistance on the part of my colleagues. And it ought to be something that we all can do. You begin with each one of us. Where's my heart? Where's my very being? What do I say about things like racism and bigotry and homophobia and xenophobia is different. What do I say about that? Do I say it, even if it doesn't affect me, do I say something about it? I should.
My name is The Royal Chief. I'm a hip hop artist from Kansas City. You know, we're naturally a jazz city. Like I literally grew up a few blocks down from 18th and Vine from the Jazz District. So, you know, you got the legends, the Charlie Parkers and Count Basie and them, but like, even as it, you know, went into hip hop, you look at people like a Tech Nine. For me, Ron was my guy. He was a big rapper in Kansas City in like the mid 2000s, and he was a big inspiration for me. You know, when you really get to the essence of music, it's feel, you know, it's what comes from your soul. And so I like to speak on those things so people just know, like, there's somebody out there who's going through what you went through. And here's how to get through it, or here's just somebody who can relate to you and, give you something that you like, okay, it's not just me. I just bring who we are. Like I said, we're a grind and go get it city. We're put our head down and come together. We homers. And so everything I do is just about bringing pride to this and giving the essence of us on what we do and what we bring to the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Kendrick, President, Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. That winning spirit from an athletic standpoint really originates with the Kansas City Monarchs, winning the 1924 Negro League World Series 100 years ago, and in essence becoming our city's first major professional sports team champion of any kind in 1924. You will never see a greater example of love of the game than you do when you walk through this museum. You see, they had to love it in order to endure the things that they had to endure. It wasn't uncommon that they could ride into a town, fill up the ballpark, but yet not be able to get a meal from the same fans who had just cheered them, or not have a place to stay. So yes, they would sleep on the bus and eat their peanut butter and crackers until they could get to a place that would offer them basic services. Every time these defiant athletes stepped to the plate, they were swinging for justice and equality. Now, they really didn't know they were doing all of this, because when it's all said and done, they just wanted to play ball. And then ultimately, it is the story of the social advancement of America, as Jackie Roosevelt Robinson was handpicked from the great Kansas City Monarchs to be the chosen one to break Major League Baseball's then 6-decade-long self-imposed color barrier. Think about this. This is 1947. This is well before those more noted civil rights occurrences. Our very own President Harry S. Truman, of course, born right up the road from where this museum operates, Independence, Missouri, would not integrate the armed forces until a year after Jackie. So for all intents and purposes, this is what indeed started the ball of social progress rolling in our country. So please, I encourage you all to take advantage of the generosity of the Kansas City Royals and the Royals Foundation to experience the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. Again, the entire month of February, admission is free.
All right, mayors. I'm almost excited to do almost a pump-up press conference. Mayors, are you ready? Yes. Welcome to Kansas City. I'm Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City, Missouri. We are excited to have this incredible group of mayors, more than 200 mayors, more than 1,000 attendees who are here for the 92nd annual meeting of the United States Conference of Mayors. It is a thrill, Madam President, that you gave us the opportunity to host here in Kansas City. It has been an exciting year in Kansas City. Not only did we win a Super Bowl, which you Kansas Cityans are like, okay, we got a few fans. I was also able to welcome a new baby yesterday. So as one of my friends pointed out, this is a rare press conference. I have a little badge keeping track of me, but that's to get into the hospital, not to stay in and out of trouble. Important conversations going on during this conference. The U.S. Conference of Mayors takes pride in being a bipartisan, really a nonpartisan institution, finding solutions for America's cities. As part of that, we are led by an exceptional leader, the mayor of Reno, Hillary Sheevy, who will kick us off today. Mayor Sheevy.
Well, thank you, Mayor Lucas. And I learned last night what a burnt end is. I was like, do I want that? That doesn't sound so good. But it was pretty amazing.
It's good.
And congratulations on the new future mayor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, I like it. Thank you so much. Your city is absolutely fabulous. Yes. It is impressive. And the food is to die for. That burnt end, I learned it's pretty fabulous. Anyway, thank you, everyone, for being with us today. Obviously, this is our June press conference for the United States Conference of Mayors. And quite honestly, I am reflecting as I get to pass the baton to Mayor Ginther, and I'm sort of reflecting on the year that I had, and it's been incredibly exhilarating, but also very, very busy. We've done several fly-ins with all of our state representatives, bless you, with all of our state representatives on mental health, homelessness. Mayor Bass, where are you? Are you? Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. She did an impressive job bringing 40, what did we bring, 40, 45 mayors? It was pretty miraculous. And so we are moving the needle on some of America's biggest issues. I will say, though, it is with a very, very heavy heart whenever I have to sort of reflect and think about the past presidents of the Conference of Mayors and thinking about, once again, and as you guys know, getting up here thinking about gun violence in our country. And I was thinking about the past presidents, and I was thinking of Mayor Nan Whaley, mass shooting, Mayor Suarez, past president, mass shooting, Mayor Couts, just recently, mass shooting, Mayor Barnett, 5 days ago, mass shooting. And Mayor Lucas, not too long ago, at your parade.
Yes, ma'am.
Think about that. Now, I have not had one in my city, but I have had the largest mass shooting in my state, the state of Nevada. And what it sort of reminds me is that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And it's chilling. And it's absolutely unacceptable. So as mayors, we have some of the loudest voices in this country, and we have to make that commitment that we will not stop. We will absolutely not stop. I would just like Mayor Barnett from Rochester Hills just to come and say a few words, because I know the last few days have been really, really difficult for you and your community.
Thank you. Thank you, President Sheevy. It is hard. I've been blessed to be a past president of this organization, and I've watched my colleagues go through situations like this, never thinking that it would happen to me somewhat foolishly. And 5 days ago, it did. My community is, by statistics, the safest city in Michigan for 7 years in a row, but it wasn't on Saturday. I got that call that so many mayors dread, that there is an active shooter in your splash pad or an active shooter in your city. I raced to the scene, and on my way there I thought what I needed to do and the strong stance I would take and the leadership I would provide. And the minute I arrived at the splash pad, I just broke down in tears. It was emotional, because what was designed to be a place for kids to play, and you don't have to have visited my city to know who's at a splash pad. It's families and kids, mostly under 10. A gunman came up and fired 36 shots into 9 people, most of them kids. 2 of them still in critical condition every morning, including this morning. I wake up and the first thing on my mind is an 8-year-old boy in my city that got shot in the face, and his mom, whose body shielded him from 7 more shots as they fight their battle. And I'm reminded on this particular day that this is a cross-section that so many of the folks behind me have found themselves before, at the intersection of mental health and gun violence. That it is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And if it happens in my community, as it has in so many of my colleagues' communities, it can happen in yours. The gunman took his life later that afternoon, and in his room just a community over from mine, they found 11 other guns and an assault weapon loaded on the table. His probably terror that day was stopped only by excellent police action, quick work. My job now is to try to heal a community that is challenged. Obviously, the shooter, had some strong mental health issues, and now the mental health of my community is my #1 focus. It's been the focus of our president under her leadership, and it's something that is so needed across this country. And I'm here, maybe some wondering why 5 days you're here so quickly. I'm here for my mental health, because none of you on that side of this podium know what it's like, but most of the people behind me do. And my friends have been so incredibly supportive in the hours that followed the shooting, calls from the president, the governor, and so many others. But 70 of these people. 70 of the mayors that I stand with today called or texted me in the 2 days that followed the shooting. They know what it's like. And so I'll add my voice with all of theirs in the chorus of concerns about gun violence and mental health and what we as a nation and we as mayors must do. And I support and applaud President Shivi for her leadership on mental health. This is something that we must not ever rest on. And my community now joins the sad list of commas in cities that have been struck by gun violence. We won't be defined by this issue. We'll be defined by the response, and I know that's the mayor's stance as well. Thank you, President Shivi.
And then I was just thinking at our last meeting, Mayor Counts. When we were at our leadership meeting, happened to you, our first responders. Anyway, I want to thank each and every one of you for the incredible work you are doing in your cities on mental health. So many of you have come to me and said, you know, we are talking about it. It is obviously an issue that still holds a huge stigma, and especially with mayors when we talk about our own mental health. And so I want to commend Brian and all of the mayors behind me who are also addressing their mental health, and that's obviously why the conference is so important to us. And I want to just say thank you so much to Mayor Andy Ginther, because he has promised to continue on with our national mental health initiatives. We've been on the Hill lobbying like crazy. Just so many lawmakers have been so receptive and know that something needs to change. I think it's the #1 crisis in America. When you see statistics from ages 18 to 24, that half of them are reporting suicide and depression and anxiety. What does that tell you that this country is facing when it comes to mental health? It really is staggering. And so mayors have made the commitment to step up and make sure that we make change in this country when it comes to access to mental health and to, erasing the stigma, the huge stigma that has associated with it. And so I want to just thank my colleagues for being so incredibly gracious and just genuine about the struggles with mental health across this country. All right, with that being said, Mayor Andy Ginther, please come on up. Where are you?
Well, thank you so much for your incredible leadership, President Shivi. We are so grateful to you for your tremendous work as president of this conference over the past year. I know I speak for the entire membership when I say how grateful we are for your steady leadership, your friendship, your counsel, your incredible ability.
My incredible crazy. I'm
Your
the mayor that said it in
incredible-
my out loud voice. You know that's me.
Your incredible ability to have all of us, regardless of where we come from, the size of our city, the part of the country, feel welcome and part of this conference. It's an honor to be with you here today with my fellow mayors. Last year I was thrilled to host this annual gathering in my hometown of Columbus. And if the last 24 hours are any sign, I think Mayor Lucas is going to hit it out of the park with an incredible conference here. Our annual meeting is a time when America's mayors come together to learn from one another, to collaborate on behalf of our cities and our people, to raise our shared voice, to drive progress in these challenging times. Those of you who know me hear this often from me, but I'll say it again, because I think it's foundational to what we do both here at our annual meeting and back at home. As mayors, we represent cities big and small, constituents from all walks of life. Our backgrounds are varied. Our issues are wide-ranging. Our cities have different politics. But as America's mayors, we don't allow these differences to divide us. In fact, we honor this diversity of perspectives as we work together to find common ground in building thriving cities across our nation. This organization has shown what is possible when we share our shared voice to drive progress. The last several years, we have seen incredible successes for American cities, including at the federal level. America's cities are in the midst of a renaissance thanks to the American Rescue Plan, made bipartisan because of Republican and independent mayors lifting their voices in supporting the American Rescue Plan. New roads are being laid and new bridges are being built thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. New clean energy and sustainability projects are powering our climate to a healthier future, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. And of particular importance to my city, I think Mayor Gallego as well, new Silicon Valleys are rising thanks to the CHIPS and Science Act. And it's important to note that each of these game-changing initiatives were championed not just by one party, but by Republican, Democratic, and independent mayors alike. Finding that common ground will continue to be critical as we tackle the challenge before us. Challenges like responsible gun ownership, the mental health crisis, like immigration and climate change. And among the most critical, the national crisis of homelessness and lack of affordable housing, which is impacting every city across our nation, regardless of size, geography, or partisan politics. As American mayors, we'll continue to collaborate on solutions that can be applied nationwide. We'll continue to call on our federal partners to develop a coordinated national response. As America's mayors, we know how important it is to make our voice heard and to speak as one. We'll continue to do that this week and in the weeks and months to come. We've got a lot of work to do, but I can't think of a more talented group in better position to get the job done than America's mayors. As we tell the presidents and Congress and governors and state legislatures all the time, if you want something done in America, give it to a mayor. And we will get it done for the American people. Thank you all.
I love that. We will get it done. I love it. All right. Next up in the program, Mayor David Holt. Come on up. You're our second vice president. Come on up.
Well, thank you. I'm David Holt, the mayor of Oklahoma City, America's 20th largest city, and I'm also the second vice president of this organization. I certainly want to begin by joining the chorus of gratitude to our host, my friend, Mayor Quentin Lucas. OKC and KC share 2 letters and a region. And though we in Oklahoma City certainly think we have all that we need, it has been documented in song that Oklahomans historically visit here because everything is up to date in Kansas City. I have, in fact, already been impressed with your 7-story buildings, which, despite what you may have heard about Oklahoma City skyscrapers, is about as high as a building ought to grow. Hosting an annual meeting is a heavy lift, but a wonderful opportunity. The other 2 officers of our organization, as you just heard, did it recently as mayor. I helped host as the mayor's chief of staff in 2010 in OKC and still have incredibly fond memories of the experience. There really is no greater opportunity to spread the good news about your city than to host a few hundred of the most trusted and influential people in the country. So thank you in advance, Q, for your hospitality, and congrats to you and your community for putting together what we know will be a memorable Kansas City experience, one that will surely leave us with a lasting impression that KC has gone about as far as you can go. I also want to thank President and Reno Mayor Hillary Sheevy for her past year of leadership, especially on critical issues like mental health and homelessness. The trip to D.C. this spring with Mayor Karen Bass and dozens of other mayors was one of the most memorable experiences I have ever had with the Conference of Mayors, sincerely. Certainly the portfolio of a modern city is evolving, and your priorities as president of this organization have aptly reflected that. And I congratulate Vice President and Columbus Mayor Andy Ginther for your upcoming presidency. There's so many of us. This is amazing, by the way. Like, I can't even find people because we're all over the room. That's awesome. Your upcoming presidency, set to commence Sunday. You are an ideal person to lead us through yet another emotional, high-stakes national election. My gratitude to all the mayors who have joined us here. We see each other's work here and there in bits and pieces flying by on TV or on social media. and it inspires us. We just heard a sober reminder this past week as we watched with sadness as Brian Barnett bravely led his community through the aftermath of that terrible act of gun violence that has become all too common. 4 months ago, as you heard, we saw the same leadership from former President Elizabeth Kautz. Mayors lead, they bring people together, they work across the ideological spectrum, as you heard from Mayor Ginther, to find common purpose, and they are the most effective leaders this nation has right now. Mayors get things done. I know that usually when we come to an annual meeting, we are not necessarily speaking to a collection of national press like we might at our DC meeting. We are speaking mostly to a group of local media. This happens in cities all around the country, and so it is today. The members of the Kansas City media here gathered pretty much work with only one mayor, in this case a pretty good one, but nonetheless, perhaps you've not had the chance to fully appreciate that the national political class of mayors is not like the nonsense you see on cable TV. We stand shoulder to shoulder, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. We are serious people. I mean, we can be funny, but we do not treat these obligations like a game. We feel the burden resting on our shoulders, and we give this calling the respect it deserves. We practice politics as it was practiced in this country for 2 centuries. We compromise, and we move forward, and we are outcome-oriented. We don't think that a scathing tweet or a press release is an accomplishment. In my city, we call this ethos to set aside the things that divide us one OKC. I wear it on my lapel every day. I suspect I'm not the only mayor up here that has a similar brand. It is inherent to our office. In the months ahead, however, there will be candidates for state and federal offices who will seek to divide us, who will even say that fellow Americans are in fact enemies. They will dehumanize and call fellow Americans vermin. In my city, we have a scar in our downtown that reminds us what happens when you take words of dehumanization to their logical outcome. America's mayors, Republicans, Democrats, and independents will not stand for this election year rhetoric. Our election year platform as mayors will have substance, and Mayor Ginther will no doubt speak to that on Sunday, but it will also stand for decency and respect, pluralism, compromise, and pragmatism. People who have been given these titles should feel an obligation to use them to preserve this unique American experiment, to appeal to the better angels of our nature. We mayors will feel that obligation, and we will do our part, perhaps uniquely so. So thank you to the local media for joining us today, and thank you for allowing me to share with you who I think we are as America's mayors. You are in the presence of a unique group of people, the Jedis of American political life. And I'm deeply honored to stand among them. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Lock-Dawson, City of Riverside, California. I also, your question was, how do we make our residents feel safe? I think was a big part of that. I want residents to know also, there are many times when there have been such incidences averted through just good old-fashioned police work, monitoring chatter, seeing what's going on. We had one just this last year in the city of Riverside where we averted a mass shooting by just our police officers being able to monitor what was going on. And it was at one of our biggest events of the year that we have millions of people there. So I do want folks to know, yes, it's a reality, but yes, we're looking at it all the time and trying to keep our residents safe. So I think every mayor up here could say that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Boo. I'm Chair of the Finance, Governance, and Public Safety Committee. And I will call the May 19th, 2026 meeting to order. And I would ask that my colleagues introduce themselves.
Wes Rogers, 2nd District. Crispin Ray, 4th District.
And if additional colleagues from the council who are joining us, starting to my left.
Jonathan Duncan, 6th District.
Lindsay French, 2nd District at large. Alyssa Patterson Hasley, 3rd District at large.
And if staff will introduce themselves.
Howard Rice, City Clerk's Office.
Tammy Queen, not finance, Assistant City Manager.
Brenton Cirilli, Finance.
Travis Kiefer, Casey Water.
Sam Miller, Assistant City Attorney.
Sarah Baxter, Law Department.
Right, and we have a couple of items that we are going to hold. The first item is item number 2, ordinance number 260480. That is the contract with the EDC. We will hold that, well, 1 week, but that will actually be to the
June 9th.
June 9th meeting. Then under held in committee, item number 260065, that is the Board of Police Commissioners ordinance related to the overage fund. We will hold that for a month. Let's see, let's hold that till June 16th, as well as the Midtown Justice Campus until June 16th.
Do you all meet
I don't
that
think
week?
we meet that week.
I don't think you meet that week.
We don't meet that week?
No, it's Juneteenth.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's
Well,
correct.
let's then push it back to June 9th, I guess. Looking at the wrong calendar. All right, Howard, if you will read the first item.
260457, approving and authorizing settlement of a lawsuit entitled Kenya Mitchell versus City of Kansas City, Missouri, case number 2516-CV05505992, and related claims in the amount of $400,000.
All right, this is an item you each should have received. In fact, the entire council received a memorandum from the law department. If you have any questions, we would entertain them or go into closed session. But if there are none, I'll ask for public testimony.
No testimony submitted for this ordinance.
Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. I would say on this, we would probably not put it on consent agenda, just because of the amount.
Right, thank you. Madam Chair, I move that ordinance number 260457 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and due pass. Second.
It's been moved and seconded that ordinance number 260457 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and due pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
260474, approving and authorizing settlement of a lawsuit entitled Andrea Dortch versus City of Kansas City, Missouri, et al., case number 2416-CV06268, in the amount of $500,000.
Right, this too, the council received a memorandum from the law department. Are there any questions on this item? Is there any public testimony for ordinance number 260474?
No public testimony submitted for this ordinance.
Right, I would entertain a motion on this item.
Madam Chair, I move that ordinance number 260474 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and due pass. Second.
Been moved and seconded that ordinance number 260474 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Howard, we're going to hold off just a minute to wait on the mayor's arrival. But when we come back, we're going to take up, about a 10-minute break. But just for those in the audience reference, we're first going to take up the ballot measures, beginning with the Housing Trust Fund ordinance, which is 260484. Then we will go to 260483. Then 485. 481 and 482. Then after we have taken up those items, we will proceed with the 3 items related to the plaza. We will, the MPD, which is held in committee, 443. Then we will discuss, along with that, 260486, which is the new item, and 445, which is the vacation of the sidewalk right-of-way. So we're going to jump around a little bit, but we will proceed. I'm told he will be here first 10:50, which is why we started, but now around 11. So we will take a few-minute break. I apologize for the delay, but he especially wanted to be here for the ballot measure item. So hold tight, and we will be back with you in a few minutes. I just need Wi-Fi.
What's up?
Storm debris.
But I didn't perceive. Yeah, right, finally. Good enough. It's fine. You're good enough. Those were the ones that I had written down to come and talk to you about. We'll see, it's the meeting before the meeting. It's great. Oh. Oops, I did not make him to do that.
This one, 5, 7, 7.
I was reading something, that's the one first. Even open them, but. I'm sorry, it's just like so. I'm sorry, that's not. It's not funny, but it's kind of funny.
How are we all pink?
Off a little bit today. No, I was looking at that.
William definitely had the right idea. Okay, I'm just gonna delete, just file. I'm just gonna file.
There's Mary Lucas.
All right, we are ready to begin again?
Your Eminence, it's in the 6th District. Say hi to the, we just approved a stealth bomber airport hotel, so. Fine here. Sure, that's fine.
All right, Mayor, Howard, if you will read 484.
Committee substitute for ordinance number 26044, calling an election on August 4th, 2026, for the purpose of authorizing the issuance of an amount not to exceed $75 million in general obligation bonds to finance affordable housing projects through the Housing Trust Fund, directing the city clerk to provide notice of the election, declaring the city's intention to reimburse itself from bond proceeds for bond-related expenditures, directing the city clerk to notify the responsible election authorities of this election, recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date and establishing an effective date for voter authorizations.
Madam Chair, if I just may, on the election ordinances, the issue that came to us at City Council, or comes to us now, is a request actually from Water Services to run ballot questions relating to sewer and water bonds. Of course, those haven't been called yet. Because of both the cost of a municipal election and the campaign apparatus that is often built up, consideration for us at committee is whether to run all potential municipal questions at the same time. And so that's where these questions arise from. In November of 2022, we had a similar arrangement where I believe we ran water bonds, but also ran bonds that were in part for conventions, parks, and then there was a housing trust fund bond as well. And so that's the spirit from which these come, and I know nothing about the presentation ahead.
So the ordinance does include 260483 as well. It's a combined presentation.
Okay, Howard, go ahead and read 483,
Thank
or
you.
483.
Committee substitute for ordinance number 26043, calling an election on August 4th, 2026, for the purpose of authorizing the issuance of an amount not to exceed $100 million in the general obligations bond bonds to finance capital improvements of city conventions facilities and other governmental buildings, constructed before 1950, directing the city clerk to provide notice of the election, declaring the city's intention to reimburse itself from bond proceeds for bond-related expenditures, directing the city clerk to notify the responsible election authority of this election, recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date and establishing an effective date for voter authorization.
So good morning.
Good morning.
Kimberly Carter from the Finance Department. I have alongside me Director Proctor from the Housing Department and Director Gilmore from the Conventions Department. So the ordinances before you, 260483 and 484, is pertaining to the new GO ballot measure. Both ordinances together proposed up to $150 million in general obligation bonds. So $75 million for convention and entertainment facilities for the purpose of paying for the acquisition, construction, and renovation, improvement, equipment, and furnishing of city convention and entertainment facilities, which includes parking structures as well. $75 million for affordable housing, and that's going to include rehabilitation, renovation, and construction of houses and buildings, to include blight removal, as well as to provide affordable housing for low to moderate income households. A key point is that the proposed GO bond program is structured as a no tax increase initiative, similar to our GO 2022 authorization. So the issuance itself is intentionally phased over multiple years, and this will allow our levy to remain stable. So depicted on the slide, we would anticipate a 2-year issuance for the convention facilities with equal tranches of $37.5 million. And then we'll continue on our affordable housing pattern as a 5-year period with $15 million issued annually. So whether or not the ballot is approved or not, the authority, there is no impact to the general fund under this proposal. So if it's approved, the additional debt service is fully offset by property tax capacity, and that would otherwise decline as existing debt would roll off. If, for instance, the measure is not approved, there is still no impact on the general fund. The city would simply see the property tax decrease over time as debt is retired. The next few slides, it illustrates the projected debt levy under the different scenarios. So this particular one, you'll see that it's absent of the new authorization, and the levy declines over time as we pay off the existing debt. On slide 6, we're going to add in the proposed authorization today, and essentially it layers in the new debt as old debt rolls off, and which keeps the overall levy relatively stable. Now, slide 7 includes our 2017 authorization. So this is all of our GO bond debt that's going to affect our levy. And so basically, this is a capacity replacement type of strategy. So it allows the city to continue making strategic capital investments without increasing our taxes and without creating pressure on our general fund. So I'll pause here if you have any questions. If not, I'll move on to conventions and housing as they can present their projects.
Good morning, Chair, and Mr. Mayor and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity.
Kimiko, could you pull this a little closer?
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Thank you.
Kimiko Gilmore, Executive Director for Convention and Entertainment Facilities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about ordinance number 260483 and the proposed investment in Kansas City's convention and entertainment facilities. While the presentation outlines project categories, I think it is equally as important to talk about what these investments represent and what has already been accomplished. Over the past several years, convention and entertainment facilities is in the process of more than $45 million in capital improvements, including ADA upgrades, escalator replacements, lighting improvements, seating upgrades, and critical infrastructure work throughout the convention complex and municipal auditorium. Those investments are producing results. Kansas City continues to attract major conventions, sporting events, and entertainment activity that generate significant economic impact for our community. This proposal allows us to continue protecting and modernizing these public assets without increasing taxes by aligning new investment with roll-off of existing debt. These are not cosmetic projects. They are core infrastructure investments that directly impact our ability to operate safely, efficiently, and competitively. At the same time, we are planning for the future. The city is partnering with Populous on a long-term modernization plan for Bartle Hall and Municipal Auditorium to ensure today's investments align with the next generation of convention, entertainment, and tourism activity in Kansas City. That work is especially important as we prepare for the FIFA World Cup 2026 and continue building on the momentum created by transformational projects like the new airport terminal, Lowe's Hotel, and the Convention Center campus. Simply put, these proposals are about stewardship, maintaining and modernizing public assets, and that support jobs, tourism, economic development, and civic pride in a fiscally responsible way. Thank you, and after Blaine finishes, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Good morning, Blaine Proctor, Director of Housing and Community Development. I'm here to talk about the Housing Trust Fund. The Housing Trust Fund is probably one of the most flexible funding sources that we have in the Housing Department because of the various projects that it supports. Neighborhood affordability, displacement, new and rehabilitated affordable housing, addressing blight, excuse me, through vacant property renovation. And it is also the largest funding tool that we have. We prefer that the Housing Trust Fund is used for gap financing as opposed to projects and developers coming in to the Housing Trust Fund as a first ask for their projects. I think it's important to note that there's currently a 64,000 unit shortage in affordable housing in Kansas City. And that is really made up of very low income and extremely low income households. That doesn't include workforce housing. We are guided by a very strong stakeholder and community base. We have an advisory board of housing development experts and community members. When the trust fund is fully seated, when its board is fully seated, we have 9 members. The trust fund was established to address Kansas City's growing affordable housing crisis. It supports the development and preservation of housing at or below 60% AMI. In November 2022, voters approved a $50 million GEO bond, creating the city's largest affordable housing investment funding source. And this slide shows what we have accomplished in the funding rounds that we've had up until this date. There's been $60 million awarded, 3,316 total units, 2,635 of which are affordable. 365 of those units have been completed at this point in time. There's an image there of the Parade Park groundbreaking, which is to date the largest housing trust fund investment that's been made. This is just a list of some of the completed projects that we've seen so far. Forecasting the impact of a $75 million bond, we anticipate that this would support an estimated 3,571 affordable housing units over the next 5 years. The funding rounds would increase from the $12.5 million that we've had up until now to $15 million, permitting deeper subsidy levels and more affordable housing projects per year. And we will be happy to take any questions.
All right, I did want to point out that I believe on ordinance number 260483 with respect to the conventions, the committee substitute would add additional language, well, increase the amount from 75 million to 100 million and add additional language to allow for.
Yep, I can speak to that,
Okay, go ahead,
Madam Chair. The committee substitute that's been circulated to committee would add a $25 million amount to the corpus using an available amount of funding and add the following, which is, and other governmental buildings constructed before 1950. The idea there being that City Hall, and I'd like to ask the Assistant City Manager to speak to it. I regret that there's not a presentation on it, but I believe there's been estimated $90 million in maintenance and other challenges at City Hall itself that continually goes unfunded, and so would love to learn a little bit about how we can address that here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the additional projects that we are contemplating, and we have a lot more needs than this 25 million would support, but they include phase 2 of the HVAC project that has taken us out of this chamber at times, but that would take care of the lower floors, I think 1 through 15. There is water piping infrastructure in the amount of about $10 million. Additional fire alarm and intercom replacements so that we've got all the life safety things ensured that we're meeting those. Windows is a big problem in the building, so exterior window replacement, and then also waterproofing and sealing the envelope. So it's about a total of $51 million in projects that exist right now that have been identified that could be used, this money could be used for.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee on committee substitute for ordinance number 260483 or substitute for ordinance number 260484? Councilman Rea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ACM Queen, I want to talk about the question I had for you in regards to the Housing Trust Fund, GO bond dollars, and the idea that in our search for some sustainable municipal funding source for our homeless programming, would this be the avenue to do so? I think your answer was compelling, but I would just ask that you share your response to that question.
Yes, so the Housing Trust Fund works as a taxable bond issuance because we are creating units of housing, that tangible assets that we can point to. The Housing Gateway program doesn't really provide that. It provides a lot of services. It might provide housing in the form of a homeless shelter or something like that, but it's not as clear to us that it would qualify for what we like to use bond financing for, which is long-lived assets that hopefully go on our balance sheet. They don't always have to, but it's really just not a good use of this authority that the city has in terms of bonding. We just would not recommend that.
Yeah. And I think it's important as we look for some, I think it's important as we look for what that source could be, that we talk about those that would be a good avenue and those that would not. And originally I thought this might be one that we could discuss, but I think your answer is compelling.
Councilman Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the committee substitute for the Housing Trust Fund, it's just for an increase of the 25 million of the corpus, right? Is there additional
There is,
language?
for Housing Trust Fund, there's no change other than the date. And then the conventions, et cetera.
I thought we had a committee substitute to increase it from 75 to 100 million.
75 to 100 million on the conventions and buildings. 75 million stays on the housing. And then the other change is the date of the election.
ACM Queen, do we have the bond leverage to increase the Housing Trust Fund from 75 to 100 million?
There is a total, and the treasurer or the finance director can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a total capacity for a no-tax bond issuance of a total of 200 million.
So it takes
Let's do it.
Yeah, I used to think it was 180. That's why.
Right now, the total is 175 between these committee subs.
Well, I've kind of learned something new, that it's 100 or 200 rather than 180. But I'm kind of going with it. We put 75 million in last time, and so I was going to do 75 million again.
We did 50 million last time, right?
Yeah, but there was 25 million of ARPA that we could have spent in another place, so we capitalized it first with 75 million.
I mean, we have 65,000 units deficit of affordable housing. Why wouldn't we go for gusto, Mr. Mayor?
I'll ask staff kind of, I mean, I guess the proof point that I would ask for is with the extra funding, you've already probably laid out the number of units that you would look to add to that, but does the program become more compelling? I do have a slight concern sometimes as a policy matter of just put in more money in something if I don't know if the performance will be that much better, but maybe it will be. You'll probably say it is, so tell us more about it.
Sure. I mean, we could absolutely create more units with additional funds.
I think the question might be if you can spend the full 20 million in a year. So that would basically take it to $20 million per year for 5 years. And can that actually be distributed and spent? And because we always want to make sure that if we're borrowing, that we're actually spending the money in a timely manner.
We have applications, Housing Trust Fund applications that come in each round that are either not fully funded or don't get funded.
Because of a lack of funds.
And I feel like that's been part of the story every round of funding, is that it's competitive, there's limited funds. I can think of the last couple of rounds, there's been several projects that I think would be a great candidate, but because of the lack of funding, we weren't able to provide support. So I think the question as to whether or not we would have enough demand to spend the money is clear. I think the question is, can we turn that through through staffing and evaluate more projects and make sure we're moving in the right direction?
Right. We would need additional staff.
You would need what?
Additional staff.
I just wanted to make another point, that we would be able to be a little bit more dynamic with the Housing Trust Fund. Right now, we provide about $16,000 per affordable unit, and with a deeper investment in the Housing Trust Fund, we would be able to more deeply subsidize some of the projects that are harder to develop. So I think that it would allow us to have a little bit more flexibility with the projects that we fund that may not be able to pencil out otherwise.
So, go ahead.
One final question. I do support the request and would hope we could put it in the committee sub. The only other question I have is, and I don't think this would be the case, but it wouldn't change how we can present this to voters and place it on the ballot. I think if we are expanding the bond capacity, we can still call it a renewal of tax rather than a new tax. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think what you're getting at is, can we call it a no tax increase bond issue? And yes, because we've given you, that's the maximum capacity. If you said we want to do 225 or 201, we would say no, we'd have to increase taxes to do that for that extra $1 million. So yes, to answer your question.
And I want to go back to what you said about the 5 years and the spending the $20 million each year. To the extent that there is money left over, what is our ability to roll it over to the next year or subsequent years?
It's absolutely possible to do that. We want it to be deployed. It doesn't have to all be deployed in the year one. These are taxable bonds, which have a little bit more flexibility than a tax exempt issuance, where the IRS will come knocking on the door if we don't spend within a certain amount of time. So I think there's flexibility there. My concern was really about what Councilman Rea got to, which was deployment of the money. Can it actually, I know there's need, but can it actually be deployed in the time allotted?
Yeah. And I think I would also ask, we have talked about the possibility of looking at the criteria for the Housing Trust Fund, and should that be expanded to some extent, and would this allow us the possibility to look at different criteria in funding certain projects? And I'm assuming the answer would be yes, but to the extent that that would give us a little bit more leeway to do that, I think I would support it as well.
And I know Councilwoman Patterson has a comment, but yeah, I mean, I think the Housing Trust Fund is controlled entirely by us.
Yes.
So we could pass and we can draft a new ordinance, frankly, to the detriment of, I think, those of us who served before, when we didn't have any safeguards on it, then we just started spending on all these projects real quickly. That's my one concern, Councilman Duncan, to your point sometimes. Not that I necessarily, we all get the need. Something Ms. Owens said actually kind of concerns me, the deeper subsidy. But I don't know if I love the spirit of that. I mean, the whole way this was supposed to work at the beginning, and we'll leave out our private sector partners, philanthropy was going to raise a whole bunch of money. It was going to match with our program. We were going to have a public-private partnership that creates these opportunities. And it's fine to have the taxpayers play pretty heavily in this, but we're still trying to get a lot of volume. And then, point you made a few times, Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley, not just get a density of affordable housing in one part of our city, basically, we're not trying to go back to the housing projects model, I don't think.
No.
And I didn't want to create a program or have us create a program that does that. And so, I mean, I guess that can be fixed by ordinance, but I would want to make sure that we don't find ourselves in that place if we perceive ourselves as flush with cash. You know, would be the-
Go ahead.
I'm going to exercise my privilege as a committee member. And to that point, I think this is worth saying out loud because this is going to be something we're putting before voters, and they're going to know that we have the right processes in place and all that. I have been very, very impressed with the staff and Evan Chiarelli and the work that they do with evaluating these projects. I mean, even projects that I've supported as a council member, and they're objective, they look at the criteria, very, very thoughtful in how they do it. It makes the recommendation, I think, very reliable, even if I want to see a project advance that doesn't. And so I think the way that they've handled the funding so far, and maybe more recently in the last 2 years, gives me a lot of confidence that if we're putting more money into this, it's going to continue to be used that way.
Yeah, great.
Now, what council members do when the ordinance comes before us, that's us.
Councilwoman Patterson has it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not I think that the Housing Trust Fund could stand to be increased $100,000. I don't know if it's necessarily smart to do both of them because we'll approach the maximum, getting to the 200, where we're in territory where we may need to increase taxes. Yeah. But also, I did request some Housing Trust Fund data about a week ago, and there are 3,568 total units, and 1,499 units are only in the 3rd District. And so I think there's some work to do in terms of making certain that affordable housing is available across the city. I think that will require some additional analysis and thoughtfulness. And so it's, one thing to make more dollars available, but if we're not being careful about how we distribute the units, and perhaps the city just perceives that they're supposed to do affordable housing projects in my district, and so they do. And so the concern of deeply subsidizing more housing is a real concern that I hope you guys will be empathetic toward. We need to start moving toward 80% AMI since we've done so much of the 60 and 30 in the 3rd District. And so I would just caution actually the increase because we haven't come up with a plan to diversify housing, and it's having a really immediate impact on the 3rd District and our ability to improve the economy.
Councilman Nugent.
Councilman Patterson-Hasley's point is well taken, and as a representative of the 6th District, which is one of the most least affordable places to live, I will speak for Councilwoman Boo. We absolutely want more affordable housing in the 6th District. We need it. If you work in the 6th District, serving coffee or in some type of service position, it's likely that you can't live in the 6th District, even if you work in the 6th District. You can't live in the Plaza if you work in the Plaza, and that's an issue. So absolutely, I think what we're talking about is what is our policy vision versus how much money do we have at our disposal to implement that. I would say let's move forward with increasing the amount to better implement it, and I would be happy to sponsor an ordinance with you to ensure that we're directing more strategically where we're putting those affordable units.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just want to say it's been very well stated by both of my colleagues, and I've brought this to the attention of this body as well, just the diversity of the affordable housing throughout the city. And I've requested, that to be looked at in my district as well. So I very much am not going to belabor the points, would support the increase in the bond issuance as well, and then having a larger, robust conversation about what that looks like and how we can expand the availability of affordable housing throughout the city.
Mayor, did you?
Yeah, I'll just say this, and happy to make motions on both, although I guess we'll need public comment too. Yeah, I mean, part of how we got to this monetary amount was because I thought we had 180 million available, but we have 200. And there's no financial issue with going up to that level, all right? So that part's good. On the housing question for the day that we actually get to the housing conversation, there's a policy discussion. I will also say, and I have seen some of you do this, the last time, so we had a long discussion when we were last trying to put affordable housing in the Northland in one of our projects, and there's gonna be a lot of like, how do we make sure that we engage the developers and others to be part of that too? Because right now, our current system, which is largely developer-driven, and they submit applications to us, and I'll say this in fairness to the housing department, they get the applications they get, all of those, a lot of them are in certain places, and so I think there'll be work for us to suggest to some that this is a good path to go. But that's all I would have on this, and then I can make committee substitute motions when we're ready.
Okay, let's call for public testimony on, let's do both 260483 and 484. So if you would like to testify on 483 or 484, that's the Housing Trust Fund ordinance for the ballot, or the convention and buildings. Please come forward. Any testimony, Howard?
No one appears by Zoom, and there is no written testimony submitted.
Mayor?
I'll do them separately. Madam Chair, I move the committee substitute for ordinance number 260483. That's the $100 million amount. It adds buildings constructed before 1950. Be reported to the full council with a recommendation of advance and due pass.
It's been moved and seconded. The committee substitute for ordinance number 260483 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes.
Madam Chair, I move the committee substitute for ordinance number 260484 with an additional increase from $75 million to $100 million. Be reported to the full council with a recommendation of advance and due pass.
It's been moved and seconded that committee substitute for ordinance number 260484 increasing to $100 million be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Howard, we will go to the CCED 485.
Committee substitute for ordinance number 260485, calling an election on August 4th, 2026 for the purpose of renewing a 1/8 cent Central City Economic Development sales tax for 10 years, enacting the sales tax contingent upon voter approval, directing the city clerk to provide notice of the election, directing the city clerk to provide notice to the director of revenue if the sales tax question is passed by voters, and recognizing recognizing an accelerated effective date.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor Lucas, Chair Boo, and members of the Finance, Governance, and Public Safety Committee. My name is William Choi, Deputy Director of Finance, and today I'll be presenting on ordinance number 260485, calling for Central City Economic Development Sales Tax Renewal. So I want to start off by providing a brief history of the CCED sales tax. It was originally submitted to voters via ordinance number 160861 for a 1/8 cent sales tax. Purposes of that sales tax were to help with economic development in the area bounded by 9th Street on the north, Gregory Boulevard on the south, Paseo Boulevard on the west, and Indiana Avenue on the east. And these economic development projects will be recommended by the CCED board. On April 4th, 2017, voters approved the initial 10-year CCED sales tax with an approval rating of approximately 60%. And that CCED sales tax is set to expire on September 30th, 2027. So it's desired to submit to voters a renewal of the CCED sales tax for a new 10-year period. So finance isn't normally known for their maps, but we want to provide a map of the CCED area. So as outlined earlier, 9th Street in the north, Gregory Boulevard in the south, Paseo Boulevard in the west, and Indiana Avenue on the east. So to your right here, kind of in this pink outline grid line pattern, this is that CCED area map. So the ballot language that's proposed is outlined here. Shall the city of Kansas City, Missouri be authorized to renew a sales tax authorized by Missouri statute for a period of 10 years at a rate of 1/8 cent, as outlined by the bounded area. And of course, this is set to expire September 30th, 2027. We also want to provide just kind of a brief revenue history for the CCED sales tax. Over the past couple years, it's generated approximately $13 million to about $13.5 million. Over the course of the CCED thus far, it's generated approximately $99 million, and there is still some to be collected here in fiscal year 27, just because it expires in September of this year, or September 2027. And with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the committee?
Here, I may just say briefly, even though there may be support, just for a little bit of background, because I don't sleep, and so was looking at outcomes from before. This came to us in 2017. There was a package, and actually we have Joni Wickham here, who probably remembers it all well. There was a package of 5 questions on that ballot, 3 GO bond questions, the Central City Economic Development Sales Tax, and a marijuana decriminalization question on the ballot. So it's not unheard of that we've had a large number of items as we would have this time. That CCED first time passed 52% yes in the public. Our hope certainly would be with the staff, some of whom just left the room, who've been in the housing space, and others, that they could share with us some of the effectiveness that we've had on this program over the last decade. So we'll have a good mission to share. August ballot for the same reason we articulated before.
All right. Are there any other questions from the committee? Is there any public testimony for ordinance, or a committee substitute for ordinance number 260485?
No, appears by Zoom, and there's no written testimony submitted for this one.
Right, and the committee substitute, again, just changes this to the August date. All right, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that ordinance number 260485 be reported to the full council with a recommendation of advance due pass.
It's been moved and seconded that committee substitute for ordinance number 260485 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. We'll hear it on Thursday. All right.
260481, providing for submission to the qualified voters of the city for their approval at an election called on August 4th, 2026, the question of authorizing the issuance of sanitary sewer revenue bonds of the city in a principal amount of $750 million for the purpose of rehabilitating, improving, and extending the sanitary sewer system of Kansas City, including acquiring necessary land and rights-of-way in order to provide for its continuing operation and to maintain compliance with federal, state, and judicial requirements, directing the city clerk to notify the responsible election authorities of this election, declaring the city's intention to set rates, declaring the city's intention to reimburse itself from revenue bond proceeds for bond-related expenditures, recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date and establishing the effective date for voter authorization.
Madam Chair.
I was going to ask Howard to go ahead and read the other ordinance as well. I know that was a lot, but
Yes, ma'am. 26042, providing for submission to the qualified voters of the city of Kansas City, of the city for their approval at an election called on August 4th, 2026. The question of authorizing the issuance of waterworks revenue bonds of the city in the principal amount of $750 million for the purpose of rehabilitating, improving, and extending the waterworks system of the city, including acquiring necessary land and rights of way in order to provide for the continuing operation and to maintain compliance with federal, state, and judicial requirements, directing the city clerk to notify the responsible election authorities of this election, declaring the city's intention to set rates, declaring the city's intention to reimburse itself from revenue bond proceeds for bond-related expenditures, recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date and establishing an effective date for voter authorization.
and I'm going to jump in because I'm guessing this is what the mayor was going to say. I think we've heard part of this, the water part of it, because we had discussed this. If you would give kind of a brief highlight of this, I think now you're here not only for a water bond, but a sewer bond. So if you can give the highlights on the water and the highlights on the sewer, and then we'll take that up. Is that what you're going to say, Mayor?
That's exactly right.
I can read his mind.
So everybody waiting. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Good morning, Phil Codewall, Water Services. With me today is Hugh Wood and also Water Services. Yeah. So before I get started, though.
And tell us who you are.
Yeah,
Hugh.
I'm sorry. Hugh Wooden, financial analyst, KC Water. Can you go back to the first slide, please? Before I get started, the last time water bond authorization was on the ballot was April 2014, and it was the only item on the ballot. And the last time sewer revenue bond authorization was on the ballot was April of 2022, and it was the only item on the ballot at that time as well. So we've never done this before, at least in recent history, with other items on the ballot. So keep that in mind as you're listening to this. Okay, so these two ordinances are requesting to put $750 million of water revenue bond authorization on the ballot and $750 million of sewer revenue authorization on the ballot. The deadline to be on the ballot is Tuesday, May 26th, the day after Memorial Day. The benefits of revenue bond authorization for the utilities, basically, the last time we were here, we were going through the reasons why the utilities need to have revenue bond authorization as a financing tool. We're back here today to go through this again and ask for your approval to advance these ordinances for a full vote on Thursday. And to refresh everyone, let me start by saying that we are requesting in these ballot initiatives are to continue to use these as a financing tool we have used for decades. So this is the beginning of the capital planning process essentially for us. Revenue bond financing is a way to keep water and sewer rates manageable rather than use cash to finance capital projects. By using revenue bonds, we can spread capital costs out over many years. However, in order to use this financing tool, authorization to do so requires approval from the voters. If approved, there are several benefits that will be realized from issuing revenue bond authorization. Most important, it will enable us to utilize the state's revolving clean water fund and the state's revolving drinking water fund. These loan programs allow the utilities to take advantage of significantly subsidized loan rates from the Missouri DNR for large-scale projects. This is especially important in an environment of rising interest rates that we're currently in. Bond authorization approval by voters also signifies to our bondholders that we can continue to meet our obligations as a utility, as well as access the lowest cost of capital possible in the debt markets. So what happens if we don't put water and sewer revenue bond authorization on the ballot, or if we do put it on the ballot and it doesn't pass? When existing authorization runs out, we would be forced into a situation where we would have to seek out capital at a higher cost in order to complete future capital projects for the utilities. We would have to use appropriation debt most likely and more cash financing, resulting in higher interest costs to the utilities, but also higher rate increases to our ratepayers. We would not be able to utilize the SRF financing through the state, the lowest cost of financing available for water and sewer utilities in Missouri, since this program requires utilities to have voter-approved bond authorization. We would see decreases in our debt service coverage ratio, which could result in a downgrade of our existing debt and potentially an increase in our overall debt service and interest costs. The bottom line is, not having revenue bond authorization for the utilities would send a negative message to the municipal debt markets and our bondholders that the utilities are not managing their balance sheet in a fiscally responsible manner by not pursuing the tools that give us the lowest cost form of debt financing. The good news is we've always had high voter approval for revenue bond authorization for the utilities. For the water utility, the last time we asked for revenue bond authorization was April of 2014. We requested $500 million and it passed with 79% voter approval. We've issued 6 bonds against that authorization, the last one being almost 2 years ago in March of 2025 for roughly $145 million. And we currently only have $15 million in remaining authorization. And that is why we need to get water revenue bond authorization on the ballot very soon. On the wastewater side, we asked voters for $750 million in April of 2022, and it also passed with 79% approval. We've issued 2 revenue bonds against that authorization and currently have $554 million left in sewer bond authorization. However, we have plans in the works right now to pursue 3 SRF loans through DNR for large-scale projects, which will quickly eat up most of that remaining authorization. To give you an understanding of why we are asking for $750 million in water revenue bond authorization, our current capital plan projections show over $1 billion in water utility capital projects over the next 5 years. Revenue bond authorization is the financing tool that enables management to maintain appropriate leverage on the balance sheet of each utility with level rate increases over time. Just to be clear, $750 million in authorization will not be issued all at once. It will be issued over several years, several bonds, like I showed on the previous slide. As we always do, each bond issuance will come to council for approval, along with the projects that bond proceeds will be spent on. Furthermore, each project within each bond issue will come to council for review and approval, just like the current process allows for. Voter-approved authorization is just the first step in the capital planning process. This slide gives you a quick view of the next 5 years of CIP for the sewer utility. It's obviously a lot more because we're under a consent decree. Our capital plan projections for the sewer utility show approximately $1.7 billion in projects over the next 5 years, mainly driven by OCP, the consent decree that Kansas City, as well as several other cities across the country, are under. In an effort to be most efficient for our ratepayers, we do plan to take advantage of the DNR's SRF program for several large-scale and large dollar sewer capital projects. This is the proposed ballot language for the proposed water revenue bond authorization. Again, we're seeking to be on the ballot on August 4th, which means this needs to get approved quickly and notify the election boards by May 26th next week, a week from today. And this is the revenue bond, or the ballot language for the sewer revenue bond authorization. Same thing, needs to be on the ballot August 4th. This is our timeline. So I had a first read last week. Now we're in front of committee. Hopefully in 2 days, you all will vote on this and approve it with the accelerated language. And we'll meet the deadline, and then we'll spend the next 2 months going around to community groups to educate them on both of these ballot initiatives and hopefully get passage on August 4th. And with that, that's all I have. I'll entertain any questions.
All right, are there any questions from the committee? Councilman Duncan.
So you're telling us we need to pass this today? Yes. Okay.
Well,
yes. Just wanted to make sure.
Right. Is there any public testimony for ordinance number 260481 or ordinance number 260482?
No written testimony submitted, and no one appears by Zone 2.
Quick question for you, to the extent that there are questions from the voters on what impact, if any, does this have on rates? What is the answer?
The answer is it helps us keep rates at level rate increases like we've been doing. And if you look at our long-term financial plan, we take into account our ability to continue to issue debt in future years for future capital projects, but also be very judicious in how we're managing the leverage on our balance sheet between debt and cash.
So rates may increase, as is the natural plan from what
Correct.
Water Services has. However, this is not for someone to be concerned that it actually has the effect of increasing rates any more rapidly or anything of that sort.
Correct. I will say this, though. If this does not pass, we will have to pursue very high forms of cost of capital. So just to give you an example, the difference between pursuing an SRF loan for $100 million and using appropriation debt in this current rate environment that we're in would be about $70 million in incremental interest.
Understood.
In which case we would have to ask for significant rate increases above the ones we've been asking for year after year.
Understood. Thank you. And very good presentation, although I will note that you scare me even more than Tammy Queen.
I don't know about that.
Madam Chair, I move that ordinance 260481 be reported advance and due pass to the full council.
Been moved and seconded that ordinance number 260481 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass.
We all say aye.
Oh, all those in favor, please say aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Sorry, I forgot the second half. Go ahead, Mayor.
Madam Chair, I move that ordinance 260482 be reported advance and due pass to the full council.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that ordinance number 260482 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. I was thinking ahead.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We'll hear
Appreciate
on
it.
Thursday.
Thank you.
443, rezoning an area of about 23.5 acres generally located at 4710 Jefferson Street from District B4-5 to District MPD, and approving the development plan to allow for maintenance and redevelopment of the Country Club Plaza.
Great.
46.
486 and read all three of them, please.
Yes, ma'am. 260486, amending the Plaza Bowl overlay, which was created by committee substitute for ordinance number 190100 and amended by ordinance number 220729, and which establishes use and height regulations for the area generally located on the south and north sides of West 47th Street, between Madison Avenue on the west and Mill Creek Parkway on the east, in order to remove two parcels generally located on the east side of Wyandotte Street and between West 46th Terrace on the north and West 47th Street on the south from the overlay district. 260445, vacating the sidewalk right-of-way in proposed district MPD, generally located within the area known as the Country Club Plaza, and directing the city clerk to record certain documents.
Right, Ms. Copeland, let's set aside the vacation for a while. Let's start with the MPD plan, and if you will give us an update and talk about the new ordinance and how that interplays with the MPD. So let's start there, I think, and whatever else information you have for us.
Sure. So first, just a reminder, there is not yet a committee sub before you all.
Right.
So since we last presented this to you last Tuesday, we have had several conversations with the Plaza development team about what was contained in the design guidelines and the conditions and deviations in the introduced ordinance. And they have shared with staff an updated version of their design guidelines document. And we've had a lot of discussion about how perhaps the conditions and the deviations could be revised. So I think that you have a couple of proposed committee subs that might be shared with you. One, we would note that there does need to be a correction in the legal descriptions there was a parcel that was included erroneously. We've discussed quite a bit revising things to remove references to digital signage in the plaza. We've had some discussion in the design guidelines about adding some additional design guideline language for taller buildings. And they have also proposed some revised language to make the design guidelines, I would say stronger in general, more, striking the word consider and using language like use and utilize. We've had some discussion about changes to the deviations related to our update to the parking ordinance, and just some clarity around what is required for both vehicle parking and for bicycle parking. And then we've also discussed changes to a salvage plan for Block F. If that were to be redeveloped, that's the old Sears building where the theater used to be. And changes related to, I'm leaving something out, Dustin, but now I don't see where it is in my notes. And some other changes regarding doing a inventory of items that aren't attached to a building, so fountains, public art, sculptures, and noting that if any changes were to be made, that there has to be a plan submitted about how those items would be preserved. I think that would be another notable a change that we've discussed. So I'm happy to answer any questions or dive further into any of those details. I'd also be happy at this point to discuss the ordinance 26486 regarding the Plaza Bowl overlay, if you...
Yes, why don't you go ahead and do that? Because I think there's some questions about why this was introduced and what role that has in the overall NPD plan.
Sure. So ordinance 26486 that was introduced last week and is before you for the first time today, would it be an amendment to the Plaza Bowl overlay? This was discussed before CPC with the original MPD. Again, here's the site in the Midtown area of the city. And you all are familiar with the area that's included in the MPD plan. I would note that there are two parcels here at the corner of Wyandotte and West 47th Street that are not owned by the General Plaza ownership. They're owned by Commerce Bank, and they are located within the Plaza Bowl overlay. So this map shows you in blue the area that is defined by the zoning ordinance as being part of the Country Club Plaza. That's in blue. And then in orange is the area that's governed by the Plaza Bowl overlay, which was adopted as ordinance 190100. And so these two parcels are in that area. We had discussed as part of this an amendment to the Plaza Bowl to take those out. And after some additional discussions decided that would be cleaner as a separate ordinance rather than being included in the MPD rezoning. One of the plan sheets that's included in the MPD does show these two parcels in green with the cross-hatched is being removed from the Plaza Bowl overlay. This is important for two reasons, as we're concerned about conflicts between an adopted MPD and the overlay. One would be in terms of height. The Plaza Bowl overlay does establish lower height limits for those two, but also in terms of permitted uses. There are some differences between the uses that are permitted or permitted with an special use permit or prohibited in the Plaza Bowl overlay and what's being proposed in this MPD. And I've summarized a few of them here in this slide. We feel that making this change will provide some clarity to staff and the developer in the future, and that's why we're showing this as a separate ordinance. And again, this came before City Plan Commission with the MPD in general, and they did recommend approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
And just to be clear, those two parcels, while not owned by the group, are included in the MPD plan.
Yes, they are.
And I think that was the offer. I think there was some discussion last week about what the applicant or the owner's suggested committee substitute or suggested changes included removing those two parcels from the overlay, but the suggestion of staff was to have that as a separate ordinance so it would be cleaner, because there's a map that says those parcels, and if you go back to the slide number 4, if you will, the area in blue is a separate, it has separate rules governing it than the parcels in orange.
Yes.
So I think that is, in my mind, that is why dealing with it separately. It's very complicated. It took me a while and a few maps to go through the process, because we have different ordinances, different places in which the restrictions are included. Some are in the code, some are in ordinances. So I just wanted to make it clear for everyone, because I know there are some questions and why we're doing this. Councilman Duncan.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have failed to communicate to the clerk, but I would like to be added as a co-sponsor for 260486.
So for those in the audience, this is a new ordinance. We will take testimony in a bit on the sole issue of removal from these two parcels from the overlay district. I would ask that you confine your testimony specifically to whether or not to exclude these two parcels from the Plaza Bowl overlay district. But I think we should go back to the original kind of overarching topic of the MPD ordinance and the kind of the questions that we have, and I think that you mentioned, Ms. Copeland, of the possibility of some committee substitutes, which I think that have been suggested, and there's some that have been agreed to from the owner's side, and how we proceed with them. And perhaps, I think from ease of discussion from the council, because we will not take additional testimony on the MPD. I think we have taken significant testimony on that. We received substantial email testimony, which I think has all been attached to the clerk's website, is kind of walking through each of those and preparing a committee substitute at this point. So if I think we should start with each of those items and have that discussion. I think the one item you mentioned, which was probably non-controversial, is the removal of the parcel that is not adjacent to the plaza. I think it's actually in the Waldo area. I believe that is a property owned by the owners of the plaza, it is used as a storage or maintenance
Maintenance shop.
facility.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that is something, unless anyone has objection, we will remove that from the MPD plan. The second question would be perhaps the loading and unloading spaces. Is that the next one? Or, Sarah, do you want to walk us through?
From the introduced ordinance, staff would suggest that condition number 3 could be struck. It's no longer needed because of the updated parking ordinance.
Right. Oh, I
We
see
would
that.
suggest striking condition number 6 because that would be addressed by a couple of deviations that the applicant has requested. That's with regards to loading and unloading in the right-of-way. We don't actually have City Plan Commission was supportive of this approval to allow them to use the right-of-way for loading and unloading. That's something that happens now. It's just that we can address that with a deviation because those are standards contained in the ordinance.
Let me stop you there. Dustin, do you have the presentation that you have your list of requests available? I'm just wondering if there's a way that we could put some of these up on the screen.
If you'll give me just a minute, let me pull my laptop up and see if I have a presentation that may help facilitate this really
Okay.
quickly, Councilwoman.
All right. Go ahead and I think we can, I don't want to take up too much time, but I know we had that last week.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to nail down where we are, I know that, on Friday, we had a conversation, and you had prepared 10 major points that we wanted to ensure were included in a committee substitute. From what I understood, Sarah had spoken with, I believe it was Chris, on Friday. There's been additional documents flying, I think, as early as this morning. I would love for us to nail down where the gaps are between the 10 points that we had agreed to. Mayor's staff was in that meeting as well, and where the Plaza folks are, to see if we can get something out today.
Looking for that list of 10 items, unless
I
you have
think
them.
I could go, I think go ahead.
Well, if I may, yeah, just for clarity for those of us who aren't quite as involved, I mean, does city planning and development have its own, if you were to draft a committee substitute, have a version of that? Have the Plaza, has the applicant seen, or at least, do you have an understanding for what are the proposals of city planning and development?
I believe that we have a spirit of probably where staff is. I have not seen verbatim what they may have drafted. We had an extremely productive meeting Friday and have had additional conversations. So I think holistically, we're probably on the same page, if not on the same verse. But I have not seen final language. I'm happy to step through that in real time and hammer this out today.
Because my thought might be, if there is a committee substitute that would be worthy of our review, and perhaps you have sent it, but if that could be circulated to the committee in the form, I'll make it mine, since, thank you for following the rules, that we do the committee subs. Sometimes people forget that. But I'd be happy to circulate this as a potential committee substitute that I will introduce, and then to the councilman's point, perhaps that's the subject of our discussion, where both the applicant and others that we have heard from have a chance to inform our viewpoints. So, can you?
Yes, and we can send it right now. That's actually
Oh, that's what you're reading off of.
We were working from,
I had
so
a
I think
hunch.
it's, yeah, I think if we can, let me see, I will send it right now. But I think kind of highlighting the big points of this, so those in the audience will know as well. But I think the parking and loading, having a salvage plan with respect to Block F, which is the Sears building, or
Yes, ma'am.
Sears block. within, I can't talk and send an email at the same time, so, Jonathan, do you have it?
I will pull it up.
I think another large one, while you're pulling that up, if you don't mind,
Okay.
Chairwoman, was the removal of digital signage throughout the plaza. So that was something we had a great discussion with staff on Friday. We've agreed to remove digital signage as a provision. Just hitting some highlights here while you guys pull up those documents. We also had some conversation and some refinement related to monument sign locations. So that would be kind of monument signs in the right-of-way, really focused on visibility triangles and really kind of tightening that up. We also, Sarah mentioned this, but I think it's important to highlight any new multifamily development would be required to provide long-term bike parking as required by city code, which we think is important and was our intention. So some of this was just ensuring that everybody's intention was captured through the deviations and or the design guidelines. Speaking to the design guidelines, as Sarah mentioned, we did spend a significant amount of work tightening up that language, removing the word consider and adding stronger language in there like utilization or use. We also added a section related to buildings that could be greater than 8 stories, putting additional design controls there within the design guidelines. So I think that kind of at a high level is a few to kind of help as you look through your email there or send it out to the rest of the committee. Time, Phil?
Yes, thank you. So it was the salvage plan, shade study. I don't think we've touched on the council appeal provisions within the original master plan development, which would essentially provide an additional appeal to council from any CPC decision. And then the phasing, I think there is additional phasing plan for this. And then thank you for touching on the design guidelines. I can't stress enough that the design guidelines, given the community's concern regarding height, are paramount. And parking, signs, which you touched on, fencing, and that's the bulk of it.
Yeah. And I think the question on fencing, I don't think that has been addressed. I think it was just a question. There was a condition that the deviation to allow 6-foot fence in the front and side yard. Can you just comment about why that is necessary? And this was more of a question, and it was unclear to me why that was necessary.
Yep. I'll do my best here. So I think our concern as it exists today, and I'll use some examples kind of closer to Brush Creek and Ward Parkway. We have some existing building, or a lot of existing buildings out there today that have trash compactors and dumpsters. As I read the existing code related to fencing and screening, those are probably not in compliance today. And so we have a little heartburn as we begin to do renovation and redevelopment, that the ability to screen a trash compactor might require a fence greater than 4 feet, and I think that would be in the side yard, because the way I interpret the code as it exists today, the side yard, some of those dumpsters and facilities would be within there. So we would want a fence potentially greater than 4 feet there. So that's our concern. I don't think this is a major sticking point, Chairwoman, but that's our perspective as we sit today.
Okay. And that, I think in the committee substitute, that deviation was left in there in number, what the committee substitute in C8 was allowed. So it's more relating to fencing and screening as opposed to putting a full fence around a building.
Absolutely. Our intention here, and if there's a language cleanup, I'm open to it. Our intention is not related to security fencing or fencing off any portion thereof. It's more of a screening.
So I think, looking at the committee substitute that is being proposed by CPC staff, or not CPC staff, but planning department staff, I think the only Ms. Copeland, on C11,
put it at the top of your inbox.
For a deviation in the height on Block 9, or Block D, I'm sorry.
So if you remove those two parcels from the Plaza Bowl overlay, that deviation is not needed.
Okay. All right. So apart from what is being discussed so far, are there other deviations that you are seeking than what we've talked about?
I don't believe so.
And you're not seeking the appeal from the plan commission? Okay.
We are fine striking that deviation.
Are there any other questions?
Okay.
Right. So, Mr. Bond, you good? All right.
The committee substitute would reflect what I guess we've now circulated. You can call it the mayor's committee substitute to make it easier for council, which would reflect entirely the city planning and development department committee substitute.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask one clarifying question? We had a kind of last minute discussion about signage.
But
Sarah,
signage?
yes, that I don't think was included in what I first received, but maybe you've updated that in the draft that you sent to the mayor.
I have not.
Outdoor
maybe this is
advertising?
A point of just procedure. Should I email this to the committee?
I think this committee said, I think we have. Okay. Councilman Duncan has. So this, the red line that shows all what is being proposed by planning staff, the deviations, has been emailed.
It does include the additional deviation that you and I discussed this morning with regards to signage.
Okay. So I'm going to call for public testimony for ordinance number 260486. This is relating to the removal of the two parcels from the Plaza Bowl overlay. I have 3 cards. I'm just going to call each of them. Ethan Starr, Vicki Notice, and Amelia McIntyre, if you will just go ahead and come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Vicki Notice. I live at 14 East 55th Terrace, and I'm speaking on behalf of the organizations and the neighborhood coalition that's had concerns about the MPD. Our concern today, well, one, apparently you guys had a meeting Friday that hashed out a bunch of details. We've been asking questions since Friday and haven't received any answers about them, so excuse us if we're behind the 8 ball here. I don't think there's any reason to take these 2 parcels out of the overlay to accomplish what you want to do. For the same reason we didn't take the entire MPD out of the overlay. When we talked to the Gillen Group early on last year, the year before, about the benefits of staying in the overlay, which are as important to them as anybody else who is around it, is that it protects you from unwanted uses if you go back to B45. B45 is a horrible zoning category, which we've been trying to get rid of for years. And the only way we've been able to do that is with an overlay. If these 2 parcels ever revert back to B45, everybody's in trouble because of the uses that are allowed. You don't get anything, you can build stuff without even coming to the city at all, just go get a building permit for some of this stuff, which includes some of the uses that are excluded. So it seems to me like the best thing to do is treat this like we did in the first ordinance with the MPD. Don't rezone it from B45 because it's not B45. Rezone it from the overlay with whatever it is you want in there, the same way you did as the MPD, because any parcels that come out of the overlay, you're gonna see a domino effect of everybody else who wants out of the overlay. When it was first discussed and first passed, most of the property owners, which are the orange ones, there are multiple property owners in there, which is why it was done after the first one, which was all owned by Highwoods at the time, is that they all said, well, we'll agree to this, we'll come into this as long as everybody stays in this, because if somebody else wants out, then we want out. That's gonna create huge problems in the future for everybody, and including the Gillen Group. So my request is that if you're going to do a separate substitute, committee substitute for this, that you change it to not get rid of the overlay, just amend the overlay the same way you're amending the first one, so that that's more consistent than taking this out of the overlay entirely, which I'm still not sure why we're doing that, but
Thank you.
please consider not taking it out of the overlay. Thank you.
Ilya McIntyre. In this context, I'm representing both Plaza Westport and Parkway Towers, as both were very much involved in the passage of Ordinance 19-0100. That was very involved, and it took a lot of collaboration with those owners along the north. We are very concerned about the precedent that this will set for others to come in. So suddenly we have a height war going on to the detriment of everyone else who's already invested in their homes, in their businesses along that perimeter. Building an ability to rely on what zoning is in place is important. What I just heard, and we've not had the benefit of seeing the committee sub, so we're fencing in the dark. But what I heard is that the deviation imposing a height limit was no longer necessary. Why is that? Does it revert to B45 at some point, which is unlimited height? That is very concerning to us. That was the purpose of Ordinance 19-0100, not passed all that long ago, and it was very important and engaged many people in the community. We fear that that is being overlooked, that public engagement, to keep those buildings. And when you do this, you know the next people are going to be asking, is David Block for the Plaza Medical Building that's got the murals on it at 4620 Mill Creek Parkway, another height. It's going to be other owners, and you've started a war of height. 19-0100 was to do a plan to be implemented and honored, and that put a height on Site D that's being ignored. Thank you.
Ethan Starr from Historic Kansas City. I'll speak very briefly just to the buildings affected by this ordinance. Completed between 1923 and 1924, the set of buildings we see along 47th Street, Wyandotte, Mill Creek Parkway. This established the original nucleus of the plaza. The adjacent Tower and Wolferman's buildings, that's a Commerce Bank building along 47th Street in Wyandotte, the latter serving as home to commerce for many decades, were among the first buildings of the plaza. Our interpretation over the last decade here has been that the 45-foot height limit has protected these buildings from demolition. That's all there is, essentially, in terms of zoning protections that disincentivize demolition. That would be going away if this rezoning were to go through. The related MPD plan proposes, of course, a height of 178 feet for this block, while demarcating a boundary of only 20 feet behind these historic storefronts, the exterior storefronts, at which construction of a tower could reach that full height. The narrow buffer here comes from the character contributing designation created by the applicants, which proposes, the proposal extends to a few buildings on this block, but notably excludes both of the Wyandotte-facing exterior facades of the two buildings subject to the rezoning. This is a mistake which city planning staff recommendations sought to remedy months ago, and which should be addressed in a committee substitute. All plaza buildings, we believe, over a century in age are worthy of the character contributing status and should be granted it. These buildings are over 75 feet in depth at even their narrowest point, and there's nothing in the MPD associated with this rezoning that would stop the demolition of the vast majority of the building footprint. It's our view that at least the first 45 feet toward the street front of these buildings should be left off limits to demolition, And otherwise, we're putting ourselves at risk of a facade-ectomy. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Howard, there's no one online, is there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I will bring these two items back to committee. We'll hold off on the vacation. Councilman Duncan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to address the concerns raised regarding height. You know, we've had a lot of discussions about the future of the plaza, the history of the plaza, and where we want to see the plaza to go. We've had a lot of conversations. There's been a lot of debate at the Port Authority and other places regarding, you know, incentives. I believe that, you know, by ensuring that, you know, we have established strong design guidelines in this master plan development, that the character of the plaza will be maintained. Councilman Boo and I traveled to Dallas. We visited Highland Park and saw the great care that you all have taken care of in that development. And I trust that with these design guidelines established within this master plan development, that care will continue regardless of how high the buildings are. Additionally, I believe that the plaza is one of the most densely populated places in Kansas City other than downtown. I think that it can handle the density. I think it will be good for the plaza. And I think when we think about the future incentive requests, that brings some of that down to earth, provides better pay for our teachers, that provides better protections for our libraries, and protects our tax and jurisdictions and our children. And so for those reasons, I support additional height on the plaza. And I want to make that clear.
All right. Are you ready for motions?
Let me check one thing.
Councilman Bunch.
Councilman Bunch, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I stepped in midway through the presentation here, and I was trying to figure out where we are with kind of maybe what Councilman Duncan just mentioned. Is this committee substitute envisioning increasing the height, or what exactly are we? Because I share some of the same thoughts. Is that, you know, on one hand, we're really trying to balance historic preservation, preservation of place, architectural character, balancing that with the need to increase housing density, increase housing options. We need to build more housing, period. That's a policy goal of this body's, and perhaps which one outweighs. I think that's what this committee is really charged with here. But then the other part of that, as Councilman Duncan mentioned, was that you get a higher economy of scale with density in so many ways, but particularly in this case, potentially, as we've discussed in the past, potentially on the overall value of the incentive request. And how much can that come down with added density? I think that's still a question that needs to be answered, one that I've asked and would appreciate more clarity on. But I think when we're talking about the balance between these two things, I think Councilman Duncan is absolutely right that there are design guidelines in place and already protections on essentially all of the plaza and from demolition, with maybe some exceptions as was discussed previously. In the end, are we preserving buildings, or are we preserving a view? And I think that if we're talking about preserving a view, then I'm always going to lean in the direction of adding density, in this case, adding some height, because it does two things. It's more efficient delivery of services for the rest of the city, including reduction of potentially the incentive requests, and two, it adds more housing into the market here. And I'm sorry, but we have to rethink what the plaza looks like. I know that everyone agrees to that, but when we constantly, and I say all these things as a former representative of this used to be in the 4th District, and so I hope I'm not stepping on toes of the 6th District, but we have to diversify the quote-unquote portfolio of land uses because we hear all the time about how the Plaza retail environment period, is struggling. The way that we address that is by adding more rooftops, in this case, more people, and to help balance out that portfolio a bit. So I know that that is a tough balancing act, but in the end, we've got to add more housing to the city, and we've got to diversify the land uses and the building types and the housing types in this district in order for it to continue to thrive. I would argue in order for it to survive, not just thrive. So I'll just leave it at that.
May I clarify something about the committee sub? So their submitted plan sheets show the developers' requested heights for each block. If you, and the committee sub removes the deviation about the plausible overlay, if you're going to take those two parcels out, if City Plan Commission recommended lowering heights on 2 blocks, and that is a condition that's still in the committee sub, if you wanted to go with the heights requested by the developer, you would want to remove condition 12B from the committee substitute. That was the recommendation from CPC.
Understood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a chance to see Highland Park last year, I think it was, and one of the things that really stuck out to me was a, 6 or 7 story building. You might remember which building I'm talking about, that you used as an example to explain how good design can make sure height is not overbearing or overwhelming, and it was dimensional, it kind of stair-stepped up. If you were standing at the base of the building, it did not feel like you were under a big, large building. When you stepped away, it was much larger than you realized, but still done in a way that did not seem overbearing. I guess 2-part question. One, is that similar approach your intent with the kind of height you want to build into these locations on the plaza?
Yes, so to answer your question there, I think that is a very good example that you saw in person of a project we've completed previously. As it relates here, we firmly believe that the experience within the street, so really the first 30 feet, is very important. And so you'll see within the design guidelines, there's a chart that is established as setbacks and stepbacks throughout the plaza for any vertical development. It also creates buffer zones around existing vertical towers and cupolas, those type vertical elements that are so important to the plaza today. So we believe that that sets kind of the bare minimum standard, so to speak, right, those guardrails. And then also we've created in the design guidelines and as part of the MPD, FAR regulations as well that will begin to allow our designers some flexibility, right? It's not highly prescriptive, but it again sets those kind of design parameters around that. So we ensure that we create buildings that I always say, we don't want a building that just fell out of the sky or fell off a piece of paper that's not contextual and that does not interfere or interrupt the experience that exists today. So we think that we've crafted through the design guidelines and through a lot of work with staff and other consultants, those guardrails and guidelines that mold the final design.
Okay, and that was my second question for staff, was if that is included in the guidelines. Sounds like it is. So.
Yes, they've added tall building section to the design guidelines, and the plan sheets note that the floor area ratio, maximum floor area ratio for this entire area would be 6.
Got it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd offer a motion to you. I think the only thing that I would add to this is, although I did serve on the Board of Zoning Adjustment for a while, 4 years, and then the predecessor to the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee, I don't pretend to know everything, and I have not been at all the meetings, so I put a lot of faith first in our City Planning Commission, City Planning and Development, and then certainly my colleagues for the district, as we did in 2019 with the passage of a prior ordinance, and as I'll do this time. So I'll make a following motion to advance and do pass recommendation committee substitute for ordinance 260443 with the following additional modifications. Removal of section 12B from the staff committee substitute, which is actually the mayor's committee substitute. And then I would add a $5,000 appropriation to ensure communication and notice of changes pursuant to the ordinance. That'd be the committee substitute.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that committee substitute for ordinance number 443 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and do pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. We will now take up the removal, the next ordinance before we do the vacation.
So we'll do the first one,
Yes, that would be,
486.
I lost my agenda.
486.
Yes,
In the overlay.
yes.
Madam Chair, there's no committee substitute
There's no
to
committee
this
substitute
item.
for this.
And let me just check real quick. I would move a recommendation of advance and do pass item 260486 to the full council.
Second.
Moved and seconded that ordinance number 260486 be reported out of council, committee with recommendation of advance and do pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Now, let's go to the vacation ordinance. Councilman Ray, I know you had some questions. Do you want to,
I did.
I don't want to put you on the
Pose up.
spot, but you did last time.
I'll pose the question to who's in best position to answer it. Probably an attorney of some sort. Any one of us, maybe legal. My question's about implications for the First Amendment and what the vacation would mean. I know that there are items that the CPC required in regard to 24/7 pedestrian access, but it doesn't really get at the conduct while accessing the sidewalk, whether it's protesting, reporting, standing on the corner like the folks that preach. And so if this is going to become privatized, then those rights are applied in a different way. And I know that there is a code of conduct. I know that it has to be listed publicly, but I am concerned about taking space that has all the protections of the First Amendment and changing that. No matter what the intent might be in a code of conduct or what might be spelled out in a code of conduct, which I don't know is legally binding, sure isn't as ironclad as constitutional rights. And so I guess maybe my question initially is for legal, when we vacate sidewalks, how does the First Amendment apply or not apply moving forward? And then I think my follow-up question will be for you all and how you will exercise whatever changes there are.
Sarah Baxter's looking at me, so I'll ask her to back me up here.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to take. So, I mean, if it's vacated, it's private property, right? So it's no longer going to be a traditional public forum like it would be as a sidewalk. We do have some conditions in the ordinance, one of which includes their code of conduct. We also have, obviously, the provisions about 24/7 access, but there isn't anything that addresses protests or, you know, whether that would be allowed. I think their code of conduct, it's not attached. It's pretty general. I would interpret that to give them the right to prohibit that conduct if it became disruptive. Is somebody able? Yeah, somebody's putting it on the screen. That sort of thing. So it is different. It's not, it wouldn't be considered a traditional public forum anymore for First Amendment purposes.
Correct, okay. And what can you tell us about the enforceability of the code of conduct?
Well, I mean, if,
Let me put it this way, both their ability to enforce it and our ability to ensure that it is not being enforced in a discriminatory manner.
so I would say they would have the ability to enforce this because it would be private property. In terms of our ability to, there's a general section in the easement, which we're still negotiating, which addresses a breach. And so if we believed that they were being, too stringent with that, we could pursue perhaps an injunction to try to resolve that. I mean, the first step would be to give them notice under the easement as they drafted it, but if we were not able to come to a consensus, I think that would ultimately be the remedy for that.
And as I'm looking through the list here, just about every one of these seems to correlate with something already included in our code that would make any of this activity already prohibited or criminal. And so what is the vacation in this code of conduct give you that you would not already be able to rely on that's in our code that you could call the police for?
May I hazard a brief answer, because this came up in Westport. Same side, opposite sides of the same coin. The Second Amendment concern is the one that I would have some sort of issue with, and the carrying of firearms and others on the property, if it remains our traditional, not just only a public forum, but public space, certain abilities to control carrying in certain spaces and to enforce the possession of firearms and the types of carry would be rather different, i.e. they just can, as compared to private property owners having something different. I think I've raised it once before in some discussion. That's my primary concern.
Well, the way that Westport enforces that for the most part is through metal detectors and checkpoints. And I know there's something in here, and I hear you, I know there's something in here that says you're not doing that stuff, so that's great. How do you otherwise, how do you enforce, Second Amendment in that situation, or the possession of a firearm where it's not allowed? And I suppose it gives you some power after the fact if someone has a gun where they're not supposed to in your prosecution, but not necessarily preventative if you're not doing anything to ensure it's being complied with. And so I hear you that it would be great to make an area where that prohibition exists, but it doesn't really give you any proactive power unless you're doing something to screen people.
I would argue that if you actually see the weapon, as does happen in these districts and areas, you would be able to ask the person, much like inside any other type of property where you don't have metal detectors up front, right? And we have many buildings like that in this city, right? You can't ask the person to leave. That establishes your trespass rights as the property owner. It certainly gives you more steps, and this is the central and essential legislative tool that allows you to do so. Without it, you actually just don't have that right at all. And so you're caught fairly far beyond the eight ball, in my opinion, in terms of being able to address that concern.
Yeah. And so is that the basis? Is that the reason for the request for the vacation is to?
I'm happy to answer that from our perspective. Thank you, Mayor, for your perspective as well. So it's really a two-part thing here as it relates to sidewalk vacation from our perspective as ownership. One is we are highly focused on the experience of someone has in a place. And that goes from the visual appearance, from the physical appearance. And so sidewalk vacation cuts out this, whose responsibility is it to maintain the sidewalk and invest. As you look at our design guidelines and our plans, we intend to heavily reinvest within that sidewalk space. And so having those sidewalks be under our control and authority in a long-term position gives us certainty in that level of financial commitment on the reconstruct. That's one piece of it. Secondly, and you note this, the rules and regulation or the code of conduct does mirror many existing city codes and ordinances. What I find across the country dealing with public space is oftentimes, even though that may be in your ordinance, enforcement may not follow that, right? That is a low priority oftentimes for law enforcement. And so what I have found and we have found historically is when we have an additional layer in there, our private security and or law enforcement sometimes are more willing to address infractions that may already be city code and really have no additional bearing on the code of conduct. And so that's kind of a two-part answer to your question, hopefully, sir.
Do you have to have control of the sidewalks to invest in them?
We would prefer to have control of the sidewalks to make long-term capital investments, yes, sir.
Yeah, I know you would prefer it, but you don't actually have to have it. If you were wanting to work with the city to invest in the sidewalks, we would still maintain the asset or liability, depending on how you see it. But you would still be able to put those investments and work with the city on the sidewalks and those kinds of improvements. There's nothing that would prohibit a public-private, working relationship to do so.
Correct.
And are your private security not able to address these types of activities if the sidewalks are publicly owned?
I would say what we run into is if we do have an issue of non-compliance, oftentimes law enforcement may say, well, that's a public sidewalk, they can do whatever they want. I run into that across the country. That's not picking on any law enforcement here. I deal with that across the country.
Yeah, I would hope our folks are a little more aware. We've had several go-arounds this last year and conversations about loitering and ordinances we've passed, and I would hope that they're in a good position to know what activity they can address and what they can't address. Honestly, what you're saying sounds like a cop-out and seems more like a training issue rather than application of the law. Okay, yeah, my concerns are, First Amendment implications and when you're taking an asset out of the public realm, specifically one that folks have a very strong expectation around, that changes things, and I don't know that I'm ready to make that move and deprive folks of that exercise of their First Amendment right. And I'm not talking about scenes of the Plaza where there are large-scale demonstrations that turn destructive. I'm thinking of recent peaceful protests of folks walking up and down the sidewalk. I'm thinking of the guy that I usually, walk past that not really listening to what he's saying, but he's reading something from some religious text, whatever it might be. I just have concerns about that.
To those examples, if I may, to those examples, and I think if you go one slide up, back, one more.
Other direction.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that, thank you, because we were kind of cut off, and they provide examples
more below.
of things that aren't allowed that are quite broad, some of them. Horseplay, dressing inappropriately, that sort of thing, so.
I do want to highlight, if I may, briefly here. We think, and I go back to the experience, we think great places have that stickiness and kind of have some unexpected nature. We want people to be walking through the plaza. We are happy for people to have the ability for their free expression under the First Amendment. Where I would ask for a change in behavior would be very offensive, aggressive nature of a sign or something that interrupts that, or blocking of the sidewalk. And I think we can all agree that if you are expressing your First Amendment but preventing people from entering a store or something of that nature, that creates an experience interruption. And so we think that that's very important, but I did want to highlight here activities that we believe would be allowed throughout here. And so that's really important, and that also speaks to photography, to videoing. Again, what we don't want to see without a permit, and I think this actually aligns with the way that you manage some of your parks here locally. If you're setting up tents and bringing in catering trucks and having, a production to shoot a commercial, we ought to be aware of that. And I think that's a baseline expectation, or I would hope it is, within your city. So I did want to kind of highlight, we agree with you in the fact that people should come down to the plaza and express themselves. I think it's a great place to do that. And I think that your recent examples of folks walking through the plaza, quite frankly, whether the sidewalks are vacated or not, that's out of our control when someone comes down there. So hopefully that helps some of your concerns.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I believe you. I think you understand very well what makes a dynamic and is interesting urban environment, and it includes things like that. And I don't doubt at all that you understand that. Once we make that vacation, we lose a lot of authority, and I'm hesitant to make such a permanent decision if the answer is we would just like the police department to be more responsive when there is certain conduct or behavior.
Understand.
Councilman Rogers.
So, I mean, just a couple of obvious comments and points here. So somebody pulls out a barbecue grill and starts grilling on the sidewalk. You're saying no to that, right?
Absolutely.
Somebody's and somebody's exercising their First Amendment rights as long as they're not being violent. You're saying that that's, as it's indicated on this presentation, they're allowed to do that.
Yes. We've also talked with labor representatives here as well to help ensure that they feel comfortable with their right to protest
And
and
that
those
was my
protected
next
rights.
question. So I know you've been talking to organized labor.
Yes, sir.
And they're comfortable with their right to protest based on your conversations.
I believe they are, yes.
And so, and I come from the state legislature, so we had a lot of fights about the Second Amendment when I was down there. Missouri's an open carry state. You can walk around with a gun all day long. But if you're in private property and you post a sign saying no firearms, then people have to comply with that or they have to leave. I would anticipate that you would have signs up on the plaza saying don't bring your gun.
We have currently not had that conversation in detail. The mayor has brought this up a couple times. Just to be very frank, our internal team has not had the discussion related to weapons.
Is it fair to say that you would discourage people walking around with guns?
He's from Texas.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
What I would say to that is we want to make a place that people feel comfortable in. And so again, if you are walking around with a long arm, I don't know your gun regulations, but if you're walking around with a long gun, I'm probably going to ask you what your reason is.
And I wasn't trying to ask a trick question or anything. I take my kids to the plaza all the time. I think I would rather not see guns on the plaza. So I appreciate what you're doing. I'm glad that labor's on board with their ability to exercise their First Amendment right, and I do hope that you continue to invest. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If I could just add one more point
Well,
on that.
he didn't ask if Mr. Jackson could stand on the sidewalk and broadcast.
He certainly can.
Oh, that's what this is turning on.
Go ahead.
But
Councilman
I think
Raya.
that's what at the core of this is, though, who's making a determination on whether or not a constitutional right exists, or you're going to impose a restriction that is consistent with a constitutional right. Those are two very different things. If you're telling me that right now, people's speech is protected by someone who is instilled with the power by the United States Constitution to protect that speech versus someone who's not under that requirement, but is saying that, yeah, we're going to work really hard to make sure free speech is protected. Those are two very, very different things, in my opinion. And I think that's the difference is well-intentioned folks saying, well, yeah, we're going to let everyone exercise their freedom of speech. That's great. I appreciate that. I believe you, but you're not required to do that by the Constitution. And there are I think, very important legal distinctions between how an infringement on speech would be analyzed under those two very different situations. One would be legal, one would be not legal. And so that's all I have to say on that is I think that's an important point here.
Understand.
Madam Chair, may I just make a clarifying point? I'm looking at the code of conduct on the website. This is not part of that. The reason I mention that is because the ordinance incorporates the code of conduct into the easement agreement. I don't know if somebody wants to show that, but it mentions as examples that would be violations, dressing inappropriately, running, horseplay, things like that, soliciting of any kind. So this slide is not part of that. So if you're interested in incorporating this into the agreement, I think you need to add that to the ordinance.
I'll just make, I'm going to make a motion soon. I'll just make my one public point. I'm scared of my kid getting murdered in this godforsaken place where there are guns everywhere. I mean, we can have a chat on that some other time. It's probably my biggest fear. I appreciate, and largely there's nothing, and you guys do what you're going to do, I guess. But there's almost nothing we can do about that here. other than, and it's a big legislative problem, but I don't think I would be elected governor soon. So I think allowing private spaces to be able to create, I think as you described it, the most comfortable environment possible for families and others to be part of things in this city is a positive. Been mayor for 7 years now. I've been around way too many public forum massacres or shootings and others. And I think that this is a creative way to continue to balance the First Amendment rights at issue with the very real, I think, other issues that we may face. And it's a balance that we struck legislatively in other parts of the city, and frankly, I think it's a novel way to approach it. What I may offer is a motion with a recommendation of advance and due pass. It'd be a committee substitute in the same way I did before that adds a $5,000 appropriation for communications and notice relating to now the vacation issue. I realize in a prior motion I did not include a fund source, which would be the Development Services Fund, by the way. And yes, that's the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that ordinance number 60445 be reported out of
Committee sub.
thank you. Be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
I was saying aye to no.
Oh, any opposed? No.
No.
The motion passes 3-1.
Madam Chair, if I may just very briefly recall item, or the same reason in some ways that I have before, item 260486. I would add the same appropriation from the Development Services Fund, so I would move for reconsideration, and if I can combine them, you're the person who gets to review all these motions. Move for reconsideration and put in that a motion, advance and due pass, a committee substitute that has a $5,000 appropriation from the Development Services Fund. This is on 260486.
With the accelerated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that ordinance number 260, committee substitute for 260443 be reported out of committee with recommendation.
486 on this? Or maybe I didn't do the other one. We voted on the other one. This is going to be 486.
486, be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass.
On the
All those-
committee substitute.
On the committee sub, yes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Did we get that right, Sam?
Thank you.
I understand the intent. We'll get it done.
All right. We're adjourned, I think.
The bad and the ugly. People talk about reconciliation, but you can't reconcile a situation unless you tell the truth about it. I was with the police department up until 1964. The black community was under siege. So I saw that from the inside. And then there were 3 of us who were black men left the police department going to the school district. Then there was the riot. It began on the steps of City Hall on April 9th, 1968. And mainly because the Kansas City School District under the white leadership decided that they would not close the schools on that Tuesday, the 9th. We urged them, don't open the school. They didn't listen to us. And the morning of the 9th is when the kids began to realize that their Kansas City, Kansas colleagues were out. And it started Manual High School, and then to Lincoln High School, then to Central, then to East and Southeast, Westport. They were gassed at 31st in Indiana. They were gassed at 31st in Truce. So they headed north on Paseo, so I met them at 22nd and Vine coming north. Curtis McClendon and of the Kansas City Chiefs, Otis Taylor of the Kansas City Chiefs, Bruce White, who's Kansas City Council person. We walked down City Hall, westbound and the eastbound I-70 lane. We got there were a number of speakers. I was the last speaker. Kids kept chanting my name to speak because of my responsibility with the school district. After that, the police are here in riot gear. So I sensed the need to get these kids out of here. First bus arrived. And just as they're heading east on 12th Street from local, tear gas was thrown. The bus had to be evacuated. And later on, buses came and brought 2 kids out of the Holy Name Catholic Church. Police followed them out and they threw tear gas in the church. Now I'm setting the stage for the riot. It really started there that day because frustration and anger. And that night is when all hell broke loose. I was appointed the first black director in city government. I set up the Human Relations Department. There was no Department of Human Relations. It was now I assigned a couple people on staff to put together a Black History Month celebration. But there was so much resistance on the part of my colleagues. And it ought to be something that we all can do. You begin with each one of us. Where's my heart? Where's my very being? What do I say about things like racism and bigotry and homophobia and xenophobia? It's different. What do I say about that? Do I say it, even if it doesn't affect me, do I say something about it? I should.
My name is The Royal Chief. I'm a hip hop artist from Kansas City. You know, we're naturally a jazz city. Like I literally grew up a few blocks down from 18th and Vine from the Jazz District. So, you know, you got the legends, the Charlie Parkers and Count Basie and them, but like, even as it, you know, went into hip hop, you look at people like a Tech Nine. For me, Ron was my guy. He was a big rapper in Kansas City in like the mid 2000s, and he was a big inspiration for me. You know, when you really get to the essence of music, it's feel, you know, it's what comes from your soul. And so I like to speak on those things so people just know like there's somebody out there who's going through what you went through. And here's how to get through it, or here's just somebody who can relate to you and, you know, give you something that you like, okay, it's not just me. I just bring who we are. Like I said, we're a grind and go get it city. We're put our head down and come together. We homers. And so everything I do is just about bringing pride to this and giving the essence of us on what we do and what we bring to the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Kendrick, President, Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. That winning spirit from an athletic standpoint really originates with the Kansas City Monarchs, winning the 1924 Negro League World Series 100 years ago, and in essence becoming our city's first major professional sports team champion of any kind in 1924. You will never see a greater example of love of the game than you do when you walk through this museum. You see, they had to love it in order to endure the things that they had to endure. It wasn't uncommon that they could ride into a town, fill up the ballpark, but yet not be able to get a meal from the same fans who had just cheered them, or not have a place to stay. So yes, they would sleep on the bus and eat their peanut butter and crackers until they could get to a place that would offer them basic services. Every time these defiant athletes stepped to the plate, they were swinging for justice and equality. Now, they really didn't know they were doing all of this, because when it's all said and done, they just wanted to play ball. And then ultimately, it is the story of the social advancement of America as Jackie Roosevelt Robinson was handpicked from the great Kansas City Monarchs to be the chosen one to break Major League Baseball's then 6-decade-long self-imposed color barrier. Think about this. This is 1947. This is well before those more noted civil rights occurrences. Our very own President Harry S. Truman, of course, born right up the road from where this museum operates, Independence, Missouri, would not integrate the armed forces until a year after Jackie. So for all intents and purposes, this is what indeed started the ball of social progress rolling in our country. So please, I encourage you all to take advantage of the generosity of the Kansas City Royals and the Royals Foundation to experience the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. Again, the entire month of February, admission is free.
All right, mayors. I'm almost excited to do almost a pump-up press conference. Mayors, are you ready? Yes. Welcome to Kansas City. I'm Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City, Missouri. We are excited to have this incredible group of mayors, more than 200 mayors, more than 1,000 attendees who are here for the 92nd annual meeting of the United States Conference of Mayors. It is a thrill, Madam President, that you gave us the opportunity to host here in Kansas City. It has been an exciting year in Kansas City. Not only did we win a Super Bowl, which you Kansas Cityans are like, okay, we got a few fans. I was also able to welcome a new baby yesterday. So as one of my friends pointed out, this is a rare press conference. I have a little badge keeping track of me, but that's to get into the hospital, not to stay in and out of trouble. Important conversations going on during this conference. The U.S. Conference of Mayors takes pride in being a bipartisan, really a nonpartisan institution, finding solutions for America's cities. As part of that, we are led by an exceptional leader, the mayor of Reno, Hillary Sheevey, who will kick us off today. Mayor Sheevey.
Well, thank you, Mayor Lucas. And I learned last night what a burnt end is. I was like, do I want that? That doesn't sound so good. But it was pretty amazing.
It's good.
And congratulations on the new future mayor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, I like it. Thank you so much. Your city is absolutely fabulous. Yes. It is impressive. And the food is to die for. That burnt end, I learned it's pretty fabulous. Anyway, thank you, everyone, for being with us today. Obviously, this is our June press conference for the United States Conference of Mayors. And quite honestly, I am reflecting as I get to pass the baton to Mayor Ginther, and I'm sort of reflecting on the year that I had, and it's been incredibly exhilarating, but also very, very busy. We've done several fly-ins with all of our state representatives, bless you, with all of our state representatives on mental health, homelessness. Mayor Bass, where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. She did an impressive job bringing 40, what did we bring, 45 mayors? It was pretty miraculous. And so we are moving the needle on some of America's biggest issues. I will say, though, it is with a very, very heavy heart whenever I have to sort of reflect and think about the past presidents of the Conference of Mayors, and thinking about, once again, and as you guys know, getting up here thinking about gun violence in our country. And I was thinking about the past presidents, and I was thinking of Mayor Nan Whaley, mass shooting, Mayor Suarez, past president, mass shooting, Mayor Couts, just recently, mass shooting, Mayor Barnett, 5 days ago, mass shooting. And Mayor Lucas, not too long ago, at your parade.
Yes, ma'am.
Think about that. Now, I have not had one in my city, but I have had the largest mass shooting in my state, the state of Nevada. And what it sort of reminds me is that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And it's chilling. And it's absolutely unacceptable. So as mayors, we have some of the loudest voices in this country, and we have to make that commitment that we will not stop. We will absolutely not stop. I would just like Mayor Barnett from Rochester Hills just to come and say a few words, because I know the last few days have been really, really difficult for you and your community.
Thank you. Thank you, President Sheevey. It is hard. I've been blessed to be a past president of this organization, and I've watched my colleagues go through situations like this, never thinking that it would happen to me somewhat foolishly. And 5 days ago, it did. My community is, by statistics, the safest city in Michigan for 7 years in a row, but it wasn't on Saturday. I got that call that so many mayors dread, that there is an active shooter in your splash pad or an active shooter in your city. I raced to the scene, and on my way there, I thought what I needed to do and the strong stance I would take and the leadership I would provide. And the minute I arrived at the splash pad, I just broke down in tears. It was emotional, because what was designed to be a place for kids to play, and you don't have to have visited my city to know who's at a splash pad. It's families and kids, mostly under 10. A gunman came up and fired 36 shots into 9 people, most of them kids. 2 of them still in critical condition every morning, including this morning. I wake up and the first thing on my mind is an 8-year-old boy in my city that got shot in the face, and his mom, whose body shielded him from 7 more shots as they fight their battle. And I'm reminded on this particular day that this is a cross-section that so many of the folks behind me have found themselves before at the intersection of mental health and gun violence. That it is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and if it happens in my community, as it has in so many of my colleagues' communities, it can happen in yours. The gunman took his life later that afternoon, and in his room, just a community over from mine, they found 11 other guns and an assault weapon loaded on the table. His probably terror that day was stopped only by excellent police action, quick work. My job now is to try to heal a community that is challenged. Obviously, the shooter, had some strong mental health issues, and now the mental health of my community is my #1 focus. It's been the focus of our president under her leadership, and it's something that is so needed across this country. And I'm here, maybe some wondering why 5 days you're here so quickly. I'm here for my mental health, because none of you on that side of this podium know what it's like, but most of the people behind me do. And my friends have been so incredibly supportive in the hours that followed the shooting, calls from the president, the governor, and so many others. But 70 of these people, 70 of the mayors that I stand with today, called or texted me in the 2 days that followed the shooting. They know what it's like. And so I'll add my voice with all of theirs in the chorus of concerns about gun violence and mental health and what we as a nation and we as mayors must do. And I support and applaud President Sheevy for her leadership on mental health. This is something that we must not ever rest on. And my community now joins the sad list of commas in cities that have been struck by gun violence. We won't be defined by this issue, we'll be defined by the response, and I know that's the mayor's stance as well. Thank you, President Sheevy.
And then I was just thinking at our last meeting, Mayor Counts. When we were, our leadership meeting happened to you, our first responders. Anyway, I want to thank each and every one of you for the incredible work you are doing in your cities on mental health. So many of you have come to me and said, you know, we are talking about it. It is obviously an issue that still holds a huge stigma, and especially with mayors when we talk about our own mental health. And so I want to commend Brian and all of the mayors behind me who are also addressing their mental health, and that's obviously why the conference is so important to us. And I want to just say thank you so much to Mayor Andy Ginther, because he has promised to continue on with our national mental health initiatives. We've been on the Hill lobbying like crazy. Just so many lawmakers have been so receptive and know that something needs to change. I think it's the #1 crisis in America. When you see statistics from ages 18 to 24, that half of them are reporting suicide and depression and anxiety. What does that tell you that this country is facing when it comes to mental health? It really is staggering. And so mayors have made the commitment to step up and make sure that we make change in this country when it comes to access to mental health and to, erasing the stigma, the huge stigma that has associated with it. And so I want to just thank my colleagues for being so incredibly gracious and just genuine about the struggles with mental health across this country. All right, with that being said, Mayor Andy Ginther, please come on up. Where are you?
Well, thank you so much for your incredible leadership, President Sheevy. We are so grateful to you for your tremendous work as president of this conference over the past year. I know I speak for the entire membership when I say how grateful we are for your steady leadership, your friendship, your counsel, your incredible ability.
My incredible crazy.
Your incredible,
my out loud voice. You know that's me.
your incredible ability to have all of us, regardless of where we come from, the size of our city, the part of the country, feel welcome and part of this conference. It's an honor to be with you here today with my fellow mayors. Last year, I was thrilled to host this annual gathering in my hometown of Columbus. And if the last 24 hours are any sign, I think Mayor Lucas is going to hit it out of the park with an incredible conference here. Our annual meeting is a time when America's mayors come together to learn from one another, to collaborate on behalf of our cities and our people, to raise our shared voice, to drive progress in these challenging times. Those of you who know me hear this often from me, but I'll say it again, because I think it's foundational to what we do both here at our annual meeting and back at home. As mayors, we represent cities big and small, constituents from all walks of life. Our backgrounds are varied. Our issues are wide-ranging. Our cities have different politics. But as America's mayors, we don't allow these differences to divide us. In fact, we honor this diversity of perspectives as we work together to find common ground in building thriving cities across our nation. This organization has shown what is possible when we share our shared voice to drive progress. The last several years, we have seen incredible successes for American cities, including at the federal level. America's cities are in the midst of a renaissance thanks to the American Rescue Plan, made bipartisan because of Republican and independent mayors lifting their voices in supporting the American Rescue Plan. New roads are being laid and new bridges are being built thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. New clean energy and sustainability projects are powering our climate to a healthier future, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. And of particular importance to my city, I think Mayor Gallego as well, new Silicon Valleys are rising thanks to the CHIPS and Science Act. And it's important to note that each of these game-changing initiatives were championed not just by one party, but by Republican, Democratic, and independent mayors alike. Finding that common ground will continue to be critical as we tackle the challenge before us. Challenges like responsible gun ownership, the mental health crisis, like immigration and climate change. And among the most critical, the national crisis of homelessness and lack of affordable housing, which is impacting every city across our nation, regardless of size, geography, or partisan politics. As American mayors, we'll continue to collaborate on solutions that can be applied nationwide. We'll continue to call on our federal partners to develop a coordinated national response. As America's mayors, we know how important it is to make our voice heard and to speak as one. We'll continue to do that this week and in the weeks and months to come. We've got a lot of work to do, but I can't think of a more talented group in better position to get the job done than America's mayors. As we tell the presidents and Congress and governors and state legislatures all the time, if you want something done in America, give it to a mayor. And we will get it done for the American people. Thank you all.
I love that. We will get it done. I love it. All right. Next up in the program, Mayor David Holt. Come on up. You're our second vice president. Come on up.
Well, thank you. I'm David Holt, the mayor of Oklahoma City, America's 20th largest city, and I'm also the second vice president of this organization. I certainly want to begin by joining the chorus of gratitude to our host, my friend, Mayor Quentin Lucas. OKC and KC share 2 letters and a region. And though we in Oklahoma City certainly think we have all that we need, it has been documented in song that Oklahomans historically visit here because everything is up to date in Kansas City. I have, in fact, already been impressed with your 7-story buildings, which, despite what you may have heard about Oklahoma City skyscrapers, is about as high as a building ought to grow. Hosting an annual meeting is a heavy lift, but a wonderful opportunity. The other 2 officers of our organization, as you just heard, did it recently as mayor. I helped host as the mayor's chief of staff in 2010 in OKC and still have incredibly fond memories of the experience. There really is no greater opportunity to spread the good news about your city than to host a few hundred of the most trusted and influential people in the country. So thank you in advance, Q, for your hospitality, and congrats to you and your community for putting together what we know will be a memorable Kansas City experience, one that will surely leave us with a lasting impression that KC has gone about as far as you can go. I also want to thank President and Reno Mayor Hillary Sheevy for her past year of leadership, especially on critical issues like mental health and homelessness. The trip to D.C. this spring with Mayor Karen Bass and dozens of other mayors was one of the most memorable experiences I have ever had with the Conference of Mayors, sincerely. Certainly the portfolio of a modern city is evolving, and your priorities as president of this organization have aptly reflected that. And I congratulate Vice President and Columbus Mayor Andy Ginther for your upcoming presidency. There's so many of us. This is amazing, by the way. Like, I can't even find people because we're all over the room. That's awesome. Your upcoming presidency, set to commence Sunday. You are an ideal person to lead us through yet another emotional, high-stakes national election. My gratitude to all the mayors who have joined us here. We see each other's work here and there in bits and pieces flying by on TV or on social media, and it inspires us. We just heard a sober reminder this past week as we watched with sadness as Brian Barnett bravely led his community through the aftermath of that terrible act of gun violence that has become all too common. 4 months ago, as you heard, we saw the same leadership from former President Elizabeth Kautz. Mayors lead, they bring people together, they work across the ideological spectrum, as you heard from Mayor Ginther, to find common purpose, and they are the most effective leaders this nation has right now. Mayors get things done. I know that usually when we come to an annual meeting, we are not necessarily speaking to a collection of national press like we might at our DC meeting. We are speaking mostly to a group of local media. This happens in cities all around the country, and so it is today. The members of the Kansas City media here gathered pretty much work with only one mayor, in this case a pretty good one, but nonetheless, perhaps you've not had the chance to fully appreciate that the national political class of mayors is not like the nonsense you see on cable TV. We stand shoulder to shoulder, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. We are serious people. I mean, we can be funny, but we do not treat these obligations like a game. We feel the burden resting on our shoulders, and we give this calling the respect it deserves. We practice politics as it was practiced in this country for 2 centuries. We compromise, and we move forward, and we are outcome-oriented. We don't think that a scathing tweet or a press release is an accomplishment. In my city, we call this ethos to set aside the things that divide us one OKC. I wear it on my lapel every day. I suspect I'm not the only mayor up here that has a similar brand. It is inherent to our office. In the months ahead, however, there will be candidates for state and federal offices who will seek to divide us, who will even say that fellow Americans are in fact enemies. They will dehumanize and call fellow Americans vermin. In my city, we have a scar in our downtown that reminds us what happens when you take words of dehumanization to their logical outcome. America's mayors, Republicans, Democrats, and independents will not stand for this election year rhetoric. Our election year platform as mayors will have substance, and Mayor Ginther will no doubt speak to that on Sunday, but it will also stand for decency and respect, pluralism, compromise, and pragmatism. People who have been given these titles should feel an obligation to use them to preserve this unique American experiment, to appeal to the better angels of our nature. We mayors will feel that obligation, and we will do our part, perhaps uniquely so. So thank you to the local media for joining us today, and thank you for allowing me to share with you who I think we are as America's mayors. You are in the presence of a unique group of people, the Jedis of American political life. And I'm deeply honored to stand among them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dawson, City of Riverside, California. I also, your question was, how do we make our residents feel safe? I think was a big part of that. I want residents to know also, there are many times when there have been such incidences averted through just good old-fashioned police work, monitoring chatter, seeing what's going on. We had one just this last year in the city of Riverside where we averted a mass shooting by just our police officers being able to monitor what was going on. And it was at one of our biggest events of the year that we have millions of people there. So I do want folks to know, yes, it's a reality, but yes, we're looking at it all the time and trying to keep our residents safe. So I think every mayor up here could say that.
All right.
All right.
Thank you all so much. I'm Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City, and I'm here actually at a spot for which I have great appreciation. When they were at a previous location, City Barrel was how I survived through the pandemic. I lived a few blocks away, had the chance to go there all the time, get to know the people, get a chance to talk to the customers, the people who work there, and recognize just how core they were to our community, how important they are to the future of Kansas City, and more than anything, how important it is to us being a successful place. City Barrel, a few months ago, had the opportunity to expand here in Waldo Brookside, and they invested a lot to make sure that they could bring all of the success they've had elsewhere in Kansas City to this location. And that's a story that you see from lots of businesses all around Kansas City. People who have an idea, who see something special in a neighborhood, and who say, we want to invest and be part of it. We're proud to have them, we're proud to know you, and we're proud that Kansas City is a place with businesses like this one. However, there are challenges. And in recent weeks, really recent months, we have seen a lot of challenges. Burglaries, small business break-ins, vandalism, any number of issues that are impacting our businesses throughout Kansas City. So myself, my colleagues on the City Council who you'll be hearing from, and others have said, how can we try to help out? Certainly, there's always the important work to do from law enforcement, from incarceration, and I've talked a lot this week about making sure that we open up more detention opportunities, making sure that we are doing the enforcement work that's necessary, giving adequate patrols, and we will never shirk on our responsibility as a community to keep people safe. But another thing in talking to local businesses, particularly small businesses that I've heard from people, is that occasionally you need a little bit of help. When you have a break-in like this one, and you're already living on narrow margins, on thin margins, maybe that extra few $1,000s doesn't seem like a lot to others, but it's a lot to you. That's why today we're talking about and announcing, I'll be introducing by ordinance, a program that allows us to allow businesses to get back to work. We're calling it the Back to Business Fund. I want to thank our Small Business Commission in Kansas City, Mia Richardson, and our business office in Kansas City, and so many who have done the work to make sure we can get here. Under the Back to Business Fund, the city will be awarding grants, $3,000 to help, up to $3,000, to help eligible businesses recover from burglaries and vandalism. What does that help look like? That help looks like things like fixing broken windows, doors, locks, graffiti, and murals that are damaged by vandalism. There's also in this program an up to $5,000 amount eligible for certain security measures to prevent future property crimes. That includes security cameras and locks and more. So we want to make sure that we're looking at the prevention side, that's the fund and the applications that are up to $5,000, and also help people recover. That's what's up to $3,000. To the question of is this everything? The answer is no. Again, we know we have a lot of work to do. We need to, step one, make sure that this is a city that's safer. We need to make sure that those who are offending these situations not only face repercussions, but frankly that we're finding ways to prevent them doing this in the first place. And that is a longer conversation in the work we do every day. And more than anything, we need to make sure that we continue to listen to our businesses. Probably the most amazing or impressive or touching thing about this today, just having a chance to talk to some of these business people, who usually I come and see when I'm here to get a beer or something like that, or at one of their establishments, they're some of the most optimistic people about Kansas City and its future. And I think the reason we're doing this today is because in return, we're optimistic about them. So I thank you all for being here today. We have a few speakers, and then I'm sure my city council colleagues will be joining us, Nia Richardson and Joe Giamanco. And I think what I will do is go slightly out of order, make sure you can hear from Joe, followed by Nia with some program details, the city council, and then we'll come back with questions. So Brother Joe, you're up, man.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Guys, thanks for being here and hearing the mayor out on this program. City of Beryl started with a dream 6 years ago to impact the community, to touch people in a way that we were able to bring food and beer together. These kind of things nourish the soul. They bring it out. When we came to the Waldo Brookside neighborhood, this was already a space that the community had developed. John Couture over at Beer Station, this was a gathering spot. It was where things were talked about and moving forward. It's extremely upsetting to have something like this happen to you. We as business owners wear so many hats. I'm a plumber, I'm an electrician, I'm a confidant, I'm a friend. Overall, we're business owners and we do almost anything. Whenever things come out and distract us, that is the hardest part that we can do. We're here for our staff and we're here for the community. Programs like this allow us to be able to refocus on what we need to do. My door is going to be about $7,500 to replace. My insurance is going to, my deductible is $5,000. That leaves a massive gap in where I'm at. Programs like this are going to help at least us, small businesses, like a restaurant that already runs on extremely low margins, kind of get through. I'm really grateful for this. It helps us move forward. The other thing that's wonderful about this program is it's not just focused on, say, the Waldo or Brookside neighborhood. These problems are hitting East Crossroads, they're hitting Beacon Hill, they're going into the West Bottoms. And so this kind of program being citywide is going to help out everything. And it's probably done by a few group of individuals that are, I don't know, looking for something that's not there. We don't carry cash in this business. And so the damage that this causes, the emotional hurt that has caused my staff is harmful. And so if we can have one less thing that we're dealing with, and we can really refocus on helping to build the community back again, that's something for us. So, Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate you guys doing this for us.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks. Nia Richardson from the city with the details for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nia Richardson with the City of Kansas City. I oversee our KC BizCare office. This work was led by the Small Business Task Force for the city, which is chaired by Councilman Wes Rogers. Members of the task force were very concerned about what they were seeing on the news, as well as myself, every morning as I get my children dressed and watching the constant news going on about, it seems like every night our small businesses are getting broken into. The biggest concern that I have is that I want to make sure our small businesses can stay in place. If you are constantly being vandalized and you're constantly making insurance claims and your premium is constantly going up, I don't feel like that would be great for you to kind of stay in position or stay in location. So the hope is with this is that we can help you stay in place. We can help alleviate a little bit of stress that you might be feeling. I don't think we imagine this being like the magic bullet that just kind of knocks it all out. We probably will have to continue this program, unfortunately. So while I was excited to figure out how to build this out, I'm not happy that we have to do this. I'm not happy to hear about all of our businesses being vandalized the way that they are. And it's getting really, really out of control. So the hope is that this kind of alleviates a little stress for our small business owners as they get back up on their feet. Again, with the eligibility for the program right now, we just want to make it so that it's for Kansas City-based businesses. We're working to collect more data to understand how to better fine-tune the criteria to ensure that we can include as many people as possible and really hit those that are being impacted. We don't want to create a criteria that's so tight that you can't apply for the money and can't get the relief. So all the details of it right now are not already set in place. We do know we want to have it on a rolling basis. There'll be a time period. But again, as we get more data and as we get through this first round, we might see that we might need to do it again. And I really think it's something we should probably advocate for pre and post World Cup, because I imagine if we get more people to ascend upon the city, we might have more incidents. So I think this is a great way for us to be a little bit more proactive about what's to come for Kansas City, but also to be really proactive about helping our businesses in Kansas City. Thank you.
Councilman Blue, go in that order. Oh, close, please, so nothing blows off.
Thank you. I'm Andrea Boo. I represent the 6th District at large, and right here in the heart of Waldo, Brookside, and South Kansas City. I'm happy to be here today and support this, but as Nia and others have said, it's sad that we have to do this. But we as a city are taking a multifaceted approach to help our small businesses. 16 years ago was a small business owner in the Brookside shops, and it's difficult. It's difficult to be a small business owner, and to have to face issues that our small businesses are facing now, and to run a small business is something that we as a city need to assist in. I know my office's council, Duncan's office, have helped John before this and Joe just to get these businesses open. And we want to make sure that they stay open. So whatever we can do to assist City Barrel and other businesses in the area and throughout Kansas City, we will continue to do. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for sticking with us, and we will stand behind you.
Jonathan Duncan, 6th District and District City Council. All I want to say is that this, as many others have said, this isn't going to fix everything. What it will do is show business leaders, the business community, and the community at large that we have your back, right? So this isn't going to fix all of the problems, right? And I think there, still a newly elected city council member, there tends to be a tendency that, well, if this solution is not going to fix everything, then why are we doing it? We're doing it because it's important to show solidarity with our business community. It's important to do this to show solidarity with everybody who's been affected by this. As someone who's had their house broken into, their front glass pane, a rock shattered through it, and the damage itself was more than the criminals actually were able to steal from my home, the violation remained. And I think just showing the solidarity with our business community that we're here, that we have your back, I think is worth more than any amount that we're able to provide in actual assistance. So we're not done. There's still more to do, as the mayor said, but this is just one more step and one more tool that we can use to show our business community that we have your back.
I'm Kevin O'Neill, 1st District at large. This is my fifth year on council. And I really do appreciate the mayor introducing this ordinance, and along with it, the idea that we have another ordinance today in front of us. It's going to create about 100 and some odd spaces up on the 8th floor at the police station. We are taking public safety seriously, and it's hard as we go forward to do things in a timely manner. So I think this gives us something between the 8th floor at City Hall or at the police station, between this new program. We're trying to catch up and help the small businesses as much as we can. And these are two ways. I think getting criminals off the street and helping those that are victims and criminalized by that, we need to continue to do. So thank you for all being here, and I would introduce my colleague, Wes Rogers.
I wasn't planning on saying anything, but I will follow up on a few things that other folks have said. Obviously, we've got a problem. It's a multifaceted approach. A few things that haven't been mentioned. We're building a new low barrier shelter, which will help a lot. The state's building a 300-bed mental health facility, which will help a lot. We're going to repurpose the 8th floor of the building to put in 144 new short-term jail beds. That's going to help a lot. This grant program is going to help a lot.
Good afternoon. I'm going to call the Neighborhood Planning Development Committee meeting to order. I am Chair Mayor Pro Tem Raina Park Shaw. My colleagues will introduce themselves.
Eric Bunch, 4th District Vice Chair.
Nathan Willett, First District.
Melissa Patterson Hasley, 3rd District at Large.
And staff.
Dahlia West, City Clerk's Office. Diane Binkley, City Manager's Office. Sarah Baxter, Law Department.
Travis Kiefer, Casey Water.
Nicholas Bossinato, City Engineer.
Kyle Elliott, Kansas City Planning.
And we have Councilman Wes Rogers, also in the chamber, 2nd District. All right, so we have several holds. We're going to hold 260376 until June 9th, 260399 until June 9th, 260400 until June 9th, 260401 until June 9th, and 260429 until June 9th. Anybody need me to repeat them? Okay. All right. Then we'll go ahead and move forward with the consents.
Ordinance number 260464, authorizing the manager of procurement services. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page.
Yeah.
Ordinance number 260471, approving the plat of Country Shire 3rd Plat in addition Jackson County, Missouri, in approximately 2 acres, generally located on the south side of Country Shire Lane, approximately 200 feet east on Booth Avenue, creating 7 lots and 1 tract for the purpose of legally establishing an existing residential development, accepting various easements, authorizing the Director of City Planning and Development to execute and or accept certain agreements, and directing the city clerk to facilitate the recordation of this ordinance and attached documents. Ordinance number 260472, approving the plat of Central Bank Sporting Complex in addition in Platte County, Missouri, in approximately 77 acres, generally located on the north side of Highway 152, North Plain Creek Parkway to the west, and North Platte Purchase Drive to the east, creating 1 lot for the purpose of multipurpose sports complex, accepting various easements, authorizing the Director of City Planning and Development to execute and or accept certain agreements, and directing the city clerk to facilitate the recordation of this ordinance and attached documents. Ordinance number 260459, accepting and approving a 1-year, $125,944 grant amendment with the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services to provide funding for a comprehensive HIV surveillance program, estimating and appropriating the sum of $125,944,000 in the Health Grants Fund, and recognizing this ordinance as having a accelerated effective date.
These items are in accordance with state statutes and codes. We recommend approval.
Thank you, Director Kyle Elliott. Congratulations on your official promotion.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance 260471, 260472, or 260459. No one appears by Zoom with the raised hand or in person to testify.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that ordinances number 260471, 260472, 260459 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance to pass and be placed on the consent agenda.
Second. Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. Next, let's go to 260454. As Councilwoman Patterson has this. What? 454.
Come back to me.
Okay.
I didn't realize it was going to be that.
That's
early.
okay. Yeah, so we grouped these so we could maybe go through our agenda faster since we have so many. So next, let's go to 260441.
260441.
You didn't get this list?
I did.
You did, okay.
I just don't know what pages. Sorry.
Okay, well, maybe that's not this.
Okay, it's resolution number 260441, directing the city manager to increase indigent care funding in the amount of $140,000 for SWOP Health Services as part of first quarter fiscal year 2026-27 budget analysis and later quarters if necessary, subject to availability of funds in the health levy fund.
Oh. Is there no presentation on this? Okay. So this ordinance was, resolution was brought by Councilwoman Robinson.
Oh, she wants to hold this.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm over here getting my slide deck to the floor and didn't hear you, so I
Okay,
apologize.
all right, so this,
Yes,
so,
both of Councilwoman Robinson's
oh, okay.
ordinances that she has on the agenda, she has requested a hold until we come back.
Okay, so that would be ordinance 260441 and 260442. There's a request to hold those for 1 week, which would be also held until June the 9th. Okay, thank you for that.
Sorry about that.
Councilman Rogers, you ready? Ready. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and take 260378.
And you do have a committee sub, that one.
Please read the committee sub. Thank you.
Committee substitute for ordinance number 260378, amending Chapter 74 Code of Ordinances, Kansas City redevelopment ordinance by repealing and replacing Section 74302 to allow a community improvement district using revenues for blight removal or capital improvements to have a term up to 27 years.
So this is an incredibly straightforward amendment. All it does is expands the universe of all CIDs to go from 20 years up to 27 years. Right now, over 90% of these are just for sales tax and less than 10% are for special assessments. So it doesn't open up the universe very much. And then I'd say the state statute already allows us to do this, so we're simply moving it from 20 to 27 years on a very narrow set of sales tax revenues.
Is this the committee subs? Thank you. Okay, so the committee sub is being distributed. All right, so it looks like in the committee sub language, ultimately it's just provides a change in the title, removing the words issuing special assessments to be used, and adding in using revenues. Yeah, so that's the only change that's in the committee sub. All right, any questions? All right, is there any public testimony?
Written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number, for committee substitute 260378.
We have, if you'll just state your name for the record, please.
My name's Claire Burns. I'm an attorney at Lewis Rice, and I just want to speak very briefly in favor of the ordinance. It basically just puts all CIDs on an even playing field, and there's really no rational basis to limit it. So all the funds should be going to all the CI revenues. So that's it.
Thank you. Thanks. Any other testimony? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move the committee substitute for ordinance number 260378 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the top of the docket, 260473.
Ordinance number 260473, approving a waiver of the code 3-622 requirements for the site and first building renovation located at 935 Broadway Boulevard.
Before we get started, I had agreed to be a sponsor of this with Councilman O'Neill, and that may have just not been conveyed, so.
Okay.
When the clerk comes back. I want to sponsor this.
All right, it will let the record reflect Councilman Bunch as a sponsor. Okay, go ahead.
Chris Stanley, Iconic Preservation, 140 Walnut Street, Kansas City, Missouri. Want to thank everyone for this opportunity. I think this is the Site and Fur Project at 10th and Broadway. This building is the oldest building in the downtown loop, built in 1874, which is actually 15 years before the city of Kansas City merged with Westport to become the city of Kansas City. Before that, it was the city of Kansas. This is a great example of what the city has done to help motivate a seller to basically that had a very dangerous building, a building that had the roof collapsed and was exposed to the elements over a five-year period. This was not just an eyesore, but this building was, the structural engineer said it could fail in a catastrophic manner at any time. And because of the city's efforts of placing it as a dangerous building and threatening to demolish it, I was able to purchase this building and begin to renovate it. The building, the interior was right out of a horror show. The basement was flooded. There was 500 fur coats in the basement. The building reeked. We had dangerous water that we had to remediate and send to Mississippi. So over the stabilization, when developers talk about sweat equity, it's a literal context of sweat equity. We stabilized the building with the help of the city. We removed 10 40-yard dumpsters of debris, 5,000 gallons of biohazard water. We had to brace the building to prevent it from collapsing. And now we have a tenant that is in place. This project was approved by the Land Clearance for Redevelopment Authority. The project is a small project. It's just under $1 million renovation. So we have 3 apartments on the second floor, and we have a tenant, a restaurant, Loretta Jeans, that is going to be going in the fall of this year with a speakeasy. And the request is request to remove the prevailing wage requirement, which under the ordinance, it does have the exception for historic buildings to remove this requirement. There are a lot of historic buildings and small projects like these have very unique challenges, and cost is definitely one of them, but it is a very unique skill set of tradesmen to be able to renovate this. This is the smallest project I've ever developed, but it's probably the most important, and it is not a financial windfall at all. This is a passion project, and again, I applaud the mayor, I applaud the city council for what they have done with ordinances to prevent nuisance buildings from really blighting other neighboring structures. And I don't think that it's a secret. We've lost so many historic buildings in our city, and that's the fabric that really makes our city unique. And it's no secret that developers often tear down historic buildings, wait 2 to 3 years so that tax base goes down to land value, and then they come before you to seek tax abatements to lock in those low tax rates. So I applaud the city council for the ordinances that they've been putting in place. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you all have any questions? Go ahead.
Or just real quick, say thanks to the team for recognizing the value of this. Sometimes it really does take a motivated property owner or future property owner, as it was when this first kind of came to light. So thanks for the work you've done to preserve a lot of historic buildings in downtown. Very supportive of this. I know it's a tricky, challenging thing. So glad to help out. And this is a good path for historic preservation versus some of the ones that we've seen not succeed. So thanks again. Listed as a co-sponsor eventually, hopefully, and we'll see. I'm assuming this passes out right now. We'll see this on Thursday.
Thank you. So I did have a question in regards to the, what amount does this represent for prevailing wage what's the financial impact of the prevailing wage being waived?
The financial impact would probably be anywhere from 20 to 25% cost increase from current. With historic buildings, the majority of the work is in labor. You have a lot more labor costs with historic buildings, and that's why this exception was put into the ordinance in the first place for small projects.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I'm, concerned about waiving prevailing wage in that, that allows and ensures adequate, fair wages here in Kansas City. But it's my understanding, I believe, that this now falls under our newly approved ordinance that we just passed last week or whenever that was. Can staff or somebody confirm that now this project would fall under the new guidelines? Can somebody confirm that for me? That was what I was told. It's my understanding that this, the line fall within the new guideline. We don't know
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm not familiar with the ordinance that you're referring to. I'm happy to look into that if you would like, prior to council.
You talking
Okay.
about the
Dan
economic
Moy.
development one?
Yeah, the development.
The EDC one.
Sure. Councilman Dan Moy, Executive Director of LCRA, Vice President of the EDC. I think you're right. Under the new ordinance that was approved by council, the changes to code, I think for a mixed-use project, the threshold is now $3 million. So this would be well under that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So I don't even need to be here.
Say that again?
Well,
Say that again?
he said, so he doesn't need to be here.
Oh,
I think that this happened before.
This happened before.
So their probably development
Right.
agreement requires it, so we need to waive it, that now is in.
But now that we've, so can we just notate that? I'd like to actually add that into the ordinance, just that, and I don't have a printout and I can't get on the internet, so I can't even articulate. I
Just do
can't,
a whereas.
add a whereas that just states that this actually is in alignment with the new code, new development code that was recently passed. I think-
Perhaps Mr. Moy can help you with the whereas, because he knows what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
I don't want to claim to
Policymaker.
know the new code by heart, but I believe it does reference that mixed-use projects would have a threshold of $3 million for prevailing wage. And it did have one of the whereases in that was that projects that were already in the pipeline were not included, but I think just for reference,
Yes.
it trues it up.
So we would need to reference the actual ordinance.
Yeah. Does anybody have internet access?
I don't. Am I the only one? I thought it was.
I don't have it. Either.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess the clerk does.
The ordinance that made the changes was 260286.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. All right, so 260286.
Okay. I think the advice is that you put this in the fact sheet as opposed to the ordinance, as these new provisions would not be in effect. If you just voted on them last week, they're not in effect right now.
Oh, okay.
But by the time this one becomes effective, it will catch up. And so the fact sheet will, assuming there's no veto between now and the end of the day, the fact sheet will be true by the time you vote on this on Thursday.
Okay. Okay.
So
All right.
staff could be directed to include that in the fact sheet.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, is there any further discussion? Is there any public testimony?
Written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260473. No one appears by Zoom with the raised hand or in person to testify.
I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260473 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advanced pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. We can just go ahead and go down the agenda.
Okay. Ordinance number 260464, authorizing the manager of procurement services to execute a $153,567 contract with the Community Capital Fund from previously appropriated funds to support and invest in a Hope Ambassador program for innovative and measurable community development that aligns with and strengthens the financial, human, and social capital of under-resourced neighborhoods in the greater Kansas City metropolitan area.
Good morning.
Good morning. Or good afternoon, sorry.
I'm sorry about that.
I've been here way too long, but it'll still be morning.
Good afternoon, Keely Golden, Assistant Chief Procurement Officer. I also have with me Terry Winbush, Division Manager for the Community, Family, Health, and Education Division with the Health Department. Here we go. Okay. Contract EV 4467 is a one-year project within the Community Capital Community Wellness Ambassadors Program. The funding for this contract is through the Community Capital Fund, and the contract authority was solicitation waiver. There are no renewals permitted under this contract. The previous contract was a 5-year project with a total spend of $460,000. For this one-year contract, the Health Department expects to spend $153,567. We do have representation from this supplier in the chambers with us today. And now Terry will provide more information on this program.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take a moment to kind of anchor with the Community Wellness Ambassador Program. With Community Capital Fund support, as this contract is kind of in line with getting that program up and going. So our Community Wellness Ambassador Program is one of our most impactful community-driven public health initiatives because it allows the health department to reach residents through trusted community members that are already connected there. Within our most recent cohort, we have 19,000 community interactions, and of those 19,000, we had about 67% that were actually happening in person. So the work that they're doing is not only informational, it's relational as well, which is very valuable to us in the communities that we serve. Our ambassadors are helping to connect residents to health department services, mental health resources, chronic disease education, aging resources, and also a wealth of information and messaging that we want to get out from the health department into the community en masse. With that, recruitment for the next cohort is actually still open citywide. We have plenty of citizens that are applying and are excited to keep this going. And our goal is to continue strengthening the ambassador presence across all council districts. With that, CCF is integral because they serve as the program's primary financial and community infrastructure partner. Their role helps us maintain not only clear expectations around ambassador participation, but also prompt stipend processing, documentation of community instances, and overall program accountability. These administrative pieces matter because the strength of the wellness ambassador is not only in the trust the ambassadors build, but also in our ability to track the reach that they're making out within our communities. CCF's established relationships with neighborhood associations, grassroots organizations, and historically underserved communities help us sustain the program responsibly, maintain momentum, and continue a proven model that's been working for the health department going on 3+ years. With that, I say CCF has been a great partner, and not only within our program, but then within a multitude of health department initiatives, and have been outstanding. And we'd like to leverage that partnership to continue on with minimized error space, as well as reduced inefficiencies and administrative burden. Thank you.
CCF, would you like to stand to be recognized?
What is it? Thank you. Man.
Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Talk past the sale.
Thank you. All right, any questions? Well, I just have to commend the excellent work of CCF and the Health Department. Thank you for the commitment. It's definitely making a difference in the community. And hopefully we will be able to expand and even provide additional support and resources to this in the future.
Thank you.
Right. Any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260464. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
And just wanted to second what you said about CCF and the great work they do in the community, so, and everything you lined out for us in great summary. With that, I move that ordinance number 260464 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance to pass.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take, I believe it's 260359. There's another one that Councilman Rogers has sponsored.
Okay.
Is that correct number?
That's right.
359? Okay, 260359.
Resolution number 260359, directing the city manager to develop a plan to conduct a survey of Kansas City, Missouri businesses for fiscal year 2026-27 for the purpose of identifying the importance of various issues to businesses and identifying expansion and retention plans of businesses in the future.
And that is literally almost the entire text of the ordinance. It just directs the city manager to develop a plan to conduct a survey of businesses for the purpose of identifying the importance of various issues and identifying expansion and retention plans for businesses. This is something we've done in the past, but it's been several years. If you get on the website, the last one was 5 years ago, so I'm just asking that we resume that and get input from the businesses in our city.
All right, thank you. You all have any questions? Is there any public testimony?
No written testimony submitted to city clerk's office for resolution number 260359. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260359 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance to pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to 465.
Ordinance number 260465, authorizing the manager of procurement services to execute 2 contracts in the amount of $500,000 each with qualified community-based organization, Arts Tech and Upper Room KC to design, implement, and operate youth summer and after-school programming designed to reduce youth violence using previously appropriated funds.
Good afternoon again. Keely Golden, Assistant Chief Procurement Officer. I also have with me Rashid Junaid, Division Manager of the Behavioral Health and Injury Prevention Division of the Health Department. So contract EV 3928 is a 1-year contract for the youth summer and after-school program. An RFP was issued on May 9th, 2025 and closed on July 7th, 2025. The competitive solicitation process included 12 offers, with 2 firms being selected, Arts Tech and Upper Room. The Health Department anticipates spending $500,000 this fiscal year with each of these selected suppliers. We did have, as I mentioned, 12 offers. These were Algorithm and Blues LLC, Arts Tech, Creative Imaginations, Greater KC Link Incorporated, Emmanuel Family and Child Development Center, Entitled Learning, Lyrics Institution, Holman Athletic Performance, Mattie Rhodes Center, Total Man CDC, and Youth Ambassador. Rashid will introduce both awarded suppliers who will present on their programs. He will also be available for any program-specific questions.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
As you know, violence amongst our youth is very concerning to us in Kansas City. The blueprint that we developed as part of the Health Department of Violence Prevention Strategies indicates that we need to provide youth services for our youth during the summer and also after school. We have here today Trukisha Smith from Arts Tech, and we'll start with her to come up and talk about some of the strategies they'll be deploying in terms with the youth this summer and after school. Trukisha, come on down. I don't know why she's sitting way back there.
Always has to make an entrance, huh?
Yeah, she always has to.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Trukisha Smith, and I'm with an organization called Arts Tech. We serve 12 to 24-year-olds. We have some day programming. We have after-school programming. We also have summer programming. And so our basic goal this summer is Teens in Transition. Some of you may know of it. It's a partnership with the police department. That program will have over 40 young people who are selected from KCPS school district, high schools, and they will come. We're excited. They're going to UMKC this summer. They'll do a number of other things. But the main goal is to try to prevent violence. We get a lot of the kids that have barriers to education, meaning their attendance rates are low. They're not actively involved. And what we've noticed after last year, 3 of our kids are actually going to college. Several of them are now employed at Arts Tech. Other ones are still exploring and discovering who and what they want to be. That's just one program. We're working on a Build a PC program. What we found is, for those who know, we're arts and technology. And so our technology piece, we saw a lot of kids come in last year. And what resonated with me is many of them wanted to build PCs and didn't have the capacity. Well, we'll be supporting 20 young people this summer, a 6-week program with an organization called Electromundo. They will learn how to build their own gaming PC, free of charge, but just providing these resources that our young people don't have.
That's great. Thank you.
Is there anything else you want me to say?
That's good.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Now we'll call up a representative from Upper Room, Ms. Tanya Gilbert.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Gilbert, and I'm happy to represent Upper Room. We are in our 27th year of providing summer programming for kindergarten through 8th grade students in the greater Kansas City area. We will be kicking off our 27th year June 1st. We have over 1,500 students already enrolled. We are happy that this year we will be having a STEM-focused area for all of our students, but we will also operate a middle school that is solely STEM-focused. And so students will receive instruction in Cool Kids Chemistry, as well as a local DJ that will teach coding. Upper Room provides 8 weeks of summer programming for 10.5 hours a day. 7 of those hours are academic instruction, followed by enrichment, field trips, and things of that nature. It is totally free to all of our families as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So I don't have a question, but I just want to commend the organizations. I've had an opportunity to spend time at Arts Tech and talk with the young people, and I'm just grateful and thankful to Arts Tech for the work that you were doing, changing those youth's lives. In Upper Room, I'd have to share a testimony of my son. My sons were in the program, and while, just to be honest, they hated the reading, hated it, complained every day. But my son came to me last fall and said, "Mom, I know I gave you a hard time about me going to Upper Room," but he was spending time with his friends who weren't in Upper Room, and he said, "I see the difference that it made in my life," and he thanked me. So I thank you for the work that you were doing, because it truly has made a difference in his life, as well as I know countless other kids' lives over the 27 years. So thank you.
So what you're saying is the kids eventually thank you for the work.
They
Okay.
eventually come back and thank you.
We're still waiting for that, aren't we?
They gotta hit 20 something, you know? Yeah. All right, is there any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260465. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260465 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advanced pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can go to the next one.
Number 260469, authorizing the manager procurement services to execute a contract in the amount of with Rediscover for previously appropriated funds to operate the Kansas City Assessment and Triage Center and provide crisis intervention services for individuals experiencing mental health or substance use emergencies.
Good afternoon. Keely Golden, Assistant Chief Procurement Officer. I have with me William Rain, the Financial Manager for the Health Department. Let's see. Contract EV 4424 is a one-year contract for the Kansas City Assessment and Triage Center, KCAT.
I'm sorry, hold on a
Do we
second.
not have a quorum?
I need to recuse myself, I forgot.
Oh.
I serve on this board too. I forgot, I need to recuse myself.
Gotcha.
So, let the record reflect that I am recusing. I forgot. I do so much work, I forgot.
Too many boards.
Can we proceed?
Please go ahead,
Go ahead.
yes.
Okay, I'll start over. That's okay. Contract EV 4424 is a one-year contract for the Kansas City Assessment and Triage Center, the KCATC, and is awarded to Rediscover for a not-to-exceed contract of $1 million through a solicitation waiver. We have representation, they're not online, are they? Okay.
In person.
Oh, they are here. Okay, so we have Rediscover with us in chambers, if you'd like to stand and be recognized. That's good, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. And then William will provide more information on the KCATC program.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Rediscover will provide operations of the Kansas City Assessment and Triage Center. They provide referral or triage, intervention, and referral services from law enforcement, EMS, and the area hospitals. And they connect those individuals to support with discharge plans. That's the long and short of it. This is something that they've been doing over the last year, and this is either a contract that we acquired from municipal courts. They've continued these operations over the last year, and these are funds from FY26 as an amendment to the FY26 budget that we're finally able to get to the contractor.
Great, thank you.
We're happy to answer any questions.
Right, any questions, comments from members of the committee? Hearing none, is there any public testimony for ordinance number 260469?
Testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260469. No one appears by Zoom with the raised hand or in person to testify.
Okay, I'm hearing no public testimony. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Vice Chair, I move that ordinance number 260469 be reported to committee with the recommendation of advance to do pass.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, you can take the next one.
Ordinance number 260458, accepting recommendations of the Central City Economic Development Tax Board, reducing existing appropriations of the Central City Economic Development Sales Tax Fund number 2200 by $667,718, and appropriating the same, reducing existing appropriations of the Central City Economic Development Sales Tax Fund number 2200 by $2,150,380, and appropriating the same, authorizing the Director of Housing and Community Development to expend up to $2,150,380 from funds previously appropriated in the Central City Economic Development Sales Tax Fund, and authorizing the Manager of Procurement Services to execute various funding agreements in accordance to this ordinance.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair, committee members, and staff. This is a two-part ordinance. The first part is accepting the board's recommendation for the Sanford B. Ladd School redevelopment budget modification of $2 million. With their overall budget, this would be a leverage ratio of 9.49%. The second recommendation is East 27th Street Development. Their modification request is for $150,380 for a leverage ratio of 47.65%. And both of these projects are residential projects. And for the second part of this ordinance, this is the board accepting a letter from the Allenwood Properties LLC rescinding their CCD funds of $667,718.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260458. We have one person on Zoom. Sorry.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Iris Armstrong, and I'm a member of the LAD development team. I just wanted to say that we are very appreciative of the CCED and the council's support for the LAD project. And I'm here representing Asia Morse.
Thank you. There's no further testimony. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260458 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance to pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk, on the next one, I will recuse on this one as well.
Do you want, and I'm ready whenever you want me to come
All
back
right,
through.
okay. After this one, okay.
Ordinance number 260470, approving the 2026 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Home Investment Partnership Program, the Emergency Solution Grant and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, and including reprogramming funds from CDBG 2021 to 2024 in the amount of $2,470,098, and Home 2019 to 2024 in the amount of $4,337,410, and authorizing submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
All right, good afternoon, committee. My name is Dion Lewis. I am the Deputy Director of the Housing and Community Development Department. I'm here to present our 2026 annual action plan and our reprogramming funding as well. And so we are bound by a 5-year consolidated action plan, which in turns we do our 1-year annual action plan. And so the purpose of that 5-year consolidated action plan is to support the development, maintenance, and revitalization of sustainable, stable, and healthy communities through equitable policies and programs aimed at improving housing neighborhoods and health care services in all areas throughout the city of Kansas City. This particular year, we were funded, or our entitlement included about $12.9 million, which included around $7.6 million of CDBG funds, $2.2 million of home funds, a little over $668,000 of ESG funds, and approximately $2.3 million in HOPWA funds. In addition, we had our entitlement funding from our reprogramming, and that included about $2.4 million in CDBG funds and around $4.3 million in home funds, totaling about $6.8 million for reprogramming. Our programs are broken down by programs such as CDBG, ESG, home, and HOPWA, and they must meet, any of our projects selected must meet at least one of these national objective categories in each one of these respective programs. So CDBG, such as the principal benefit low and moderate income persons who earn at or below 80% of the area median income. For ESG, emergency shelter renovation, major rehab or conversion, essential services or shelter operations. And for some examples for home and HOPWA, funds must be used to assist low and moderate income home buyers. And also funds are used to provide housing assistance and supportive services to low income persons with HIV and or AIDS and their families. And so just kind of highlighting my program, just kind of want to go over overall some numbers too. We had about 88 applications that were turned in on time, and of those 88, we collectively approved 59 of those applications, which is around a 67% application approval. And this breaks it down by category for CDBG, which we have public services, non-public services, city home repair, and economic development examples. Of the CDBG applications, it's estimated to have a total, to benefit a total of 4,750 beneficiaries. Again, we had 25 applications for public services, specifically out of CDBG, in which 14 of those applications were approved. And for non-public services, we had 32 applications, in which 27 of those applications were recommended for approval. That total request is a little over $17 million in total requests, and then the total entitlements that we were giving out was $7.6 million, a little over $7.6 million. And here's a breakdown by district as far as applications, total applications, and recommended and non-recommended. I do want to, note on here that districts 1 and 2 also include citywide services, so that's why you might see some numbers that look a little bit off, because we include those in district-wide applications. And so our 2026, our non-public services is broken down as such as well and shows it by the district. Also, please note that minor home repair and domestic violence shelters provide services in multiple districts as well. All right, so 2026 ESG program category highlights. Wanted to really highlight that we had a total of 12 applications with 9 recommendations. Again, the estimated total beneficiaries include about 886. And then our ESG entitlement in total is a little over $668,000. For our home program, total housing created was going to be 96 units, and it's broken down with 9 of those units being transitional, 18 having permanent supportive housing, and we're having about 267 units potentially served in terms of services. And then we had a total of 5 applicants and 5 recommendations. Of this funding as well, we do have a significant amount of money going to our unhoused and rental assistance TBRA that also is assisting with our Gateway program. So for our HOPPA program categories, we have 4 applications and we have 4 approvals. So the total household served is 172. We have 10 for emergency housing assistance, 7 for transitional, 20 for permanent, and then 135 for tenant-based rental assistance. Again, that entitlement is a little over $2.3 million. Just an overall, our overview of our contracting process. We are bound by that section 74-2, but we also have a housing policy to contract within 12 months. And then we give the projects that are within the development 3 to 5 years to complete the project per ordinance section 74-12. Our annual action plan timeline is as shown. We started off in January 2026. We ended up having a deadline for our applications in March 10th, 2026. We compiled recommendations in April, submitted recommendations to city manager, and also made notices public in April of this year as well. And then we are anticipating submitting this to HUD by next week, so we can start our 45-day review period. And then I know we're going to have some public comments, but do we have any questions from the committee? Welcome.
Any questions or comments from Members of the committee?
I do want to say one last thing. I want to give a shout out to my team. They've been working hard since the beginning. And they did a great job as far as collecting applications, scoring, and throughout the whole process. So I'm very proud of them, and I thank them for their hard work.
Great, thank you. All right, it looks like we do have some public testimony. I've got quite a few cards here. So we're just going to start off the top. I'm going to read the first three each time because we do have several. The first is going to be Christina Jasso from, and then followed by Alexis Delaney, and followed by Jennifer Strickland. Just approach the mic and announce yourself. And
Good afternoon. I just wanted to let everyone know, Christina Hasso, Director of Family Support with Guadalupe Centers, and just wanted to give our appreciation to the funding that we receive annually, and hope that we'll get the amount that was recommended this year. Our intent is to to assist 250 families. You can hear me, right? Gosh. I wanted to also point out this year we've had a huge increase in families just looking for basic food. With the big, beautiful bill that was unfortunately passed, $186 billion reduction in food stamps to families has made a huge problem for the families that we serve. We serve all families in every single council district in all 6 districts. And 93% of our families are at 93% average median income, which is for a family of 4, that's $33,400 a year is what they're earning. And we are appreciative to the money that we get to help these families that are looking at housing deficits, evictions, utility disconnects, but we've had a huge increase in just basic food. So we appreciate the help that you all give us.
thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Alexis Delaney, Jennifer Strickland, and Faith Allen.
Alexis Delaney, Vice President of Early Education with Guadalupe Centers. Just wanted to thank the committee for their consideration and the increase for our program. We are now at a new location, Thomas Roque, and we're able to serve for the first time in our history, 40-some-year-old history of our preschool, serving toddlers now. And at a new location, we're reaching a different demographic. And I'm proud to say that we have continued to grow in not only the number of children served, but also in developing our dual language program. We recognize that from the research that children who have a dual language environment do better in school academically. So we're creating the foundation here at our program, and we have done a recent at a conference, we did a presentation about our development, and we're very proud to say that we continue to grow in the quality that we have, and we have quite a number of waitlisted children in our Head Start program. We're not exclusive to Head Start, but we want to be able to get back to our pre-pandemic numbers and serving other families as well. So again, we just want to recognize the work of the committee and thank you for your support.
I need to come back for story time again. Jennifer Strickland, Faith Allen, Janet Baker.
My name is Jennifer Strickland, and I'm the Director of Development and Community Relations with Prosperity. We're the only nonprofit dog grooming school of its kind in the country with a mission to end generational poverty. And we do that through our 7-month workforce training program, along with wraparound services, including a housing component, which for us is imperative to our students' long-term success and financial independence. Our school, which is accredited nationally, is located at 58th and Troost, and our students are mostly single moms, unfortunately coming from situations like domestic violence and addiction. All of them are reporting facing housing needs. So we're addressing this employment barrier and homelessness in two ways, and we do that by referring some of our students to community partners for eviction prevention and stabilization assistance. And additionally, we own and operate a 6-unit apartment residence that's 2 blocks away from our school. And that includes private family suites and shared community spaces, along with an on-site case manager that's there to support those specific students. Our results for our housing program speak for themselves. 83% of house participants complete our program, which is 12% higher than our average. And our yearly independent evaluation conducted by UMKC also shares that our participants increase their annual average income from when they start in our program at only $8,300 a year, growing to $43,000 when they graduate our program, with much room for growth. So we just, as with all other nonprofits who are here today, want to thank you for your consideration and potential support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Faith Allen, Janet Baker, Naeem Alamin.
Good afternoon. My name is Faith Allen. I'm the pastor of Jameson Memorial Temple, a CME church, and I want to thank you. Our proposed project, our organization is Jameson Temple Community Development Corporation, and the proposed project is Jameson Housing on the Boulevard, which is a continuation of the Jameson Housing on the Boulevard that we have. Which provides affordable housing. And for such a time as this is a much needed affordable housing in our communities, in our neighborhood. So I thank you for your consideration as we come forth and to be able to fulfill our mission and our vision of providing housing, affordable housing in our communities. Thank you so very much for your consideration.
Janet Baker, Naeem Alamin, and York Wilson.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Baker. I serve as Executive Director of Kansas City Shepherd Center, and we too are grateful for the staff recommendation and the support. Kansas City Shepherd Center is the only nonprofit organization that has been exclusively serving older adults in Kansas City, Missouri for 54 years. We brought Meals on Wheels to Kansas City and have been providing that daily well check and a hot meal ever since, as well as our other programs. We serve more than 3,000 older adults each year, and 31% of our clients do not have, so that's 1,000 clients, do not have access to the internet, yet benefits enrollment, healthcare portals, and more require technology. Nearly half of our clients live in Kansas City, Missouri, zip codes with poverty rates 2 times the state and national averages. 70% are extremely low income, most living on less than $20,000 a year. 73% rely solely on Social Security. 82% of our clients don't drive. 71% don't have a caregiver. All are Medicare eligible. 36% are on Medicaid. About twice that number are eligible for Medicaid but need help registering in benefits enrollment programs. More than half of our clients are renting, and of those, 51 of them are extremely or somewhat worried about losing their housing in the next 3 months, and that's where Shepherd Center steps in. Our intensive in-home and case management services provide the benefits counseling, the access to public benefits that our older adults are, for which they're eligible. We mirror the national best practice model of a benefits enrollment center. There are 90 of those in 40 states across the country, but none in Kansas City. So Kansas City Shepherd Center steps into that gap without any funding to do so. With our CDBG funds, we will target zip codes 64128, 64130, 64131, and 64132 with intensive case management services to prevent them from becoming homeless, as we know that if they can leverage their funds and benefits from other sources, it allows more for living expenses and staying housed.
Thank you. Oh, 2 minutes is up. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your support.
All right, Naeem Alameen, York Wilson, and former Councilwoman Deb Herman.
Good afternoon, Council. How are you all doing today? Doing well?
Doing great.
Awesome.
Better now that you're here.
Cool beans. It's a hot chocolate day, so I'm doing well. But my name is Naeem Alameen. I'm here to speak in support of the CBDG grant and highlight the work that Strategic Workforce Development is doing. And so Strategic Workforce Development's approach to workforce development is Build It KC pre-apprenticeship program. However, they're expanding their services to include entrepreneurship, AI innovation lab, and also a CDL training. And they elevate the status of real people. And what I mean by that is, as most of us will enjoy returning to a full family unit or middle-class lifestyle, our clients return to poverty, dysfunction, violence, and within that, they're showing up and looking to elevate the status of themselves through our program. And so this grant will help us do that, and we want to help ensure that they win.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. York Wilson, followed by Deb Herman.
Hello, how's everybody doing? My name is York Wilson. I'm representing Strategic Workforce Development. Mr. Naeem has just spoke about the wonderful things what we're doing. What I want to highlight is SWD's Innovative AI Lab that we're putting right now in the 3rd district, and we're putting one in the 6th district. This AI lab will actually bring AI awareness to our community that will be left behind. We also have a breakthrough that we also develop our own software. So this software right here, we have AI, teaching AI, which makes this affordable, but also helps with awareness, and it basically helps in the transition for the community to see the great things that AI is going to do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the Honorable Deb Herman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I keep my comments very, very quick. I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank Mr. Lewis, also Blaine Proctor, the rest of the staff, which I start listening their names, I'd get them messed up, but they're very helpful. Also, there's 3 of our staff here. It's Shannon Garcia. I'm going to get their names goofed up. Nathan Scott and Clifford Mayer are our home repair people, very interested in keeping these programs going. I do want you to know, if you don't, that last year we continued to raise money, we continued to work, and we turned those dollars that you gave into us almost 3 times the amount of dollars that went into the community for home repair. These are all for low-income people desperate for help, and it's one way that we can make the biggest difference we make. I do appreciate all of you, and thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others who wish to speak before the committee? So just please approach the mic and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Netta Parks Davis. I'm the Executive Director for Community Assistance Council. We are getting ready to celebrate 50 years in the South. We have been one of the cornerstones that have been assisting families there. We were fortunate to receive funding from this last funding cycle from CDBG. Just to give you guys a couple of the numbers, in our first quarter, we spent over $30,000 in helping families to stay in their home. We've served over 1,700 children with diapers from Happy Bottoms. Our pantry has doubled in size, so we're serving over 1,500 families in the first quarter of this year alone. The funding that we received from CDBG has allowed us to do that, and also allowed us to expand our programming to where we now offer behavioral health services along with maternal, child, and domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Smith. I'm the Director of Operations for Hope Faith, and just on behalf of Hope Faith Homeless Assistance Campus, I wanted to say thank you not only for the previous CDBG funding that we received to reduce showers, to increase the dignity happening in the houseless community, but wanted to thank Dion and the Division of Unhoused Solutions for their continued partnership through ESG, CDBG, being able to continue to bring dignity to the community for those who are experiencing houselessness.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eric Berg. I am the Director of Housing Development for Catholic Charities of Kansas City St. Joseph. And like somebody before me, I wanted to express our appreciation. We were fortunate to receive CDBG grants for 2 of our properties that are here in Kansas City, Tremont Place, which is up in the Northland, and for Red Bridge Place, which is on the south side of Kansas City. These are 2, if you're familiar with Catholic Charities, we've been around for 147 years here in the heart of Kansas City, serving those who need the most help. Housing is part of many services that we offer, and these are 2 senior properties. So these investments of funds are coming at a great time because we maintain these properties well, but we're going to use that, reinvest it, and take care of some of our larger ticket items that are simply coming up on some 30-year-old properties. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to putting this money to work and keeping housing affordable in Kansas City.
Great, thank you. Do we have any others who wish to provide comment? Do we have any online?
No one, there's no one online.
All right, I think that concludes our public comment period. If, unless there are further questions or comments from members of the committee, I'd entertain a motion at this time.
I move that ordinance number 260470 get out of committee with a recommendation advance and do pass.
And I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? And I believe that motion passes.
All right, thank you. Community impact, results driven. Thank you all for your support.
Let's take 260453.
260.
I'm sorry, maybe that's the
I
wrong
think
one.
we're going to 47. Are we just going down the list?
No, I was gonna
Are you
take the
trying
one.
to take mine?
Oh,
Well, I
right.
was gonna take Matt's, Jelani. Okay, 454. Okay, go ahead with 45. So we'll go back. She was at the top of the,
454.
yes. It was at the beginning. It's the
That's
last
at the very,
page.
very last.
Oh, I'm
Page
sorry.
9.
Very, very
I'm
last.
sorry. It was the beginning of this list. My
It's the
bad.
beginning if you go the opposite
Yeah.
direction. So you're
So much for trying to make this.
you're
go
half
fast.
right, or opposite right.
Resolution number 260454, directing the city manager to evaluate city housing programs and policies to ensure they do not unintentionally exacerbate the concentration of poverty and to recommend strategies that promote diverse housing access, neighborhood stability, and balanced economic development investment throughout Kansas City, and report back to the city council within 90 days.
Hello.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is DJ Yearwood, Office of Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley. Presenting on Resolution 260454, I will make this brief. Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley is introducing this ordinance, or this resolution, as a means to create an official policy mechanism for requiring the review of where housing-related resources and programs are being deployed and whether they are reinforcing existing poverty patterns. Many of you have heard the councilwoman speak to those patterns in the city's housing programs such as Housing Gateway or the Housing Trust Fund's execution. And so this resolution would require citywide review before additional housing-related programming deepens existing inequities. It would look at whether programs are supporting stability without concentrating poverty in already under-resourced neighborhoods. And it was push the city towards balanced investment, mixed income access, and long-term neighborhood health. The concern here is that even the city's well-intended programs can create unintended harm. And so obviously recognizing that we must address the unhoused crisis in Kansas City, housing insecurity, but making sure that the long-term impact of those decisions don't affect schools, health, safety, mobility, and wealth building in a negative way, and then making sure that the housing solutions that are being considered are equitable. So this seeks to address the
concentration of poverty. I want to reiterate that. The legislative intent is to support housing stability, promote diverse housing across council districts, strengthen neighborhood stability instead of overburdening areas that are already carrying the weight of disinvestment, and balance affordable housing investment with broader economic development investment. So the city manager must review other city programs. I already mentioned this. And then report back within 90 days on statistics on affordable housing, on affordable and deeply affordable rental development patterns, statistics on affordable and deeply affordable rental availability patterns, recommendations to prevent future city policy from concentrating poverty, and strategies to interrupt the cycle of concentrated poverty while still meeting urgent housing needs. That's all.
We'll leave the last slide up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So what the resolution is and is not, it's not a halt to housing assistance. It doesn't suggest that we should stop with our homelessness response or any affordable housing work that we are doing, but it does ask for the city manager and his staff to review our existing policies and to implement strategies that prevent us from furthering the economic development patterns in the 3rd District and perhaps other districts as well, because while the 3rd District is experiencing overrepresentation of rental, deeply affordable transitional housing, that means that that type of access is not available in other places. And so my recommendation is the manager also looks at development patterns that do not diversify housing to the higher end of the market. In the same way, I'm asking for housing policy to be evaluated where it's concentrating the lower end of the market. And the reason why I went this far with a resolution is because I have mentioned it several times for the last 2 years since I've been elected, and I don't feel like the gravity of the situation is really making it through just by my commentary. Maybe I'm not articulate enough. And so I really want a presentation of the findings of this resolution in a business session so that we can have a real conversation about the type of economic development that's happening in the 3rd District. Even after I've talked about the concentration of poverty, I still have staff recommending projects that will further exacerbate the situation in the 3rd District, which further leads me to believe that my commentary just by my words is not enough. So we need other types of projects being proposed, other types of investment being made, and we need to not continue the pattern of historic redlining, which is what is happening. The 3rd District and the whole east side was redlined, and that means we were targeted for rental properties instead of home ownership. And so you see an overrepresentation of rental properties. But that's not something that we should continue to do. We should be trying to interrupt that cycle, and that's what this resolution is trying to accomplish.
So as I saw the presentation, it occurred to me that one suggestion that maybe they could look at in this night, whatever the time frame is making a change to the docket memo. Because, you know, in the docket memo, there are questions that have to be answered. And so maybe, you know, as we are identifying, as we're reviewing any housing option, any housing legislation in the future, if it becomes a requirement in the docket memo that you have to say, that we have to, you know, staff has to evaluate and say whether or not this is concentrating poverty or whatever that language is, that may be something that will force the process. Because I think you've done a good job of articulating that over the last 2 years. I think the issue is, you know, what does the process look like to do it? What does that really look like? What's the functionality of the issue? What does it really look like? And so I would just offer that as a recommendation as they are evaluating this, that based upon whatever the findings are, you know, one solution could be incorporating that into the docket memo. And that would makes it easier for us to evaluate and say yes or no. I was listening to finance this morning, and I heard Councilman Duncan talk about the 6th district and how, you know, if there are individuals who work on the Plaza or work in the 6th district, or any district for that matter, that many times there's housing that they can't afford. So I think, you know, so, you know, there are other issues I think that need to be addressed or reviewed, and maybe this is a way to help us to get to where we need to be as a city. So anyway, just a suggestion there.
Yeah.
So.
I think that if Ms. Binkley caught that suggestion to add it to the fact sheet or the docket memo, and I think, you know, that's also policy. One thing that could come of this is policy, for example, with the Housing Trust Fund. So the Housing Trust Fund is asking for 60% AMI and below, and they're also asking for deed restrictions, sometimes up to 30 years. And in the scorecard, it advantages projects that have transitional housing. And so if you have a lot of the infill properties available in the 3rd district and you have a lot of the rental properties available in the 3rd district, then it would naturally just flow that direction, even if you're not trying to do it. And so I think we should also look at geographic policy. So if you know that you've done 1,500, 60% in deeply affordable housing already over the last 7 years, and then, and if you can evaluate what type of housing is available, then how many units do you need to provide that mix so that you're getting a cross section of American society and not a particular section of American society. So maybe they can look at even the policy within the granting organizations, even CDBG. So we saw a lot of CDBG projects and what types of housing projects are. Now I know CDBG has some federal guidelines where you don't have a lot of flexibility, but our own, we do have flexibility. So if you know you're putting CDBG, and we should not disinvest, we should invest differently. I want to be clear about that, because I definitely still do need the money to do the projects, but just the investment needs to be tweaked right now. Councilman Bunch?
Yeah, I'm 100% behind this conceptually here. I'm just curious do we have a baseline? I think we all inherently know that where we're concentrating poverty all the time, or historically it has been. If you just look at the HOLC red line maps, and you can see that. But do we have hard data on that, or is that what the resolution is going to ask for?
That's what the resolution is going to ask for. So some of that data we can get, like if we look at, median income, life some of that stuff you can get from census data.
Yeah, the ACS data, definitely.
But I'm really talking about where are we building what?
Right. And that's my question is, do we have a baseline on where we're building or adding sort of these low income or subsidized or public housing units, and what the trend has been over, and hopefully that's something that will come out of the resolution?
Not to my knowledge. I think that if we for example, I requested data about the Housing Trust Fund, and I got that back within 48 hours, 72 hours. But I don't think contextually it's put anywhere, not through the fault of anybody. I just think it's not something we do. When I was on the LCRA board, I was on there for 4 years or 3 years. And even I noticed that all of the stuff we was approving in Armor and Truth area was all market rate.
Yeah.
And I just don't think we conceptualize it are we maybe building too much expensive housing, and do we need to put some affordable? I don't think we necessarily look at it like that. And so that's what I'm trying to ask staff to start to consider.
Yeah.
Across the projects, because they come to you one by one by one. We get them every 3 or 4 months. It's a new tranche.
aggregate
But
to
we
see
don't look
where,
at them
yeah.
in aggregate, no.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if, I'm thinking of, we've historically had a contract with a company, My Sidewalk, who does data dashboards. This might be, obviously the ACS data is pretty easy to come by. That's publicly available, but what might be really interesting is looking at a story map or a My Sidewalk dashboard that shows what the trend has been over the last, where have units of some sort been built, and show how the concentration or lack of concentration of poverty has changed. I think this is vitally important. I think I'm just kind of curious which direction it's going to go and how much hand-holding.
Yeah.
Because it could be a lot of work.
So I ask for maps all the time. I usually start with Andy Clark. And I ask for a map, and he's like, okay, do you want it static or do you want it live? And I don't want to give him more work, but I would be hesitant to hire, a My Sidewalk, because it could be some sort of mapping exercise if you can put in addresses from an already existing spreadsheet. And now, Kyle, I'm getting into
Mr. Elliott.
GIS and talking over my skis, but maybe you can talk about that. And our brilliant data person from the health department, so I'm probably really looking not that brilliant with y'all in here.
Yeah, with my time with housing and in the planning department, we've taken most of the HUD data and some of the other data, and we've made it where it can be represented on maps. These are things we anticipated we'd want to do with it as well. So most of what you're suggesting, we have some of the recent data. The more historic stuff may be more challenging, but we can definitely get census data. And I will pass along Mr. Clark the kudos. He usually passes those to Tim Esparza, who makes most of the maps for us.
There's another person in the mix. I want to be careful too, ACM Binkley, because I know you'll probably have your hands on this, is I don't want to go too back far in history. The story about redlining can start 40 years ago or 50 years ago, and then we get
200 years ago.
we get lost. We get lost in what is our responsibility now when you start the story so far back. And so I really want to start the story probably when Housing Trust Fund came into existence. So 10 years, 7 to 10 years, to keep it in context so that, what I see is we're telling a story that's in a book, but we're very much involved in it as we speak. So I want to be careful on the timeline.
Sure, and I think the data will be, I think we have good data for that time frame, right, versus going too far back. Also, there is a housing needs assessment that we're working towards right now, so that'll be another piece that will be able to help this. Not in the 90 days, of course, because that takes longer, but it is another component to this long term. But yeah, the team's they knew this was coming, so they've been starting to strategize, but the conversation here is very helpful.
And if I may, we, thanks to the work of Mayor Pro Tem last term, or at least the anti-displacement resolution or anti-displacement plan is perhaps the sort of the inverse of this, where we're concentrating wealth in those cases that, but the two things really go hand in hand, even though they are the inverse of each other. So there may be some things to glean from that to help sort of smooth that out. But where we're choosing to invest in subsidized housing, and I'm using subsidized housing very broadly here, that is a policy decision, and I think that we should be guided on, because every time that there's a discussion on where to put something, like a new low barrier shelter, for example, it gets added to somewhere in the 3rd district or in downtown.
Yeah.
And so we continue to see this concentration, and it's not that I'm not speaking for you, but we speak for my district, which has a lot of social services, particularly in the historic Northeast. I think we sometimes feel overburdened by that, and that's not because we're being NIMBY-ish about it. It's that the concentration, it does have a negative effect on the people around them, but also them, like those communities themselves. So I'm very glad that you brought this forward, and happy to support. But it sounds like a lot of data collection is in our future.
And then policy making, that's what are the policy recommendations based upon what we found so that it's actionable? Kind of like how you all did with the vacant land activation initiative. There was ordinances flying immediately. So we need to have some policy direction too and not just sit on it.
Yeah, and
Yeah, we'll have implementation items as part of that piece that comes back.
Yep. And the anti-displacement plan, for example, had a lot of like zoning things. One of them was the parking minimums. And so, yeah, like when you get some recommendations, all of a sudden you can sort of see with some level of clarity these ordinances that need to be adopted. So I think that will definitely come out of this. So thanks.
Yep, thank you. All right. Public testimony.
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260454. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that resolution number 260454 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance and to pass.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Okay, did you know where we are?
Let's see,
Go back to the
477,
Okay.
I think.
477.
Yeah, that's what I have.
10-page document.
Ordinance number 260477, vacating right-of-way access to the city's needs in Jackson County, Missouri, and upon the effective date of this ordinance, the city clerk is hereby directed to record said ordinance in the office of the Recorder of Deeds for Jackson County, Missouri.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the committee. Name is Nicholas Bassanetto, City Engineer with Public Works. So today we have a ordinance 260477. This is extra right-of-way that we're getting rid of. Back in about 40 years ago, 1987, we acquired some right-of-way to build the bridge that carries West Penway or Broadway over the railroad. That bridge, of course, was built 40 years ago. So when we acquire right-of-way, property rights or a bundle of rights, the property still belongs to a private entity. We just took right-of-way, and over the last 40 years, it's been a complicated process, determining what uses that private property owner can use. So basically, all we're doing is cleaning up, doing sort of a clear title for the property owner by removing the excessive right-of-way that is not needed anymore. We are retaining the right-of-way underneath the bridge and within 5 feet of the bridge so we can maintain it. But otherwise, there's no necessity for it, so.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260477. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260477 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance to pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 260475, approving the Prospect Hickman Mills Vision Plan, generally bounded by 75th Street to the north, Bruce R. Watkins Drive to the east, 87th Street, Blue River Road to the south, and the Paseo to the west.
Good afternoon. go ahead and just start talking. You can just go ahead. Yep, we'll ask the questions we need.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Young, 5th District 5th District Community Planner, and with me I have Brian Jackson from Wilson and Company, and we will be presenting on Resolution 260475, the Prospect Hickman Mills Vision Plan. So background for this plan is it was spearheaded by the Mayoral Community Coalition, which is the neighborhood group in this area, and they applied and were awarded PIAC funds for this planning process. The study area, on the map you can't see, is 75th Street to the north, Bruce R. Watkins Drive to the east, 87th Street and Blue River Road to the south, and then the Paseo to the west. And then this planning area includes Prospect Avenue, south of 75th Street, and Hickman Mills Drive, which are the key corridors of this plan. So the purpose and approach of this plan, the community applied for this money to improve Prospect Avenue, Hickman Mills Drive, and kind of to build off the momentum of the Prospectus Equitable Transit-Oriented Development Plan, as well as the Safe Streets for All improvements that have occurred north on Prospect, to create a safer, more vibrant, and economically resilient corridor. A quick overview of timeline. Phase 1 included a comprehensive analysis of existing conditions, which is a baseline understanding of the area. Phase 2 focused on engagement, and then Phase 3 was translating both the technical understanding and the community input into actionable recommendations to achieve the vision. This plan advances all 10 of the KC Spirit Playbook's goals. I won't go into detail, but it does advance all 10, and it also is an extension of the SWOPE area plan, so it applies the larger goals of the SWOPE area plan to the smaller geography of the Mayoral area. There was a few existing condition maps. I can just go over them quickly. One of them was a map of the multiple high injury network segments along Prospect and Hickman Mills Drive in this area, which just highlight the importance to use traffic calming in our plan. And then additionally, the crash report data from the intersection of Prospect Avenue, Hickman Mills Drive, and 81st Street, which have 2 fatal crashes, serious injury crashes, etc. Again, just highlighting the importance for traffic calming. Then finally, there was a map of the sidewalk gaps in this area, the very center of the planning area. Oh my gosh.
I've actually been, she's been talking, waiting on
The download?
the download, yeah. I mean, it is online, thank you for, it's online, but I've been waiting on the download. I still have 20 seconds left.
That's okay, I'll just finish
Go
about
ahead.
it. Yes, this last slide, this last map was just the sidewalk gaps in the area, which show the limited walkability and connectivity of the planning area. This page would have been the engagement summary. So the second phase of this planning process was the engagement, and it was extremely important for us to understand what exactly the community wanted. We spent most of our planning process in this phase doing multiple types of outreach. It was kind of a build your own plan, so we started with a really wide scope and let the community determine what direction we wanted to take it. And we recorded 17 instances of engagement over the course of the year, which included a community walking tour, pop-ups and open houses, as well as our engagement consultant, Hoxie, they went door to door to make sure, to engage every resident and make sure they knew that this planning process was going on. Some key issues identified by the community that came out of the engagement were inadequate stormwater management, illegal dumping and blight, vacant, underutilized lots, unsafe driver behavior that threatens safety, and a corridor design that prioritizes cars over people. And then moving into the third phase of this planning process, which was plan development and implementation. The land use section of our recommendations provided a chance for the community to tell us how they wanted their community to look and feel. So most of the actions that we recommended go towards the creation of a new future land use map using the new place types. And then a couple other, in addition to guiding development through land use designations, we included potential policies to increase housing diversity through zoning code amendments. The community development section of recommendations focused on identity, placemaking, branding of the area to encourage people to come and move and participate on the corridor. Coordinating businesses to connect with residents for job opportunities, and then safety measures to address blight and dumping. For the green infrastructure section of recommendations, they address sustainability and stormwater issues that are prevalent in the area through green infrastructure, natural plantings, and then furthering placemaking through landscaping, wayfinding, et cetera. And then I will pass it on to Brian to talk about the mobility actions which make up the bulk of the plan.
Good afternoon. One of the early goals we kind of realized from talking to the community was that this is a plan that really needs to be implementable. Not only implementable, but also incremental. So a big thanks to partners in Public Works who were there the entire time, helped us look at different designs for the roadway and made sure everything was feasible. But every recommendation in terms of mobility is something that can be tried out ahead of time. You can do a quick build for it, see how the community reacts, see how drivers and pedestrians react before you make more permanent and expensive infrastructure investments. Something like this was done in Coleman Highlands, where temporary traffic circles were used and then later went back in and kind of tweaked and refined with more concrete-based infrastructure. For Prospect Avenue, there was really a lot of input on this. The walking tour revealed a huge idea about what the difference was between Prospect and walking on Hickman Mills. Now, we also wanted to make sure we were respecting the work done on prospectus and mirroring that cross-section that was done north of 75th Street. But really the main goals were to do things like improve space for people that weren't in vehicles, slow down speeding, which was a constant issue on the corridor, providing better landscape and beautification, as well as also providing a more formal entrance for our Lita Park. When you look at the street section on it, it's gonna look very familiar to what you see in prospectus. So working well with like keeping in that previous work done, helping that continue into the community as well. One thing that everyone seemed to agree on was the intersection of Prospect Avenue and Hickman Mills Drive just wasn't working well for anybody. It's pretty confusing, there's a lot of unsafe speeds. There was many accidents there. Pedestrians didn't like it, cyclists didn't like it. It really was kind of universally disliked. And a big thank you to Public Works, who spent a lot of time brainstorming with us about how we could reconfigure that to not only maintain that connectivity, but improve safety and access for all users throughout the area, and also reduce the amount of impervious surface for maintenance as well. Then we turned our attention more to Hickman Mills. And the one thing the community also said about this was Hickman Mills is different than Prospect. This is a neighborhood street, and it should more look and feel like a neighborhood street. The priorities there were reinstating on-street parking that was taken during the bike infrastructure installation, slowing down cars, improving visibility at some of those intersections where the curves are kind of leading into it, and then also just kind of discouraging truck traffic and cut-through traffic. So what you see in the site plan, in the plan itself, does just that. It really took the idea, oh, here we go. I'll let them catch up to it. The more visual part of it to see.
Next one? This one?
The director saves the day.
That's why he's our director.
That's why it's the director. This is that problematic intersection we talked about in the revised design for it. And that's just kind of the continuation of Prospect south of that intersection. This is Hickman Mills. So as you can see on here, it's a pretty curvy street. If your kid's trying to cross from the east side of it to the west, it's going to be hard to do, and especially with speeding cars coming through there. When we took the walking tour, there was not one crosswalk on Hickman Mills in that area. So in order to slow down vehicles, we looked at strategic locations where raised crosswalks would really be an advantageous thing to do there. So it'll slow down speeding, give people more time to cross, and give them dedicated places. Shown here on the screen, there was not a dedicated crosswalk for Rachel Morado. So basically, if you're on the east side getting across there, not only was there no sidewalk, but no crosswalking there. The other big change was that we condensed the bike infrastructure from being 2 separate bike lanes that meant no on-street parking to 1 combined cycle track on the west side. This is great for a couple of reasons. Obviously, you can bring back on-street parking, which every resident told us they wanted to see done. They had friends over, they couldn't park near their house. And 2, this is actually a better bike facility type. And when you get down south of this corridor on the next slide, you'll see it actually kind of feeds into where Prospect Avenue has bike infrastructure as well. So it's actually a safer transition for cyclists getting down to the trolley trail and to other connections as well. You go to the next one. And then this shows kind of that continuation south of the Prospect and Hickman Mills intersection. Right now, this area has never had curb and gutter. It's never had a sidewalk. It is a pretty uncontrolled roadway in that area. A lot of truck traffic from Dodson comes through it. The goal here would be to establish some curbs, a nice shared use path, some trees to make it much more useful. And in the future, as development occurs, setting aside an area there for a connection to Marlboro Park going forward as well. Happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation, and the visuals do actually help, so thank you.
It's hard to describe
it like
You were doing a great job of
Yeah.
describing, but the visuals are definitely very
it
helpful.
really came to life once we could see it, so thank you. You all have any questions? I'll just say too, since this is in the 5th District, thank you for engaging the community and doing the walking tours. Appreciate that. And I'll also will just comment from the Alpha Point, the president and CEO of Alpha Point stating, that they, are one of the largest employers for people who are blind in the country, is in this corridor.
Yeah.
And, the detail and intention that you have to take to make sure that all individuals, no matter what their ability is, will be able to access this corridor is important. So I appreciate you all taking, focusing on every aspect of that, because we want to make sure that it's as safe as possible. So, thank you.
Yeah, they were a great partner and directly influenced that portion of the corridor by their facility. The same with some of the neighbors from Hickman Mills. We actually went back and made some changes based on feedback from that second open house as well.
Sure. All right, is there any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260475. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I move that resolution number 260475 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance to pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 260478, amending Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code, repealing Section 88610-05E,
Have it now.
loss of nonconforming status, and enacting in lieu thereof a new section of like number and subject matter for the purpose of facilitating reconstruction of nonconforming detached houses after accidental damage or destruction.
Hello.
Good afternoon, committee members. Sarah Copeland, City Planning and Development. No PowerPoint for this one. This is a little bit of a technical amendment. We often get people who say, well, something about the zoning ordinance. Well, aren't I grandfathered? I'd like to say there are no grandfathers in zoning. When we have something that has been legally developed and then the ordinance changes and it's now out of conformance, we call that non-conforming. And you can have non-conforming uses, a use that's established, the ordinance changes, you couldn't do that use in that location, they're a non-conforming use. You can have non-conforming lots, and you can also have non-conforming structures. So for example, if I built a house and then something about the setbacks changes and my house is now in the required setback, my house would be a non-conforming structure. But then if there's some kind of accidental damage or destruction, so for example, if you had a house fire, then whether or not you can rebuild your house in that required setback the way it was depends on how much of the house has been destroyed. Because our goal in the zoning ordinance is to bring all of our development into conformance over time and not necessarily to continue nonconformities. So then it depends on how much of the house was destroyed. If it's more than 50%, our ordinance says you have to bring the structure into conformance with the zoning and development code. So you would have to rebuild out of the setback. And this is sometimes a problem for some of our homeowners. So we had this situation in the last year or so where a house, it was in the required setback, they had a fire, they wanted to reconstruct on the existing foundation, which was possible, but they ran into this issue of being legally non-conforming. They had to come in and get a variance. And this added some time and some cost to their project. So this is a technical amendment that creates an exemption for non-conforming structures that are detached houses, which is how we describe single-family homes in the zoning and development code, that would allow them to be reconstructed even if they're non-conforming and more than 50% of the volume of the house has been destroyed accidentally under certain criteria. This was heard by the zoning or the city planning commission. They recommended approval without conditions. We have not heard any public testimony on this and would recommend it to you at this point. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
So I live in a house that is on a lot that is too small for the zoning. It's R6, lot's 4,500 square feet, legally not conforming. If my house burned down today, if my kids are home alone, so it's possible, I would not be able to rebuild.
Well, it would depend, is it a non-conforming lot or a non-conforming structure?
It's a structure on the lot that's too small for the R6, 4,500.
This is specifically for non-conforming structures,
Okay.
not necessarily lots. You could have a non-conforming lot, but not necessarily a non-conforming structure.
Okay.
We'd have to look at the exact
What's the-
circumstances of your particular
Yeah, well,
situation.
might I just say that part of the problem is the down zoning that happened in so many neighborhoods that doesn't align with the historic buildings in that particular zoning district. So we have a lot of R6 and up that for whatever reason, doesn't seem to be in compliance with our ideas around historic preservation, but I'll just leave it at that. I'm definitely supportive of this.
Any other questions, comments? Is there any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260478. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260478 be reported out to committee with the recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think we're on, is it 376?
408.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's Hill.
99?
408, I think is
Yeah.
That's held.
Okay, that's mine. Okay. All right, so, oh, you got to read it first. So we have a committee sub, yes, ma'am.
Oh, I thought that was being held.
I'll pass it out. Thank you.
Committee substitute for resolution number 260408, directing the city manager to engage and partner with local discount prescription drug and wellness programs to provide Kansas City residents with discounts to health and wellness care, including but not limited to discounted pharmacy, nutrition, fitness, and preventative care offerings, and directing the city manager to explore the feasibility of offering various discount programs for residents at the city's community centers and report back to council in 60 days.
So this is my resolution. It really comes about because, you know, unfortunately, I'm hearing from many of our residents who in the economy are struggling to pay for their medications as well as their eat. I received a letter just a week ago from somebody who said she's lost 20-some pounds since January because she has to restrict her food. There's another who are finding that their seniors are having challenges. In addition to the fact that Kansas City has 37% of our adults are living with obesity. 37% of our population. And so the goal of this is to create overall health and wellness, or improve the overall health and wellness of our city. And I've had the opportunity over the last, 6 to 8 months or so, working with different, or talking with the different organizations that can provide discounted medications for our residents, as well as interested partners that are willing to put together a program that will assist us in improving the overall health and wellness of our city. So this resolution will task the city manager and staff to create this opportunity that will be no additional cost to the city, at least from what we've been able to establish so far. And it tasks the city manager to report back in 60 days. If there are any additional costs or anything, there'll be a separate ordinance that will come with, specifying that. So in essence, that's what this is. You all have any questions? Okay. Is there any public testimony?
There's no public testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260408.
And I think there's somebody online. At least she was waiting 2 hours ago.
I don't see any raised hands. Okay. So now.
Okay. She may have had to leave. Okay, thank you. All right, back to committee. Do you all have any questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Is this a resolution or ordinance?
It's a resolution.
Okay. Yes. I'll make a motion then. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that resolution number 260408 be reported out of committee for recommendation of advanced to pass.
That's a committee sub.
What?
Yeah.
Apologies. We just handed that out. I should have known. I move that committee substitute for resolution number 260408 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advanced to pass.
Second. Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, ordinance number 260432, approving a development plan on about 1.5 acres generally located at the southwest corner of West 46th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue in District R-0.5, allowing for the construction of a parking garage on a site with 3 multi-unit residential buildings.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development, here with ordinance 260432, which is a replacement of a parking garage, which is generally located adjacent to the Country Club Plaza at 609 West 46th Street. Here's just that closer view yet of the site at the southwest corner of 46th and Pennsylvania. Here's the existing view of the parking garage and the residential towers behind. There's another view there. The applicant is proposing the removal and reconstruction of the central parking garage. It'll be constructed in 2 phases, so that's compliant with the 1 unit per parking spot. It'll have 175 spaces with the first phase, and phase 2 will be 226 spaces. It will also remove a curb cut along Pennsylvania Avenue. So here's just an aerial view of that site. It's kind of hard to make out, but this is what they're proposing. They're adding brick that is in similar to what is existing on the buildings adjacent. And here's some renderings of that. So the bottom right is that existing bricks pattern, and there you can see that they're integrating it into the parking garage. They are providing landscaping in compliance with the zoning and development code. And they have met their public engagement summary as summarized here. The Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association did provide testimony, which was included in the staff report. Basically, their concerns were around the parking stress on the neighborhood, and that removal and reconstruction could worsen that. With that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
For the presentation, any questions from the committee? Any public testimony?
There's no public testimony submitted for ordinance number 260432. No one appears by Zoom with raised hand. Oh, we have one person.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it does say that. I apologize. Miss Amelia McIntyre.
Amelia McIntyre on behalf of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. And we generally support the recommendation of staff to approve the development plan to construct the replacement garage. But we have two important concerns that we would like to raise with you. When it became before the CPC, they recommended an alternative parking plan as a condition. That was because of the two phases of construction. This redevelopment may not be coinciding with the renovation of the units. So there may be, and we have strong concerns about this area of our neighborhood, has very high demand for on-street parking. When this council chose to eliminate the parking minimums, staff then slashed away the alternative parking requirement, requiring for phase 2 that they find alternative parking while it was under construction. That is the direct impact of the choices that this council made to eliminate parking minimums and put the burden on the neighborhood. This neighborhood is very close to the commercial zoning along 47th, Chief's Fit, the Puttery, and we're already facing parking coming into the neighborhood along Jefferson and Pennsylvania. We support the reconstruction of the parking garage. That's not what we're opposing. What we're opposing is that there isn't alternative parking arrangements made during phase 2. If that does not coincide with the renovation of the apartment buildings. I know this apartment building firsthand. I know the old parking garage. It was the first place I chose to live in Kansas City for 4 years. And I know that parking garage needed to be replaced. That's not our point. Our point is the issue with eliminating finding spaces for the residents during that phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other testimony? Is there anyone online?
No one online.
Okay.
Oh, one hand just went up.
Okay. Somebody else.
Good afternoon. My name is Marian Soga. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm representing my client, Emrys 3 KC, and I'm an architect on the project. I just wanted to say that we agree with the conditions proposed by the city staff, and the owner is currently, the developer is currently looking for the alternate parking lot, for current alternative parking while the phase 2 is constructed.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so it's back to committee. Any comments? So I am having my internet, I finally got on, but it's delayed. And so I'm actually trying to look up the conditions that was just referenced in the testimony. That, can you speak to what the CPC, the condition the CPC stated, and what the difference is?
Yes, so originally during staff review, we placed a condition on there saying that if when they were ready to move forward with, so there's 3 residential towers, they're remodeling them one by one. The 175 parking spaces that are there in the first phase of the reconstruction of the parking garage would meet some of the needs of, I think, the first 2 buildings. If they were to then start the remodel and occupancy of the 3rd building, staff placed a condition requesting that they either build the 2nd phase of the parking garage so that's in compliance with the previous parking code, 1 space per 1 residential unit, or submit an alternative compliance parking plan. Once the new parking code was adopted, the City Plan Commission removed that condition to obtain an alternative compliance parking plan.
So it's not a requirement, but they still would have the option to do that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260432 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance to be passed.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you.
Ordinance number 260433 of vacating approximately 1.51 acres of public right-of-way in District R-1.5, generally located at the northwest corner of Northeast Berry Road and North Prospect Avenue, and directing the city clerk to record certain documents.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and fellow council members. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development, Development Management Division.
Bless you.
In front of you is ordinance number 260433. The site is located just north of Gladstone within the 1st District. Closer look at the site, you can see it's on the northwest side of North Prospect Avenue and Northeast Berry Road. This vacation request is in relation to a previously approved development plan that was approved in October of 2025. It's called the Bungalows at Maplewoods. This approved 153 for-rent units across single and 2-unit residential structures, along with a pool and amenities. During the review process of that development plan, it was found by Public Works that there was excess right-of-way along North Prospect Avenue that could allow for additional units, so staff recommended a vacation at this location. There is private utilities within the right-of-way by Evergy, AT&T, and Spectrum that will have to maintain those easements or relocate their facilities. Vacation will still maintain the required right-of-way width at North Prospect Avenue. This is just a view looking north on North Prospect Avenue and a view looking south. And with that, staff and City Plan Commission recommend approval subject to conditions, and I can answer any questions.
Do you all have any questions? Go ahead, Councilman.
I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay, let the record reflect Councilman Willett as a co-sponsor. Is there any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260433. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the committee, I want to thank Councilman Willett and Councilman O'Neill for being very instrumental in the development of this build-to-rent community. It is basically a deconstructed apartment development, and the vacation was a part of that. So, and we also appreciate the staff from Public Works and Planning. And with that, we request that you advance and pass it.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260433 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance to be passed.
Second.
It's been approved.
Moved and
Moved.
seconded.
I was going to say approved. Long day. And properly seconded. Moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Ordinance number 260434, accepting the recommendation of the Housing Trust Fund Advisory Board for additional funding in the amount of $250,000 to the Blue Hill Townhomes project developed by Blue Hill Townhomes LP, located at 5015 Garfield Avenue, reducing $250,000 in existing appropriations in the Housing Trust Fund and appropriating the same and authorizing the manager of procurement services to execute the necessary documents to amend the funding agreements and expend up to $250,000 from the funds appropriated in the Housing Trust Fund.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Catherine Nace, and today I'll be presenting on ordinance 260434. And what this ordinance does is pretty straightforward. You all have had many of these similar ordinances come before you before. It is a budget modification for a housing trust fund project. So it would provide $250,000 to the Blue Hill Townhomes project. This project will create 45 units of mixed income housing on the 5,000 block of Garfield in District 5. 35 of those units will be at or below 60% AMI, and 13 will be market rate units. This project was originally awarded in round one and is projected to be completed in October of this year. And the Housing Trust Fund does have a established budget modification policy to help projects that experience unforeseen or unreasonably cost increases related to their project. So this is the Housing Trust Fund making a recommendation to institute that policy for this project. And the project specifically has seen approximately $1.5 million in increased expenses due to significant site remediation and debris removal from the old Willard School. But the Housing Trust Fund, in addition to increased costs, is due to HVAC and electrical costs. But this modification will only approve $250,000 of additional funds, while the developer will fill the remaining gap by other sources. And we also have our developer here in the audience if you have any additional questions, or Nakai, if you want to come up and introduce yourself to everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nakai Norwood, developer with the Blue Hills Townhomes Project. We are super excited to be wrapping up construction here and to be able to deliver this housing for the community. We are just right at delivering our first residential building, which will be able to house 6 families. Like Catherine said, we are expected to be completed in October, but I've run into some significant cost increases. So we thank you for your consideration with this budget modification request. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260434. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260434 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and to pass.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Oh, no, it hasn't been seconded. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 260435, accepting and approving a one-year $631,890 contract amendment with Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services to provide funding for activities of the high-impact HIV prevention and surveillance program, estimating and appropriating the sum of $631,890 with the Health Grants Fund, and recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date.
We've seen you many times, so if you just give us a summary. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the committee. My name is Sean Ryan. I am the division manager for Kansas City Health Department's HIV and STI division. Here presenting on 260435. This is the core of our HIV prevention services out of the health department. CDC allocates these funds to the state of Missouri, who designates the city of Kansas City as the lead regional agency to cover a 7-county region surrounding the metro area. There are 3 main services that come from this grant, which include outreach education, testing in non-clinical settings, and resource allocation, which includes a large condom distribution in the city. This is a continuation of existing programs with not much changing.
Thank you. Any questions? Any public testimony?
There's no public testimony submitted for ordinance number 260435. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260435 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance to pass.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Ordinance number 260436, rezoning an area of about 42 acres generally located northwest corner of Northeast Vivian Road and North Chateau Trafficway from District UR to District UR, and approving a developmental plan serving as a major amendment to previously approved UR district to change permitted uses.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and committee members. Genevieve Kahn-Smith with City Planning and Development. And before you, as stated, is a rezoning from UR to UR, otherwise known as a major amendment. This is to the Antioch Crossing UR district, which is located in the northern portion of the city, just south of Gladstone. It is a sizable UR district with many properties on it. Here are all the lots. And really what we're focusing on with this ordinance is as market demands change over time, the uses that we see in some of our older planned districts, URs, they listed very specific uses, and so the applicant is before you today just to amend some of those uses and add some flexibility to this commercial district. I have most of the changes highlighted here, adding generalizing for certain lots uses in the B2 district, and then still specifying for certain lots specific uses. So applicant and staff work together to find what met their needs, and then we just have some look at the site. It is mostly built out. I think there's only 1 or 2 lots that are still yet to be developed. And with that, the City Plan Commission and staff recommend approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
Any questions, comments, any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260436. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260436 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advanced to pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 260437, resolution approving an amendment to the Swope Park area plan on about 2.6 acres generally located at 6655 Troost Avenue by changing the recommended land use from commercial and open space buffer to commercial for the Meanwell Power Solutions expansion.
So read 438, please.
Ordinance number 260438, rezoning an area of about 2.6 acres generally located at 6655 Troost Avenue from districts B4-2 and R-5 to District B4-3 and approving a development plan to allow for 30,000 square foot expansion of an industrial use.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Genevieve Consmith, City Planning and Development. Before you have a resolution for an area plan amendment and ordinance for a rezoning and development plan for the Meanwell Power Solutions facility at 6655 Troost, located in the southern portion of the city. Here's the subject site highlighted in yellow. There is an existing building that this business operates out of currently, and they are looking to expand. One thing we talked about today earlier is nonconformities. This is a nonconforming site, so part of the rezoning and development plan addresses that. First off, the area plan amendment is really specific to this eastern portion of the site, which the Swope area plan designates as open space buffer. So the resolution will amend this to commercial to match the rest of the site. And then the existing zoning line matches that area plan split between commercial and open space. And so the request is to rezone the entire site to a B4-3, which is just 1 notch higher than the B4-2 that's currently on the site. And this will allow the maximum height of 55 feet of the proposed building, which is shown here on the site plan. So it's a second separate building that will have office. It'll have a lower level parking garage and also some light manufacturing. That's the principal use of this entire lot. And the applicant worked with staff on the placement of the building, which should create some nice screening from the residential area to the east, from all of the truck circulation and movement on site. And their landscape plan, and after the City Plan Commission hearing and discussion, they did add additional landscaping to help screen and buffer from the adjacent residences. And then we have some building elevations.
using a mix of some metal panel and brick and screening, things like vent areas. And this is a look at where the proposed building will be. So you can see with the grade change here, that allows the lower story parking garage in this proposed building. And then this is the existing facility, which will remain, as well as all the parking. And then another item discussed at the City Plan Commission hearing was the applicant completed their required public engagement. They didn't really have any people come to their meeting, so the CPC instructed them to go do some door knocking, leave some information. They did that. I can let the applicant speak more about that. Otherwise, the commission and staff are recommending approval of the area plan amendment, rezoning, and then approval with conditions of that development plan. And I can take any questions.
All right, thank you. Presentation. Any questions, comments? Okay, any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for resolution number 260437 and ordinance number 460438. No one appears by Zoom with the raised hand or in person to testify.
All right, I will entertain the motions, please.
So move that resolution number 260437 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance to pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260438 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance to pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ordinance number 260439, resolution directing the city manager to submit projects identified in this resolution as applications for the fiscal year 2027 Planning Sustainable Places Program funding to the Mid-America Regional Council.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Board member.
Almost evening.
Yes,
Almost.
almost evening. Not quite. All right. Good afternoon, committee. Before you today is resolution number 260439. I'm Lexi Barra, part of the Community Planning Development Division, and with me I have...
Hi, I'm Gerald Williams, Division Manager for Community Planning.
And before you, we have this resolution essentially giving staff the ability to submit applications for this round of funding for the Planning Sustainable Places Grant, as well as acts as a understanding that if we are awarded those applications, a 20% match will be provided by the city. So some quick background on the Planning Sustainable Places Grant. This grant is funded through the Surface Transportation Block Grant and is distributed through MARC. This round of funding, Missouri has been allocated $500,000. And the grant cycle provides awards of up to $150,000 for projects. This grant program in general works to advance integrated local transportation and land use planning to support projects that are vibrant places, connected places, and green places. All of the applications we are planning to apply for have the ability to further one of the 10 KC Spirit Playbook goals, which is our comprehensive plan. But specifically, the connected city goal will be advanced by all of them as the grant supports planning efforts that improve multimodal transportation, strengthen connections between neighborhoods and corridors, and also promote equitable access to jobs, services, and amenities. The city is no stranger to the PSP grant and has utilized it multiple times in the past, such as for the transportation components of the KC Spirit Playbook, and most recently for Kansas City's Forgotten Homes and Independence Plaza study. So the project list that I'm about to go over has 5 projects that the city will be applying for, and 1 we are partnering with an outside organization on. That list was developed over the last 5 or so months, starting with an initial meeting with department staff in January. We did some internal vetting and research to determine which applications would have the best chance at this grant. Initial communication with council was sent out in March with an initial list, and after some feedback from council, further refinement, the final list was sent out in April. So starting with the projects we are planning to submit for, the first is a Vivian Road Corridor Plan Study, which will develop strategies for a safer, more connected, and sustainable multimodal corridor, generally extending from Riverside to Claycomo. The responsible department for this would be the Planning and Development Department, and it's important to note that all of these costs are still estimates, and we're going to continue to refine them as we build out the application and write our scope. So the estimated total project cost would be $500,000. We're going to be requesting $150,000 from the grant. If awarded, the city is required to participate at 20% match, which would be $30,000 plus a 1% administration fee, with an estimated additional funding of $320,000. It's important to note with this project as well that $30,000 match would be split between municipalities along the corridor. Those details are still getting fleshed out though. Next, we have the Reconnecting Kansas City Community Investment Plan, which really acts as a phase 2 to the Reconnecting East Side and Reconnecting West Side plan, working to foster opportunity for future development and making sure that the benefits of those studies are reaped by the communities within them. And then the responsible department for this is Public Works. Estimated total project cost is $200,000 with an estimated grant request of $150,000. $30,000 required match, and then estimated additional funding of $20,000. Next, we have the Cliff Drive to Blue Valley Trail Alignment Study, which came out of the Truman Plaza Area Plan Update. This would be looking at a shared use path, preliminary design, and alignment using city or school district-owned land as well as the Van Brunt corridor. The responsible department would be planning and development, estimated cost $120,000 with a grant request of $100,000 and that 20% match at $20,000. Next, we have the citywide transit plan, which would establish a long-term vision for a stronger, more efficient, and accessible transit network. The responsible department here is planning and development. Estimated total cost would be $400,000. We are requesting $150,000 from the grant. Same match, 20%, and estimated additional funding of $220,000. So this is the last project that the city is planning to apply for, which is the Commercial Motor Vehicle or Freight Movement Plan. And this will assess current freight conditions and their role in supporting the local economy. Again, the responsible department is planning and development with a total cost of $400,000. We're requesting $150,000. Required match is $30,000, and then the estimated additional funding is $220,000. So this is the one project we are planning to partner with an outside organization on. We plan to partner with the KCATA on applying for an ADA compliant bus stop study, which will look at pedestrian infrastructure along high ridership corridors and document safety and accessibility gaps. So the KCATA is going to be applying for this grant. The estimated cost is $120,000 with a grant request of $100,000. The required match would be $20,000, which if awarded, we would split equally with the KCATA. And then it's important to note that there were 2 projects that were brought to our attention after submitting this resolution, the 75th Street Corridor Study and the Bi-State West Bottom Study. The city would not be submitting the applications for either of these projects, but would be open to providing letters of support or potential financial funding, of course, depending on what council priorities are, but this really is more just for your information at this time. Lastly, we have the timeline. So the call for studies opened on May 4th. It's going to close on June 22nd with internal deliberation at MARC through the summer, and then awardees will be notified in September. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We recommend approval of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you go back to slide 13, please?
Yeah.
So this will be a study. Then ultimately, there'll be additional funding applications that will need to be.
Would cover the actual,
need to cover the, whatever the cost. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I got confused when it said to deliver ADA compliant bus stops, but it's to study, ultimate goal would be to deliver that. Okay. I just want to make sure.
No, that's a
fair. It's almost evening, so.
Sure,
okay.
That's a fair clarification.
All right. You guys have any questions? All right, thank you. Is this your first time presenting?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Good job. Good job today.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's what I thought. Yeah, you did a great job.
I appreciate it.
We appreciate you as well. Thank you for your work on this.
Of course.
All right, any testimony? And you can just say yes or no.
No.
No? It's getting late. Okay. All right, so there's nobody online, so. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move that resolution number 260439 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advanced pass.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have one more?
I think that's the last one.
453.
No, we
Unless I
have,
missed one.
that's held, 453 is held. You hold yours? No, we have, 453.
Yes, we do have one.
I tried to take you earlier. You were so kind. 453.
Is that?
Well, I'm sorry, it's not yours. It's, but, yeah, 453.
Ordinance number 260453, amending Chapter 50 Code of Ordinances, offenses and miscellaneous provisions by repealing Section 50-234, conversion therapy of minors prohibited in its entirety, and amending Chapter 38, Article 3, Division 1, Section 38-113, discriminatory accommodation practices for the purpose of creating an exception regarding preferred pronouns.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Darius Diamond. I'm General Counsel in the Office of Mayor Lucas. It's been a long road to get here. But this ordinance, as unfortunate as it is rather simple. In 2019, this council passed an ordinance banning conversion therapy, which is a harmful practice according to medical science. But the Supreme Court recently this year passed or issued down an opinion that rendered this ordinance unlawful. And so to protect the city, we need to repeal this ordinance.
Okay. Any questions? Yes. All right, is there any public testimony? No. No public testimony. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that ordinance number 260453 report to committee with the recommendation of advance and due pass.
Is there a second? I'll second it.